How was that possible? Why did the Imperial Pearl break? Just a moment ago, the life force inside was vast, just like the sun. Then, a few seconds later, all the life force within dispersed, and the Imperial Pearl broke into pieces. The afterimage of the immortal moved its half-remaining arm with all his strength, trying to reach the fragments of the Imperial Pearl. However, he didn't have a hand anymore, so how was he supposed to grab the pieces of the Imperial Pearl? Song Shuhang. It wasn't his fault, all right? Moreover, the fragments of the Imperial Pearl were bigger than the last time. After all, the pearl in the hands of those female guards in the Jade Lake realm had directly transformed into fine powder. Duh. Mit, the afterimage of the immortal shouted, clearly unwilling to accept this outcome. A moment later, the afterimage was thoroughly destroyed under Venerable White's attacks. At this time, outside Immortal Cheng Lin's ruins. That immortal with jet-black arms was standing right outside the ruins. Actually, he had rushed here immediately after the trap he had left in the ruins activated. However, he was blocked, and was unable to enter the ruins. Blocking his way were several wriggling tenta, no. Those were roots, not tentacles. Anyway, those long wriggling roots had completely wrapped around Cheng Lin's immortal cave, and even space had been blocked. Those unsettling roots were making him feel great danger. He had tried to attack them, but whether he was using sword chi, magical techniques, or innate skills, as long as the attack entered the range of the roots would wrap around it and make it disappear in no time. In the end, after getting impatient, the immortal had tried to directly break through the blockade of the roots. But just as he got within range, those myriad roots stabbed into his body. The roots were immaterial, and no matter which method that immortal covered in eyes used, he was unable to touch them. However, the roots could, on the other hand, stab into his body without problems. He was unable to attack the enemy, but the enemy could attack him effortlessly. These roots were something akin to a cheat-like existence. After the roots stabbed into his body, the immortal covered in eyes discovered that the energy inside his body was being extracted like crazy, and the energy inside the body of an old and experienced immortal like him was huge. Still, 2 breaths after the roots stabbed into his body, they had already absorbed around 10% of his energy. In other words, the roots would only need around 20 breaths to suck him dry. And 20 breaths weren't enough to break into Cheng Lin's ruins with the roots blocking his way. Thereupon, that immortal covered in eyes could only retreat. After he had moved outside the area those roots were protecting, the roots shrank back. Afterward, countless roots swung left and right in front of him, showing off their might. Where the hell had these roots come from? Since the times of the ancient heavenly city up until now, this immortal whose arms were covered in eyes had never seen something so scary. Was this something Cheng Lin had left behind? But if she had this method at her disposal, why had she not used it back then? If she had used these roots alongside her other powers, that immortal covered in eyes would have been the one to lose his head that day. Anyway, the immortal covered in eyes could only unwillingly stand outside the ruins. He could clearly feel Cheng Lin's presence inside, but he was unable to take even a single step forward. Now then, how could he deal with these roots? Just as he was in deep thought, a certain piece of information was transmitted to his mind. The afterimage he had left in the ruins was destroyed. The fact that the afterimage was destroyed wasn't surprising. After all, given Cheng Lin's strength, it was an effortless task. The thing that shocked that immortal covered in eyes was the piece of information that the afterimage had transmitted with the last bit of its strength. It was just a single sentence. The life force in the Imperial Pearl dispersed, the pearl broke. Impossible. All the eyes covering the arms of that immortal opened at once. Then, each of those blood-red eyes glanced at the roots. He was planning to force his way through the roots. But, right at this time, the roots before his eyes quickly retreated, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He couldn't feel their presence anymore. But even if the roots had retreated, he was still unable to use the power of space in that area. The immortal covered in eyes clenched his teeth in anger. In the next moment, the immortal aura around his body sharply rose as he barged into the ruins, directly smashing to pieces the formation that Venerable White had set up at the entrance of the immortal cave. The seal was broken, the main body of that immortal is coming here. Venerable White said in a grave tone. The main body of that immortal had really found the time to come. While speaking, he tried, once more, to use the power of space to send the various fellow Taoists outside the ruins, but the space around them was still sealed, and the teleportation failed. Senior White, is the teleportation still not working? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. Let's make thorough preparations, we have no choice but to face that immortal, Venerable White said with a nod. Young Master Phoenix Slayer faintly sighed, it was over. Among the fellow Taoists on the scene, aside from Cheng Lin's reincarnation or newly reborn self, he was the one that would have it worst. A monster hunter that was also an immortal would reach their position in a few seconds. Seniors, relax and don't try to resist, Song Shuhang suddenly said at this time. Before the various fellow Taoists could ask any questions, Song Shuhang gave a mental order to the nucleus. In the next moment, all the fellow Taoists, Venerable White included, were moved to his inner world. As expected, the fact that space was sealed didn't prevent him from moving the various fellow Taoists to his inner world. On the other hand, Song Shuhang's inner world seemed even more efficient while in Cheng Lin's ruins. It was probably related to the main body of those roots hiding beneath the ruins. Perhaps there was really a lotus flower hiding in the underground area of Cheng Lin's ruins. However, it wasn't the time to think about this matter. Song Shuhang gave another mental order, and tried to move himself to his inner world. Cheng Lin, don't even think about running away. At this time, an angry howl was transmitted from afar. That immortal with jet-black arms covered in eyes was rushing over. As the immortal roared, one of the eyes on his arms opened, shooting out a ray that fell on Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang's trip to his inner world was immediately interrupted. When that happened, Shuhang found himself in a rather weird situation. His body was hovering between illusion and reality, and was in a state of chaos. But strangely enough, when he moved the other fellow Taoists to his inner world, they were instantly teleported there. Actually, in the past, Song Shuhang never had the opportunity to look at his body as he was entering his inner world. Now, it seemed that the way he was moved to his inner world was somewhat different from the others. His body wouldn't get instantly teleported to the inner world, but would first assume this illusory and chaotic form, getting moved to the inner world only afterward. The reason for this should be the fact that the nucleus was hiding in his hard aperture. As such, his teleportation process required a few extra steps. After Song Shuhang's teleportation process was interrupted, that immortal covered in eyes instantly arrived beside him. I won't let you run, Cheng Lin. The immortal stretched out his hand to grab Song Shuhang's arm. A burst of sealing power was transmitted over, completely blocking the space around Song Shuhang's body. But after a short moment, that immortal covered in eyes was dumbfounded. He stared at Song Shuhang, and made an effort to take his hand back. Slow-witted Song, why is it you? Where is Cheng Lin? Slow-witted Song? Song Shuhang understood what had happened. Another person had mistaken him for this slow-witted Song. Back then in the crystal-clear water pavilion, Pavilion Master Chu also mistook him for slow-witted Song. I don't know where Cheng Lin is, Song Shuhang replied. He was speaking the truth. He really had no idea where Cheng Lin was. He didn't even know for sure who Cheng Lin was right now. That immortal covered in eyes said coldly, you don't know? Hee, slow-witted Song, as expected, you are trying to protect Cheng Lin. I already knew that you and Cheng Lin had a love affair. With which eyes did you see this love affair between Cheng Lin and me? Song Shuhang retorted. At the same time, he tried to contact his inner world in an attempt to teleport over there. With all my eyes. All my eyes could tell that much. Back then, there was definitely an ambiguous relationship between you and Qinglin. While speaking, that immortal glared at Song Shuhang with his 2 eyes, as well as with all the eyes on his arms. He didn't only have a pair of eyes, he had this many. Still not confessing your crimes? I'm not trying to protect Qinglin, Song Shuhang said. In that case, hand her over, that immortal covered in eyes said coldly. My target is Qinglin alone. Don't meddle in this matter. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, I don't know where Qinglin is. His inner world was preparing to teleport him again. Although the sealing power of the immortal had somehow affected his inner world, it was unable to block it completely. It seems you really want to protect Qinglin until the end. Such being the case, don't blame me for being merciless. Slow-witted Song, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. After saying this much, the killing intent of that immortal covered in eyes exploded. Then, he fearlessly made his move. If you want to make your move, just make it already. Why do you keep chatting with me? Teleportation. Song Shuhang shouted. After getting affected by the sealing power of this immortal covered in eyes, the teleportation process of his inner world had become much slower, and it screwed up at the critical moment. Don't even think about escaping. The right fist of that immortal had already arrived in front of Song Shuhang's chest. If not for the fact that Song Shuhang was hovering between illusion and reality, just the shock wave the fist brought would have killed him 100 times. But right at this time, a pure gold radiance exploded from his body. The virtuous Lamia materialized, and gently embraced Song Shuhang, using her body to protect him. The fist of that immortal covered in eyes stopped in his tracks. At #%times, why are you here? The immortal covered in eyes said calmly. The virtuous Lamia raised her head, and looked at that immortal without blinking. That beauty mark beside the corner of her eye made her look even more attractive. At #%times was probably the name of that woman with the beauty mark. Song Shuhang discovered that her name was like a tongue twister, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to pronounce it. It was probably a special pronunciation from some ancient language. You want to protect slow-witted Song? One could feel the bitterness in the voice of that immortal covered in eyes. September 2, 2019. An immortal discovered that his heart was somewhat in pain. Chapter 922. It's like this, how about giving me some face? However, it was also pretty clear that that woman with the beauty mark, who had a strange concept of love, like the Jade Lake Empress Qinglin, she liked her to the point that she agreed to protect the dried-up Jade Lake in her stead after the fall of the heavenly city. This was like a drama. The circle of relationships in the ancient heavenly city was really complicated. Other than that, couldn't that immortal see that the virtuous Lamia protecting his body was just materialized light of virtue, and not that woman with the beauty mark in his memories? An immortal shouldn't make this kind of mistake. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang was somewhat moved. Was it possible that the woman with the beauty mark had a clone of some sort made of light of virtue? Or perhaps that woman was now living inside his light of virtue as a different type of life form? After recalling the fact that the virtuous Lamia had casually run to Fairy Lychee's room some time ago, Song Shuhang felt that the second possibility was more likely. According to Song Shuhang's guess, Fairy Lychee was either Qinglin after reincarnating or Qinglin after coming back to life. That woman with the beauty mark called at #%times really liked Qinglin. Therefore, it was understandable why she had run to Fairy Lychee's room on her own initiative. At #%times, get out of my way. That immortal covered in eyes calmly gazed at the virtuous Lamia, and then said in a grave tone, the ancient heavenly city was destroyed overnight because of Qinglin. I absolutely can't let her off. No matter who it is, if they prevent me from killing Qinglin, they are my enemies. And you, are no exception. Get out of my way. The virtuous Lamia kept looking at that immortal covered in eyes with her bright eyes. Then, several breaths later, the body of the virtuous Lamia suddenly disappeared. That immortal covered in eyes inwardly rejoiced. His right hand, which was already ready to attack, immediately punched toward Song Shuhang. Slow-witted Song, die. But just as he punched, Song Shuhang's body disappeared as well. The fist of that immortal covered in eyes hit nothing but air. The immortal covered in eyes maintained his punching position, not moving in the slightest. He tried to use the power of space, but just as before, space was still sealed. This space seal wasn't affecting him alone, it was a global thing. But even under these circumstances, slow-witted Song had managed to use the power of space to leave the place. In the ancient heavenly city, it was said that slow-witted Song's ability to escape was the #1 in the world. Now, it seemed that that reputation wasn't unwarranted. After a long time, that immortal covered in eyes silently took his fist back. Then, he slowly walked toward the place where his afterimage had been destroyed. There were some fragments lying on the ground. Those were the fragments of the broken imperial pearl. He squatted down a little, and stretched out his hand, picking up the fragments on the ground. The life force inside the imperial pearl had already disappeared, and at this time, these fragments were just the fragments of an ordinary pearl. The immortal covered in eyes started to become restless. But right at this time, not too far from him, tens of roots drilled out of the ground. Those were the same roots that were protecting Chenglin's ruins earlier. The immortal covered in eyes furrowed his brows, and stretched out his hand, receiving all the fragments of the imperial pearl lying on the ground. Then, he vigilantly looked at the roots. After all, those things could suck him dry within 20 breaths. He couldn't let his guard down. A moment later, those roots entwined in midair, finally forming a 7-colored lotus flower. A lotus flower. That immortal covered in eyes clenched his teeth. Lotuses were the flowers he hated the most. The Jade Lake Empress Chenglin would usually swagger around while stepping on lotus flowers. Since he didn't like Chenglin, he didn't like lotus flowers either. But right at this time, that 7-colored lotus flower bloomed. A figure was sitting cross-legged inside this lotus flower. It was the figure of a man with a tall and slender build. He was wearing a pure white robe with a lifelike blue luan drawn on it. The sleeves of his clothing were relatively large, and the lower hem also very long. The man stood up, and looked at that immortal covered in eyes with a smiling face. That immortal covered in eyes said coldly, "Who are you?" "Nobody," the man said with a smile. The immortal covered in eyes said, "What are you trying to achieve?" The strength of the opposite couldn't be underestimated, and that immortal covered in eyes wasn't sure if he could defeat this man without finding a way to deal with those roots first. In addition, the opposite party was clearly on Chenglin's side. The man faintly smiled, and said, "It's like this. How about giving me some face and not looking into this matter related to Chenglin anymore?" Had this guy eaten the wrong medicine? The immortal covered in eyes sneered. "I should give you face and not look into this matter related to Chenglin any longer? Ahaha. From the looks of it, you don't intend to give me face, am I right?" The man didn't get angry, and kept wearing that perfect smile on his face. "Why should I give you face?" that immortal covered in eyes said coldly. The man nodded his head. Then, he suddenly made his move, and used his palm to attack that immortal covered in eyes. "Bah, he unexpectedly didn't give me face," the man said. It was a very ordinary palm attack. But the immortal covered in eyes felt as though the will of the entire universe was behind this palm. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" That immortal covered in eyes raised both his hands, and the eyes on his arms opened. Then, all sorts of magical techniques and extraordinary skills crazily shot out of them. Each of those attacks released from his eyes was enough to kill a 9th-stage Tribulation Transcender and injure an immortal. I have to take him down before he makes use of those strange roots. That immortal covered in eyes thought to himself. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, everything before his eyes became black. He was knocked flying. All those attacks capable of killing Tribulation transcenders and injuring immortals became useless in front of the palm attack of that man. The remaining strength of the palm didn't decrease as it hit him in the face. One palm had been enough to knock him to the ground. That immortal covered in eyes had an expression of disbelief on his face. His current strength could be considered high even amidst immortals, and yet, he couldn't take on a single move of this man. Not even the Heavenly Emperor would be capable of such a feat. Just who was this man? Since you don't want to give me face, you'll stay in this small black room for 1,000 years and reflect on your actions. On the lotus flower, that man calmly received his hand. Then, he took out a small magical treasure that resembled a room, which he aimed toward the immortal covered in eyes. The small room produced a powerful gravitational force that dragged the immortal lying on the ground into that room-shaped magical treasure. That man wearing a smile on his face closed the small room, and shook it a little before storing it away, fully satisfied. Then, he drilled back into the lotus flower, which transformed into roots that retracted back into the ground, disappearing without a trace. In Song Shuhang's inner world. How is this possible? Song Shuhang discovered that his inner world was now mounted into another huge world. In addition, Venerable White and the others, whom he had brought here earlier, had disappeared. Song Shuhang gazed at the huge world that had been linked to his inner world. At the moment, his inner world was only as big as a small island, while the other world was a full-fledged planet. Was it possible that Senior White and the others had gone to explore this huge world? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, several roots extended over from that huge world, and passed through the layer of chaos surrounding his inner world, gently landing beside him. The inner world didn't prevent those roots from getting inside. The reason was that both had the same origin, and thus didn't repel or clash against each other. In the end, the roots coming from the other world condensed, and formed a long flight of stairs. Is this thing inviting me to enter that other world? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and stepped on that flight of stairs made of roots, heading toward the other world. In the meantime, Venerable White, Northern River's loose cultivator, Fairy Lychee, Medicine Master, and Rivoli Purple Mist were guests in that huge world. In the sky of this huge world was a city in the clouds, and one could overlook the whole world beneath them from it. A lot of life forms were living in this world, even some that had already gone extinct on Earth. However, there were no humans, monsters, or demons here. It looked like the world from an ancient era. The animals living in this world possessed, thanks to the rich spiritual energy there, tyrannical bodies and innate skills. Each had different qualities and attributes. Not too far from Venerable White and the others was seated a young man. He was wearing a pure white robe with a lifelike blue wand drawn on it. The sleeves of his clothing were relatively large, and the lower hem also very long, which made him look rather strange. It was the same man that had made his appearance in Chenglin's ruins a moment ago, beating up and sealing inside a small black room that immortal covered in eyes that didn't give him face. But from the looks of it, the one that had gone outside to deal with that immortal covered in eyes was just his clone. His main body had been here all along, receiving the various guests. The man was wearing a smile on his face while skillfully preparing some tea. Then, he personally placed a teacup on the tables next to various fellow Taoists. This is the spirit tea I personally cultivated. After drinking it, one's lifespan would increase, and their body would be cleansed as well. In addition, it tastes pretty good. It's one of the spirit teas I like the most, the man said with a smile. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Venerable White was the first one to take the cup of tea and sip on it. Sure enough, this is some hard-to-come-by tea. After hearing Venerable White's praise, that man smiled as he said, Fellow Taoist White, if you like this tea, you can take with you a ton of its tea leaves, there are a lot here. The language this man was using wasn't any of the languages spoken in the modern world. It was a very ancient language, even more ancient than the one spoken during the era of the scholarly sage. No one of the fellow Taoists on the scene understood this language. Luckily, the voice of the man had the automatic translation feature embedded within it. Each of his words contained a mysterious strength, which allowed other people to understand the meaning of his words as soon as they heard them. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony, and accept it. Thank you, Venerable White said. From the looks of it, he had really liked the taste of these tea leaves. With Venerable White setting the example, the other fellow Taoists also grabbed the teacups one after another, and took a sip. The fellow Taoists felt as if they were drinking a natural treasure. They could feel their lifespan increase with each sip they were taking. The spiritual energy in their body had also started to surge, and their whole being was purified. The tea had a lot of wondrous effects. The man maintained the smile on his face, and returned to his seat. He raised his teacup, and gently took a sip, displaying a content expression. Then, he said, "Fellow Taoists, you probably have a lot of questions you want to ask me, right? If you have any question, you can ask without worries." The important part had finally come. Young Master Phoenix Slayer placed his teacup down, and said, "Senior, may I ask if I'm Cheng Lin's reincarnation?" If he was Cheng Lin's reincarnation on top of being a member of the monster race, no one would be able to save him. That monster hunter of the immortal rank was surely going to show him a lot of love. "Little fellow Taoist, there isn't any relationship between you and Cheng Lin. Anyway, your innate talent is pretty good. If you practice well, you might become a king of the monsters in the future," the man replied with a smile. After hearing these words, young Master Phoenix Slayer heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with a smile, he said, "I didn't really think about becoming a king of the monsters. In addition, that isn't my objective." "Indeed, all monsters have their own aspirations," the man said. While they were discussing, Venerable White had already finished drinking his tea, and placed the empty cup down. Upon seeing this situation, that man gently stretched out his hand, and made the pot of tea float to Venerable White's side. Venerable White poured himself another cup of tea, and started to sip it happily. Fairy Lychee pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Senior, I'm not Cheng Lin's reincarnation either, right?" "Little fellow Taoist, you can be at ease. You aren't Cheng Lin's reincarnation either," the man said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing these words, Fairy Lychee immediately heaved a big sigh of relief. She felt as though a huge weight was lifted from her chest. Earlier, she was worrying that she might be Cheng Lin's reincarnation, and this made her very restless. But now, it seemed that she had been worried for nothing. After hearing these words, Medicine Master and Rivoli Purple Mist were dumbfounded. If Fairy Lychee wasn't Cheng Lin's reincarnation, was it possible that one between them was Cheng Lin's reincarnation? But right at this time, that man added, "The reason is that Cheng Lin hasn't reincarnated. She is my ghost spirit, and you fellow Taoists should know that ghost spirits are different from human beings. Generally speaking, they don't have a next life." Just as the man was speaking, Song Shuhang arrived beside the various fellow Taoists through a space gate. After going up that flight of stairs made of roots, Song Shuhang entered a space gate, which then brought him here. Just as he stepped out of the gate, he happened to hear the words of the man. This person was Cheng Lin's master? Was this the same Cheng Lin that was entrusted to Yi Si's ancestors and then became the mysterious ghost spirit passed down in her family? Shuhang subconsciously looked at that man. In the next moment, he was shocked. "It's actually you." It was Song Shuhang's first time seeing this man, and also the first time clearly seeing his face, but he needed just a glance to tell who he was. He was wearing a pure white robe with a lifelike blue wand drawn on it. The sleeves of the clothing were relatively large, very suitable for dancing. Since ancient times up until now, this man hadn't changed the way he was dressed. He was the third wielder of the wool-striped dragon, in his humanoid form. However, the wielder of the wool-striped dragon in his memories used to jump around with his only leg. But now, he had 2 legs like a normal human being. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon faintly smiled at Song Shuhang. Then, he said to Fairy Lychee, "Therefore, you are not Cheng Lin's reincarnation, you are Cheng Lin herself." Fairy Lychee. In the end, she was still Cheng Lin. But to be more precise, although you are Cheng Lin, you aren't my ghost spirit Cheng Lin. This is the difference between you two. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon narrowed his eyes with a smile. Fairy Lychee. Can you explain everything in just one sentence, without splitting the explanations into several parts? Actually, splitting the explanations into various parts seemed to be one of Wielder of the wool-striped dragon's wicked hobbies. I don't understand. How can I be Cheng Lin, and, at the same time, not be Cheng Lin? Fairy Lychee asked out of curiosity. After saying this much, she also added, "Please, can you explain everything at once and not split the explanation into several parts? Please, explain everything at once." Wielder of the wool-striped dragon. At this time, Venerable White waved his hand at Song Shuhang, making him sit beside him and pouring him a cup of tea. Song Shuhang held the teacup in his hands, and took a sip. In the next moment, he felt that his lifespan had increased quite a lot, and his whole body had been cleansed. This feeling was truly wonderful. "This tea is great." Song Shuhang couldn't help but praise. After hearing these words, Wielder of the wool-striped dragon turned his head toward Song Shuhang, and said, "It's useless. Even if you praise my spirit tea, I won't you give a ton of its tea leaves. Your charisma stat is too low. Therefore, don't even think about it." Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. What was this even about? Afterward, Wielder of the wool-striped dragon turned toward Fairy Lychee, and continued, "Let's continue with what we were saying. Let's talk about the relationship between you and Cheng Lin first. When you entered those ancient ruins, you saw the scene where Cheng Lin's head was burst open, right?" Fairy Lychee nodded. When she saw that scene, her head started to hurt. She felt as though it was her head that was burst open. Actually, Cheng Lin's way to immortality had progressed a little back then. Before that, she would give birth to a new life while having the constitution of a ghost spirit, but during those days, she had to a certain extent already, with the help of her way to immortality, obtained a body made of flesh like that a human, which made her way to immortality advance one step further, Wielder of the wool-striped dragon said. After her head was seemingly burst open, Cheng Lin secretly escaped with my help, and continued to practice her way to immortality. Then, one day, when she was practicing, a small accident happened. Cheng Lin's way to birth a new life was the same as that of human beings. She would get pregnant, and then give birth. Earlier, she used to carry out this process with the constitution of a ghost spirit. Therefore, nothing unexpected happened. But after her body evolved and turned similar to that of humans, buy one and get one free, she suddenly got pregnant with a pair of twins. Song Shuhang. Fairy Lychee. Northern River's loose cultivator, medicine master, Rivoli Purple Mist. What pair of twins? It was clearly a way to immortality that consisted in giving birth to a new life. She wasn't getting pregnant for real. Why would a pair of twins suddenly pop out? This went against the principles of cultivation and science. Although Cheng Lin said that it was an accident, I believe that she did it on purpose. Anyway, that time, she got pregnant with a pair of twins. One was a perfect copy of Cheng Lin. She inherited her knowledge, strength, memories, and disposition, and continued to live as Cheng Lin. The other twin only inherited Cheng Lin's bloodline, and just like the newborns of ordinary human beings, she was only an infant, Wielder of the wool-striped dragon said calmly. Fairy Lychee understood what was going on. Does that mean that I'm the infant among that pair of twins? Indeed, this is the only possible truth. You are one of those twins. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon took out a folding fan from somewhere, and pointed it at Fairy Lychee. Fairy Lychee. She was tried to calm down and accept her strange birth. Buy one and get one free. In other words, she was like a cheap product that was conveniently thrown at the customer while they were buying something else. There was a chance that Cheng Lin had given birth to a pair of twins and left Fairy Lychee behind on purpose. Still, what was she trying to achieve in the end? From the looks of it, not even her master, wielder of the wool-striped dragon, knew what she was up to. However, it was certain that Fairy Lychee's existence wasn't as simple as, buy one and get one free. Cheng Lin didn't give birth to a pair of twins just for fun. Fellow Taoists, do you have any other question? Wielder of the wool-striped dragon asked after replying to Fairy Lychee's question. Me. Yi Si drilled out of Song Shuhang's body, and said, Fairy Lychee is the extra twin. In that case, what about me? What am I? As for you, you are Cheng Lin's daughter. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon said in all seriousness. That's it? Yi Si pondered for a moment. She then assumed a serious expression, and said, Senior, don't split the explanation into several parts, all right? Say everything at once. Don't worry, even if the truth is very cruel, I will handle it and won't cry. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon. All right, your condition is a bit special. Back then, you were on the verge of death. When Cheng Lin regained consciousness, only your fragmented soul was left behind, and ordinary methods would have been unable to save your life. Thereupon, Cheng Lin used a fragment of her own, alongside her way to immortality, to give birth to you again. She used her fragment as a foundation, and merged it with your fragmented soul. Therefore, you are the same as her daughter, but also a part of her. You are you, but also a Cheng Lin with a different face, wielder of the wool-striped dragon said. After saying this much, he sipped his tea, and said, that's all. Yi Si silently nodded, and returned to Song Shuhang's body, deep in thought. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator asked, a fragment of her own? From the description of this senior, it seemed that immortal Cheng Lin was divided into several fragments. His words were intriguing. Fellow Taoist, you sure pay a lot of attention to the details. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon turned his head toward Northern River's loose cultivator, and said, actually, Cheng Lin's condition is somewhat special. In the past, she split into a large number of fragments for my sake, and almost vanished in the process. Afterward, I collected most of these fragments, merging them together to form the current Cheng Lin. But even up until now, I've been unable to find all the fragments. She actually split into a large number of fragments. This was already beyond the capabilities of normal ghost spirits. As expected, Cheng Lin wasn't an ordinary ghost spirit, exactly what you would expect from the ghost spirit of the previous wielder of the will. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon asked, do you have any other question? Fairy Lychee raised her head, and asked, in that case, where is immortal Cheng Lin right now? The contract between her and me was damaged to some extent. I can only sense that she's currently fine, but I have no way to determine her whereabouts, wielder of the wool-striped dragon replied. Fairy Lychee nodded, and turned silent once more. If there was an opportunity, she would have liked to meet Cheng Lin face to face. Song Shuhang said, Senior, what is your Taoist name? I'm not telling you, wielder of the wool-striped dragon swiftly replied. Song Shuhang. Senior, the fact that those monster hunters decided to suddenly destroy the crystal-clear water pavilion, is it related to Cheng Lin? Song Shuhang asked another question. A long time ago, Song Shuhang got the impression that the structure of the ancient heavenly city was very similar to the structure of the new world that the third wielder of the will, wielder of the wool-striped dragon, was planning to build. At that time, Song Shuhang suspected that the Heavenly Emperor or someone else in the Heavenly City might be related to the third wielder of the will. After discovering that Cheng Lin was unexpectedly the ghost spirit of the third wielder of the will, Song Shuhang had a sudden realization, and linked the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion to Cheng Lin. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon pondered for a moment, and then replied, "There is definitely some relationship, but it mostly happened by coincidence." "Senior, can you share the details?" Song Shuhang asked. He found it very strange that the monster hunters had suddenly decided to destroy the crystal-clear water pavilion. There was definitely some inside story. "I don't know too much in regards to this matter. However, the Heavenly Emperor of the ancient Heavenly City very likely had some of Cheng Lin's fragments in his hand, and he surely obtained a lot of information from these fragments. The destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion should be related to this fact. I, too, only know this much, and I obtained this information from Cheng Lin," wielder of the wool-striped dragon replied. From the looks of it, wielder of the wool-striped dragon didn't have much freedom in his current state. After saying this much, wielder of the wool-striped dragon asked again, "Any one of you have another question?" Northern River's loose cultivator shook his head. Although he was curious about a few things, there wasn't that much of a relationship between him and this ghost spirit called Cheng Lin. If he kept asking questions, he would form an unnecessary knot of karma, and he didn't really want to. Just as Northern River's loose cultivator shook his head, his body disappeared. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt that Senior Northern River had been delivered to his inner world. Next, Medicine Master, Rivoli Purple Mist, and Young Master Phoenix Slayer also shook their heads. The trio was also sent away. Then, it was Fairy Lychee's turn. For the moment, she also didn't know which question to ask. She pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Senior, is that monster hunter of the immortal rank still in the ancient ruins?" Fairy Lychee had no idea how to address this man. She was technically Cheng Lin, but at the same time, she also wasn't Cheng Lin. She was in a very awkward position. Moreover, she wasn't too familiar with this senior. "Don't worry. I temporarily locked him up. You don't have to worry about him messing up your life," wielder of the wool-striped dragon said with a smile. "Thank you, senior. I don't have any other question for now." "Goodbye," Fairy Lychee said. Then, she also disappeared. Next, Venerable White sipped his tea, and stood up. "Fellow Taoist, I'll also take my leave." Fellow Taoist White, don't you want to stay for a little longer?" Wielder of the wool-striped dragon said warmly. "I've drunk to the point of bursting, I can't sit still anymore." Venerable White smiled. Thereupon, after Wielder of the wool-striped dragon had delivered him a ton of tea leaves, Venerable White likewise disappeared. Now, only Song Shuhang and Wielder of the wool-striped dragon were left in the room. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he didn't know where to start. "Senior, can my questions wait until I've finished reorganizing my thoughts?" "I'll look for you again when I'm finished," Song Shuhang probed. "Sure," Wielder of the wool-striped dragon said with a smile. "Hopefully, you'll be able to live until the next time I wake up." "Senior, for how long are you going to sleep?" Song Shuhang asked. "If I have to give an estimate, I would say around 10,000 years, possibly even longer. If you reach the Venerable Realm, you'll be able to live long enough to see me again," Wielder of the wool-striped dragon replied. Song Shuhang. One couldn't become a venerable simply because they wished so. In addition, who knew if there would still be a guy named Song Shuhang in this world 10,000 years later? "Are you sure you want to wait until the next time?" Wielder of the wool-striped dragon asked. I'll ponder the question right now," Song Shuhang said. "First, I would like to congratulate you for freeing yourself." While dreaming, he saw that Wielder of the wool-striped dragon wanted to free himself from the position of Wielder of the Will. The Golden Lotus in the scholarly faction and the sinful Black Lotus in the Netherworld realm were just tools that wielder of the wool-striped dragon had created in order to free himself. Now, it seemed that wielder of the wool-striped dragon had succeeded. He was still living safely, while the wielder of the will in the outside world had changed several times. Do you really think so? Heh. Wielder of the wool-striped dragon revealed a bitter smile. Then, he sighed faintly. The smile on his face disappeared, and the aura around his body changed. That gentle and kind aura became cold and indifferent. Was the gentle aura from before just a camouflage? You are striped dragon too? Song Shuhang blurted out. This cold aura didn't belong to wielder of the wool-striped dragon, it belonged to that striped dragon too in the Netherworld realm. When he was dreaming of the life of the Golden Lotus, Song Shuhang had frequently come in contact with the cold and murderous aura of striped dragon too after taking root in that unholy pond in the Netherworld realm. The white-robed man said, "What the hell is this striped dragon too? Don't tell me this is how you have been calling me all along. Careful that I don't chop you to pieces." Song Shuhang. Anyway, it seems you are safe and sound. In that case, what about Mr. Third Wielder of the Will? Song Shuhang asked, conveniently changing the nickname of the opposite party. I don't know, Striped Dragon 2 said. The original plan was to combine the golden and black lotus flowers, creating a brand new world. But later, this plan was put on indefinite hiatus, while that guy started to forge a primordial treasure. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber? Song Shuhang said. He remembered that the result of his appraisal technique had mentioned that the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was a primordial treasure that the third wielder of the will had left behind before disappearing. Right, it's precisely that godly weapon. Then, one day, I suddenly lost consciousness, Striped Dragon 2 said. I thought that it was time for me to disappear, but when I woke up, I found myself in this strange world. This world is seemingly the fusion between the world of the Black Lotus and the world of the Golden Lotus, but at the same time, it's also somewhat different. It's quite obvious that that guy secretly fiddled with this world. After that, Cheng Lin's original version appeared beside me, Striped Dragon 2 slowly continued. After I regained consciousness, the original Cheng Lin used her way to immortality to give birth to my new self, breaking into various fragments immediately after. It was quite obvious that this world, similar to the worlds of the Black and Golden Lotuses, as well as the ghost spirit Cheng Lin, were things that wielder of the wool-striped dragon had specially prepared for Striped Dragon 2. Afterward, I collected, with much difficulty, the majority of Cheng Lin's fragments. However, the ghost spirit contract between I and this incomplete version of Cheng Lin could have broken at any time. Therefore, I created anew the second-generation Cheng Lin, and then placed her in the body of a human cultivator, making the two of them sign a contract. As for what happened afterward, you should have more or less guessed it. Song Shuhang nodded slightly, and then suddenly asked, Senior, why are you telling me all this? Is it possible that I'm the reincarnation of the third wielder of the will? Striped Dragon 2 stared at Song Shuhang, and said, It's pretty normal to hope to have a good dream while sleeping. Chapter 925 Is it possible that old Northern River's face is really that handsome? Song Shuhang. Just in this fashion, Song Shuhang and Striped Dragon 2 stared at each other for a long time. In that case, what person's reincarnation am I? Song Shuhang asked. A lot of people already mistook me for a certain, slow-witted Song. If you are going to tell me that I'm not anyone's reincarnation, I won't believe it. In addition, he had come in contact with the Imperial Pearl twice, and the pearl had shattered both times. There was definitely something strange about it. You really aren't anyone's reincarnation. You are just you. A human cultivator named Song Shuhang with pretty good luck, Striped Dragon 2 said in all seriousness. Really? Song Shuhang asked again. Really, Striped Dragon 2 assured him. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang rejoiced a little, but he was also somewhat disappointed. He rejoiced because he wasn't anyone's reincarnation and hadn't been reborn. He was just himself, only Song Shuhang. As for why he was disappointed, it was still for the same reason. In that case, who is slow-witted Song? Song Shuhang asked. I heard from Lin that she had a good friend named Slow-Witted Song, however, this should only be a nickname. As for the real Taoist name of the opposite party, I don't know it. In addition, I've never seen this slow-witted Song before. I'm not all-knowing, Striped Dragon 2 said. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang was somewhat disappointed. Then, after pondering for a moment, he said, Senior, can I ask 2 more questions? Go ahead, Striped Dragon 2 said with a gentle nod. First question, is the current wielder of the will a ball? Song Shuhang asked. I have no idea. I'm actually hiding from the current wielder of the will. There is no way I will investigate or come in contact with the opposite party, Striped Dragon 2 replied. If the current wielder of the will learned of his existence, countless troubles would come his way. Right, in that case, the last question. Why did the third wielder of the will suddenly decide to leave his position? Song Shuhang was really curious about this matter. The wielder of the will. All the cultivators in the world, as well as practitioners of other systems, dreamt of becoming the one and only wielder of the will. As such, why was wielder of the will Striped Dragon planning to resign from his position back then? I know the answer to this question. However, are you sure you want to know this secret? The corner of Striped Dragon 2's mouth rose. After knowing this secret, don't even think about leaving this world of mine. As long as you leave this world after coming to know this secret and enter the main world, the heavenly tribulation will reduce you to ashes, and no one will be able to save you. Therefore, are you sure you still want to know it? Song Shuhang. Nevertheless, he could feel from Striped Dragon 2's words that perhaps becoming the wielder of the will wasn't as wonderful as the various cultivators thought. Thank you, Senior. I can't recall any other question at the moment, Song Shuhang said. In that case, do you have any matter you need my help with? In this world, very few people were willing to do you a favor without asking you anything in return. One of the fundamental rules of the 9 provinces number 1 group was that if there was an investment, there would be a return, and Song Shuhang really liked this rule. Striped Dragon 2 basically told him the whole truth without holding anything back, giving him a lot of valuable information. Such being the case, Striped Dragon 2 probably needed him to do something as well, right? Oh. Striped Dragon 2 tilted his head. Soon after, he patted his folding fan, and said, I see. Although it was just a casual conversation as far as I was concerned, it was actually something of value for you? Such being the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Song Shuhang, did I just say something stupid? Actually, I discovered that the nucleus of the lotus that Guy had planted was now concealed inside your body, and that it had evolved into a small world. Therefore, I brought you here so that I could take a look at you, that was all. But since you want to give me a hand, Striped Dragon 2 struck the palm of his hand with the folding fan, and said, help me with 2 matters. Song Shuhang said, do tell. I'll try my best to complete the task. Since he had dug his own grave, he could only clench his teeth and jump inside. First, help me look for Lin. If you find her, tell her that I've woken up, and that she should come over and look for me if she has time. A good girl should return home on time, and not always stay outside, causing trouble, Striped Dragon 2 said. Song Shuhang nodded. If I meet Lin, I'll convey these words to her. Second, if there is a chance, help me look for Lin's fragments, Striped Dragon 2 said in a soft voice. There was a fragment of Lin inside the body of Song Shuhang's current ghost spirit, Yi Si. Therefore, thanks to the fact that the fragments would resonate with one another, Song Shuhang was the most suitable person to look for Lin's fragments. In addition, Striped Dragon too had a hunch that he would be able to summon Shenron, ugh, that stupid Striped Dragon, if he managed to collect all of Cheng Lin's pieces. I understand. I'll try my best to complete these 2 tasks, Song Shuhang replied. Striped Dragon too waved his hand, and said, very well. Since there isn't anything else, you can leave by yourself. I won't send you off personally. Song Shuhang said, You won't whiz me away like the others? You can whiz away on your own and go back. You are just returning to your house, do you really want me to see you off until the door? Striped Dragon too tilted his head and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang felt that the eyes of the senior were filled with concern for his stupidity. Soon after, Song Shuhang gave a mental order, and whizzed back into his body. After he left, Striped Dragon too assumed his true form, transforming into a one-legged striped dragon that overshadowed the entire world. No matter how I looked at him, he's nothing but an ordinary human cultivator. He's not the reincarnation of a powerful person or someone that used some method to come back to life. He's no different than other human cultivators that you can find everywhere in the streets. As if that wasn't enough, he isn't even that handsome. But what was the deal with his innate skill? He can unexpectedly get into the memories and lives of other people through his dreams? This ability of his really makes me envious. After muttering to himself, Striped Dragon too closed his eyes, and fell into deep sleep. At this time, on the Heavenly Island. The Heavenly Island was another name for that mysterious island that Song Shuhang and the others had visited in the past. But, after leaving the island, they had lost part of their memories. In a certain place on this small island, a silver-haired woman was dragging Northern River's loose cultivator around, showing him around the Heavenly Island. This Northern River's loose cultivator was obviously Immortal Master Copper Trigram in disguise. The reason he had decided to disguise as Northern River was that Copper Trigram was someone that didn't believe in heretical beliefs. He believed that the silver-haired woman was pestering him because he had sought death and disguised as Northern River's loose cultivator's ex-girlfriend during the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City. This silver-haired woman then fell in love at first sight with Northern River's ex-girlfriend. Therefore, today, he intentionally changed his appearance into that of Northern River's loose cultivator, who was also present on the scene back then. But although he had changed his appearance, that silver-haired woman was still looking at him with a lustful gaze, no, with a loving gaze. As such, it was obvious that what the opposite party liked wasn't his outward appearance. In that case, did she like his inward appearance? What inward appearance? He wasn't even familiar with this silver-haired woman, so what inward appearance did she like? That being the case, what did this powerful person like about him? His smell? His appearance? Or his strength? No matter what it was, Immortal Master Copper Trigram could just change it. While he was in deep thought, the silver-haired woman brought Immortal Master Copper Trigram to a graveyard. In the past, when the ancient Heavenly City fell, we collected the remains of a few members of the Heavenly City, and buried them here, the silver-haired woman explained to Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Is this the graveyard where the members of the ancient Heavenly City are buried? Immortal Master Copper Trigram looked all around. Although this place was permeated with an aura of death, there was no trace of resentment. It seemed that a righteous senior monk or Taoist expert had ferried the souls here. Wait a moment, you are actually a survivor of the ancient Heavenly City? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked. You can say that, the silver-haired woman faintly said as she caressed her long hair. Copper Trigram was sweeping the various tombstones when he suddenly saw 2 tombs positioned in an elevated position. On the one on the left side was written, Tomb of the Old Heavenly Emperor. On the one on the right was written, Tomb of the New Heavenly Emperor. The tomb of the Old Heavenly Emperor was clean and shining. It seemed that someone came over to clean it frequently. As for the tomb of the New Heavenly Emperor, there were all kinds of weapons stuck in it. It seemed that someone came over to vent their anger rather frequently. Why are there two tombs for the Heavenly Emperor? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked out of curiosity. Were there two Heavenly Emperors? In addition, didn't they say that the Heavenly Emperor had disappeared? Don't tell me that he's dead already. It's only a tomb with the personal effects inside, without the body. No one actually knows if the Heavenly Emperor is still alive or not, the silver-haired woman said in a soft voice. When it came to someone as powerful as the Heavenly Emperor, one couldn't say for sure whether they were dead or alive without seeing the body first. But if the Heavenly Emperor was still alive, why hadn't he shown himself even after so many years had passed? The silver-haired woman shrugged her shoulders, and said, as for why there are two tombs, I don't know, either. The day I came to the Heavenly Island, there were already two tombs. Aren't you a survivor of the ancient Heavenly City? Immortal Master Copper Trigram asked in puzzlement. When I was living in the Heavenly City, my strength wasn't that high, and there were many things I didn't know. I saw the Heavenly Emperor a few times. He was a very gentle man, and also very handsome. Unfortunately, I wasn't attracted to him, the silver-haired woman said in all seriousness. Still, you are also quite handsome, my dear. When are we going to have a baby? Immortal Master Copper Trigram rubbed his face. Being told that he was handsome, while disguised as Northern River's loose cultivator, didn't make Copper Trigram happy. Which part of that Northern River guy was handsome? As far as he was concerned, Northern River had an ordinary face, the type that you wouldn't recognize anymore if he was thrown into a crowd of people. I feel that my current appearance isn't handsome in the least, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. No. Dear, you look very handsome right now. Even my heartbeat is speeding up, the silver-haired woman said. Don't say stuff like that. I'll feel sad if you keep praising my current appearance, Immortal Master Copper Trigram said. Quickly say that this face is ugly and that it makes you feel like throwing up, or that you feel like punching it. The silver-haired woman pondered for a moment, and said, No, I can't. I find it hard to say these things that go against my feelings. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. F***CK, is it possible that old Northern River's face is really that handsome, and that I ignored his handsomeness because I was too busy hating him? Where has time gone? I still haven't taken a proper look at you, and my eyes are failing already 4 days later. September 6th, early morning. Today, Song Shuhang's university was going to start officially. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, concluding his meditation. Then, he said, Senior White, I've already finished practicing the self-recovery technique inscribed on these 6 stone walls. Since it's almost time, I'm heading to the Jiangnan area. After leaving Striped Dragon 2's world, Song Shuhang and the others returned to Qinglin's ruins. Aside from that recording with her speech, there were also 6 stone walls with a secret technique inscribed on them in Qinglin's ruins. After learning the self-recovery secret technique inscribed on those stone walls, one would be able to regrow their severed limbs. In addition, it also contained information about Qinglin's path to immortality. Therefore, Venerable White brought everyone to see those 6 stone walls so that they could study the secret technique inscribed on them. While studying, time passed by, and it was already the 6th of September. During these several days, the various fellow Taoists all obtained some good results. Among the 6 people that Venerable White brought to the ruins, Fairy Lychee was the first one to comprehend the secret technique. After all, she was Qinglin's twin sister, and it was a piece of cake for her to learn that secret technique. Then was Northern River's loose cultivator. Since he had advanced to the true monarch realm, his comprehension skills and understanding of the Great Way were higher than the other fellow Taoists. The third person to learn the secret technique was unexpectedly Song Shuhang. Due to the special relationship between Yi Si and Qinglin, Song Shuhang obtained twice the result with half the effort while learning the secret technique. After studying the technique, he could very quickly regrow some parts of his body, in this case, his hair. Song Shuhang suspected that it was related to the hair-growing technique he had learned from Dharma King creation in the past. After the hair-growing technique and Chenglin's self-recovery technique resonated, he gained a superficial understanding of the ability to regrow one's severed limbs. Unfortunately, even if he could use Chenglin's self-recovery technique, the only thing he could regrow for now was his hair. If he really wanted to reach a level where he could regrow limbs, he would have to practice diligently. Venerable White said. "Oh, today is the 6th day of the month. Your university starts today, right?" "Yes. It's the first day of the new semester, and I have to show up," Song Shuhang said. Moreover, his training session had come to an end, and it was pointless to keep sitting in front of these stone walls. Anyway, Venerable White had planned to head to that forbidden area Taoist priest Li Tiansu had discovered on the 7th and 8th of September. It was weekend during that period, and as long as Venerable White was willing to put some effort into it, 2 days should be enough to explore a forbidden area. Hopefully, they would be able to find the cure to Li Yingzhu's disease in there. At this time, Northern River's loose cultivator also opened his eyes, and asked, "Right, little friend Shuhang, is it really all right for you to go to your university without making preparations?" Song Shuhang said, "Is there any problem? Apocalypse War broke a lot of records recently, and it's getting more and more popular as time passes by. As a result, Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character has deeply taken root in the hearts of people. If you, the one playing Senior Brother Gao Sheng's role, were to head to university just like that, something very interesting might happen," Medicine Master said with a smile. "The situation is already this bad?" Song Shuhang immediately felt uncomfortable. "It's probably even more serious than you think," Rivoli Purple Mist added. "This sounds very interesting. At that time, will there be a long line of people chasing after Song Shuhang throughout the campus?" Fairy Lychee said with a smile. Song Shuhang. Although they wouldn't go as far as chasing after him while shouting, "Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die," and similar things, Apocalypse War was very popular right now. As such, if they discovered that Senior Brother Gao Sheng was someone that studied at the same university as them, the students would surely gather together after class and try to understand what kind of person Senior Brother Gao Sheng was. What Song Shuhang had to consider right now was whether or not he should charge these people a fee if they wanted to look at him. "Seniors, do you have any way to solve this problem? For example, a way to make me less conspicuous?" Song Shuhang asked. Northern River's loose cultivator held his chin, and said, "A way to make you less conspicuous? Is there such a magical technique? Maybe you could try to conceal your aura." Medicine Master said, "It's useless. Concealing one's aura isn't the same as decreasing one's presence. Otherwise, he can just make himself invisible. Just become invisible after getting out of class, and don't let other people find you. Otherwise, he could temporarily leave the university. No, going to school is such an interesting experience, and it would be a pity to drop out." The various seniors got engaged in a heated discussion. At this time, Venerable White gently clapped his hands, and said, "If we are speaking of presence, we should ask a specialist." Northern River's loose cultivator was lost in thought. "For example, Scholar Drunken Heaven." Medicine Master immediately reacted. "Scholar Drunken Sun." The husband sang, and the wife followed. Rivoli Purple Mist also spoke at the same time. Northern River's loose cultivator sighed, and said, "You too, if you really can't remember Scholar Drunken Goon's name, just keep in mind other words that have similar sounds. If Scholar were to hear you, he would get hurt deeply. Keep in mind words with similar sounds? How does that work?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked out of curiosity. "It's a small discovery I've made. I can tell you this secret, but don't let Scholar Drunken Gloom know about it," Northern River's loose cultivator said in a low voice. "Anyway, don't we keep forgetting Scholar Drunken Meme's Taoist name? Therefore, we just have to remember an incorrect Daoist name with a similar pronunciation. If you say it aloud, wouldn't the final result be the same? Since the incorrect Daoist name isn't really Scholar Drunken Mont's Daoist name, we won't have to worry about forgetting it. I see. To think that there was such a method, Medicine Master said in praise. Exactly what you would expect from fellow Daoist Northern River. Your mind is really nimble, Rivoli Purple Mist said. Therefore, as long as I can remember Scholar Drugged Goon's incorrect Daoist name, I can say it aloud and obtain the same effect, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. After saying this much, he tried to repeat the name several times. As expected, he didn't commit mistakes as long as the pronunciation was similar to Drew ****************. It's a really good method, Venerable White said with a nod. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, even you can't remember Scholar Drunken Toon's Daoist name? I can't remember it too clearly. My memory about it is blurry, Venerable White said. Shuhang, if you don't want to be that conspicuous while in university, perhaps you can ask a fellow Daoist when the bright moon appears to give you a hand. I'll immediately ask him, Song Shuhang said. Said and done. Shuhang took out his mobile phone, and gave Scholar Drunken Toon a call. The phone was quickly picked up. Although it was still early morning, Scholar Drunken Moon was already awake. He was a 6th stage true monarch, and he didn't need to sleep every day. Hello? Is this little friend Shuhang? Did you need something since you called so early in the morning? The voice of the scholar was transmitted from the other end. Senior Drunken Coon, I wanted to ask you a question. Do you have some method to reduce the presence of a person and make them less conspicuous? For example, making them a little invisible and make others feel like neglecting them? Song Shuhang asked. The scholar clenched his teeth, and said, Little friend Shuhang, are you picking a fight? The scholar was very worried about his weak presence, and he had given his all to bask in the limelight for a few seconds during the shooting of the movie. And now? Song Shuhang was asking him if he knew some methods to weaken a person's presence and make them less conspicuous? Was he trying to provoke him? If not for the fact that he had gained some understanding of little friend Song Shuhang's character, he would have definitely thought that Shuhang called him this early in the morning to taunt him. Senior Drunken Moon, that wasn't my intention. Song Shuhang said. Thereupon, he told the senior about how his university was about to start, about how the movie Apocalypse War affected him, about how he needed to keep a low profile and not attract the attention of others. Song Shuhang said, therefore, I followed Senior White's advice, and decided to ask Senior Drunken Moan for help. Do you have any method that can allow me to become somewhat transparent, causing others not to pay attention to me while I'm in university or chase after me while yelling, Senior Brother Gao Sheng must die, and whatnot? The scholar was speechless. For some unknown reason, his eyes started to tear up after hearing Song Shuhang's story. Who was Apocalypse War's big villain? It was him, Scholar Drunken Moon, who played the role of evil General Mingyue. Still, why had the fame of the great villain, evil General Mingyue, not risen even though the movie was such a hit? On the contrary, it was Senior Brother Gao Sheng, who had supposedly already come out clean with his sacrifice, that attracted everyone's attention and became the big villain. The scholar said, Little friend Shuhang, I truly envied Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character. Song Shuhang. Scholar, if you really envy this character, you could have gone ahead and played this role back then. I absolutely wouldn't have been against it. Cough, I more or less understood your situation. If you only want to reduce your presence and become somewhat transparent, I surely have the means. I can prepare a talisman for you, and you can come to get it at my place in 1 hour. A talisman can last for around half a year. If you have the need, I can prepare several of them, and once Apocalypse War's effect is over, it's unlikely that people would bring up Senior Brother Gao Sheng's matter again, the scholar replied. Thank you, Senior. Speaking of which, is there anything Senior needs as of late, or is there something I can do for you in exchange? Song Shuhang asked. From what I remember, little friend Shuhang has a type of spring water that can prolong one's life, is that correct? The scholar asked. Yes. It has the same effects as the lotus seeds from the scholarly faction, and can prolong one's life by 50 years, Song Shuhang replied. In that case, I'll use 10 talismans plus some spirit stones to equal the value of a portion of spring water, the scholar said. He didn't need the living spring for himself. After all, he was a 6th-stage true monarch, and he could still live for a long time. The main reason for this request was that one of his elders didn't have much left to live. Although the spring water increasing his lifespan by 50 years would not prolong his overall lifespan by too much, it was still a pretty good gift for that elder. No problem. It's settled, then. Senior Drew Ken Moan, where are you now? Song Shuhang asked. I'll give you my coordinates, the scholar replied. Venerable White moved his head closer, and looked at the coordinates the scholar had sent over, saying, it's a bit far from here, and it would be troublesome to go there via flying sword. We'll directly go there with the power of space. Thank you, Senior White, Song Shuhang said. There wasn't much time left, and if Senior White was willing to use the power of space to bring him over there, it couldn't be any better. Early morning, 6 a.m. Song Shuhang left that building of medicine master's property in the Jiangnan area, and headed to his university. He was wearing a cosmos bracelet on his left wrist, and there was a nice-looking talisman attached to it. It was the talisman he had gotten from Scholar Drugged Goon, and there was the power of his cultivation technique stored inside. While carrying this talisman, Song Shuhang's presence was greatly weakened. Anyway, since it was the scholar's first time manufacturing this type of talisman, the degree of transparency couldn't be controlled too well after the effect was activated. It seems that the current level of transparency is a little too high, Song Shuhang said, somewhat worried. While he was walking on the road, a bunch of people almost bumped into him because they subconsciously neglected his presence. Thereupon, Song Shuhang had been continuously using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork while walking so that he could dodge the incoming obstacles, practicing his footwork at the same time. However, he got the feeling that he wasn't only transparent, but invisible already. Song Shuhang now understood Scholar Drunken Goon's concern. Nevertheless, the effects of the talisman were very good. While he had the talisman with him, he would hardly attract anyone's attention. Under these circumstances, he didn't need to worry about senior brother Gao Sheng's character troubling him. Teacher, when will I start studying soul-ferrying techniques? The little bird standing on Song Shuhang's shoulder suddenly asked. She was Song Shuhang's first real disciple, Little Kai, the virtuous Buddhist sabersman. When they headed to Cheng Lin's ruins back then, Venerable White didn't bring Little Kai along. Little Kai had only come over now that Song Shuhang's university was about to start. Don't be impatient. I've already contacted that Western monk friend, and he just happened to be close to the Jiangnan area. He'll reach Jiangnan University town this afternoon. At that time, I'll borrow the diary of the ascetic senior monk and Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture from him and let you take a look. After that, you'll be able to comprehend the most suitable soul-ferrying technique for you from the texts, Song Shuhang replied. After Little Kai had learned a soul-ferrying technique, he could conveniently ask the Western monk if there was any person that needed to ferry souls here in the Jiangnan area and make Little Kai practice a little. At this time, in the proximity of Jiangnan University's eastern gate, the sobbing old man was squatting beside the entrance and silently wiping his tears. How come Mr. Song hasn't arrived yet? According to my information, he was supposed to pass from here to get into his university, the sobbing old man muttered to himself. The last time, he followed Su Clan 7, and headed to the place where the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group were shooting their movie. His original plan was to get in touch with Song Shuhang and Yi Si. After all, if he wanted to study the following part of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, he could only look for Yi Si. But afterward, a lot of unexpected things happened, and he was unable to meet with Song Shuhang I. Today, he decided to look for Mr. Song and tell him that he wanted to learn the rest of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Anyway, just as the sobbing old man was in deep thought, Song Shuhang brushed past him, mixed in the crowd. The effects of the talisman the scholar had manufactured were truly excellent. When Song Shuhang quietly brushed past the sobbing old man didn't pay him any attention, and just regarded him as an ordinary passerby. At this time, in Jiangnan University's Mechanical Engineering Department, Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy, Department 19, Class 43. The teacher in charge of the class and the advisor were looking at a pile of papers placed in front of them while also shooting glances at each other. This was True Monarch White Crane's school transfer request, and it had specifically requested to be transferred to the 19th Department, Class 43. Below True Monarch White Crane's transfer request, there was another transfer request that belonged to a young girl named Sher. One was an older girl that was pretending to be young and transferring into the university through personal connections. The other was a young girl around the age of 10, who was likewise transferring into the university through personal connections. The teacher in charge of the class and the advisor of the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy, Department 19, Class 43, didn't know how to ridicule this whole situation. Let's talk about the older girl first. She was a Chinese citizen living abroad, surnamed Bai and named He. She had graduated from a world-famous university, and she had a PhD in 3 different subjects. As if that wasn't enough, she had also published several theses that had deeply shocked the academic community. Did her mother know that her daughter was this amazing? Anyway, a PhD in 3 different subjects, coupled with those achievements in the academic community, was more than enough to hold a teaching post at Jiangnan University. If she had come here as a teacher, the Jiangnan University would have immediately welcomed her. But Miss Bai He decided to transfer here as a student, and pointed out that she wanted to transfer to the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy, Department 19, Class 43. Was she making fun of them? Or had she read so many books that she had turned into an idiot? They were completely unable to understand her train of thought. Perhaps this was the difference between ordinary people and geniuses? In addition, the 2 teachers found this Miss Bai He somewhat familiar. Right, an actress from that movie that was very popular as of late, Apocalypse War, looked very similar to Miss Bai He. Sure enough, this time around, True Monarch White Crane had come to China in its feminine form. As for that other girl called Sher, she was 10 years old this year, and she was admitted into the Jiangnan University after passing the entrance examination. She was without a doubt a child prodigy. During the past years, child prodigies had frequently appeared in China, getting admitted into world-famous universities at a very young age. But why hadn't this girl obediently started from the first year of the university, and instead decided to directly jump to the second year? And just like that Miss Bai He from before, this girl called Sher had also requested to be transferred to the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy, Department 19, Class 43. Was there some big boss hiding in Class 43? In the meantime, Song Shuhang was seated in the familiar classroom of his university. He had casually sat in one corner, looking very satisfied. The effects of Senior Drunken Monk's protective talisman were truly something. After he got into the classroom, no one paid any attention to him. He was like the invisible man of the class. He was very happy with how things were proceeding. At this time, he felt like a bystander quietly overlooking everything that was happening in the classroom. Summer vacation was now over, and the various fellow Taoists, classmates had gathered together to discuss their experiences. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and started to chat happily. The content of their conversations was rather diverse. They told each other where they had gone during summer vacation. They also discussed interesting games, and talked about amusing events or good movies that were screened lately. Of course, whenever the topic shifted to movies, they couldn't help but mention Apocalypse War and talk about the various main characters and supporting characters. Ling Yi, the most handsome main character in history, and senior brother Gao Sheng, the evilest villain in history, obviously couldn't be forgotten during this kind of conversation. Still, even if they were talking about senior brother Gao Sheng, no one paid attention to Song Shuhang, who was seated in one corner. It felt as though the world had forgotten about his existence. Song Shuhang's rating of Senior Drunken Monk's talisman was a perfect score of 5 out of 7. Anyway, after hearing his classmates, Song Shuhang couldn't help but recall his own summer vacation. Racing with tractors, losing memories on the mysterious island, chancing upon a bunch of assassins and saving Chu, battling on the grievance-settling platform. The hand-guided tractor competition, the trip to space, the meeting with senior 7th cultivator of true virtue, the exploration of the ancient grave, chancing upon the crystal-clear water pavilion, and meeting Yi Si. After that, he dragged the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group to film Apocalypse War, and halfway through the filming, they even participated in the great battle between the scholarly faction and the demons of the Netherworld realm. Then, he visited the 250th branch and the pyramid in its underground area, and before the start of his university, he also secretly crossed swords with the ruler of the Netherworld, the ball of liquid metal. Had so many things really happened during a single summer vacation? Luckily, this eventful summer vacation was now over, and his ordinary life as a student could start again. He wanted to thoroughly enjoy this hard-to-come-by peace and temporarily push the matters related to the world of cultivators aside. Just as he was thinking this, Song Shuhang couldn't help but quietly practice the 33 divine beasts technique. Cultivation sure was addicting. Whenever a cultivator had free time, they would subconsciously start practicing and enjoy the wonderful feeling of having true qi travel through their meridians. Speaking of which, how come Shuhang hasn't arrived yet? Didn't he say that he completed his registration on the first day of the month? The voice of Song Shuhang's friend, Gao Momu, echoed at this time. Gao Momu had dark circles under his eyes today. He hadn't slept well for the past few days. Alongside Apocalypse War getting more and more popular, Gao Momu was also getting more and more excited. After all, he was the one that had written the plot of the movie. Who knows? Tubo hung up the phone and sighed. Did someone invite you to participate in another play? Yangda asked. Yes. Tubo sighed faintly. With Song Shuhang's help, the 3 of them had also managed to play a small part in Apocalypse War, showing their faces to the public. After the movie became popular, Yangda and Gao Momu weren't affected too much, but Tubo would frequently receive calls and get invited to act into plays. The reason was that everyone found Tubo's face rather funny, thinking that he was very suitable to act in comedies. Funny your brother-in-law. In addition, Tubo's dream wasn't to become an actor, but to open a car repairing shop or a car modifying factory. Is it possible that Shuhang is afraid of coming to university? After all, he played senior brother Gao Sheng's character too well. Hee, Gao Momu said with a smile. Speaking of which, he felt that he had been too lucky. Originally, senior brother Gao Sheng was the tailor-made character that he had created for himself. Luckily, he managed to throw it at Song Shuhang in the end. Otherwise, the one that everyone wanted to drag into the streets and tear to pieces would have been him, Gao Momu. Right, during those days when Apocalypse War was just screened, I had a nightmare every night. In the dream, I was the one that ended up playing senior brother Gao Sheng's role, and people started to chase after me, Gao Momu said. But in the second half of the dream, senior brother Gao Sheng would suddenly turn into Song Shuhang, and I would start chasing after him. It was rather funny. Just as the 3 roommates were discussing, a voice echoed in their ears. I'm here. It was Song Shuhang's voice. The 3 roommates turned their heads around, and discovered that Song Shuhang was seated right beside them. F***CK, Shuhang, when did you arrive? Tubo got a scare. Shuhang had randomly appeared there, just like a ghost. I've been sitting here since the beginning, even before you guys came over. I watched you as you entered the class and sat beside me, starting to gossip about me, Song Shuhang said with a serious expression on his face. Gao Momu. Tubo. Yangda. Around 8 a.m. The advisor brought the two new students along, and pushed the door of the classroom open. While showing the way to the two new students, he also gave them a simple introduction to the courses of the university, and told them about a few things they had to keep in mind. After entering the classroom, the advisor clapped his hands, hinting the students to quiet down. Summer vacation is over. Therefore, everyone should quickly return to reality and start studying. In addition, I'll introduce two new classmates today. The advisor of class 43 wasn't someone that liked wasting time with useless talk. He was a very direct man. On the left is student Bai He. She is a Chinese citizen that has returned from abroad. However, she already has, forget it. Everybody, be sure to get along with her well. At first, the advisor thought about telling the other students that Miss Bai He had a PhD in 3 different subjects, but he later felt that it was something superfluous. Ia, Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda looked at the new student, Bai He, with surprised expressions. Wasn't this the same Miss Bai He that had shot the movie alongside them? How come she had decided to transfer exactly to their class? Right, she played the part of Song Shuhang's lover in the movie. Was it possible that love had sparked among them during the filming? Was this the reason Miss Bai He had come to study here from abroad? Thereupon, they turned their heads around, and looked at the nearby Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had a calm expression on his face. He was aware that true monarch White Crane wanted to transfer over, and he had already mentally prepared himself. Since he knew this information beforehand, he wasn't surprised. However, when that other new student appeared, Song Shuhang was unable to stay calm. The advisor introduced the second student. This is the other new student. Her name is Shi, and her surname is Song. She's still very young, and I'll leave her in your care. All the students in the classroom were shocked. Although they had frequently seen or heard about child prodigies on the internet, it was their first time seeing one in real life. Song Shuhang was shocked. PFFF, why the hell had Shi transferred to his class? In addition, wasn't her name just Shi? When did she become Song Shi? Elder brother Shuhang. Shi happily waved at Song Shuhang. All the people in the classroom immediately turned toward Song Shuhang. As a result, Song Shuhang's transparent status became useless. It's Song Shuhang. When did he get in the classroom? Senior brother Gao Sheng, senior brother Gao Sheng. Shuhang, I want an autograph in addition, do you know Ling Yi? Can you give me his contact? Wait a moment, aren't you mixing things up? Senior brother Gao Sheng must die. The classroom immediately fell into chaos. Song Shuhang felt that he was done for. In the end, a talisman was just a talisman, and it wouldn't allow Song Shuhang to turn into scholar drunken goon. While carrying this talisman, his presence was weakened, making him somewhat transparent. However, he wasn't truly invisible. If everyone's attention was centralized on his body, the effect of the talisman would weaken a lot. At this time, Miss Bai He swept the classroom with her beautiful eyes, slightly furrowing her brows afterward. In the next moment, she arrived beside Song Shuhang with large strides, slamming her hands on Song Shuhang's desk. True, fellow classmate Bai He, hello. Is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. True monarch White Crane clenched its teeth, and said, tell me. Where is Senior White? Where are you hiding him? Song Shuhang blinked his eyes, and replied, Senior White is probably home playing video games. True monarch White Crane lowered its voice, and said, that's impossible. I went to your place and took a look before coming to university. Damn it, you are actually living together with Senior White. By he equals Pinyin for White Crane. This is a meme, Google it if you don't know about it. Please, don't use ambiguous terms such as living together, alright? Can two men living inside a multi-storied building really be considered to be living together? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he continued in a low voice, who knows, perhaps Senior White got bored and decided to take a walk outside? Senior White was already used to living in modern society. Therefore, it was quite normal that he would head outside to relax. True Monarch White Crane coldly snorted, and said via secret sound transmission, "That's impossible. Before transferring to this university, I looked into this matter very carefully, and according to my information, Senior White should have transferred to this place as well. In the past, I heard Senior White mention that he was an orphan and didn't have an opportunity to go to school. Therefore, he really wanted to try how it felt. I'm pretty sure that he transferred to this class as well so that he could study alongside you. Now, tell me. Where did you hide Senior White? Senior White transferred to Jiangnan University? But he didn't tell me anything about it." Song Shuhang replied via secret sound transmission, clearly dumbfounded. At the same time, he recalled that Venerable White had told Cave Lord Snow Wolf to prepare some documents for him a while ago. Was it possible that Senior White really wanted to transfer to his university as a student? Stop playing dumb, and tell me where Senior White is. If you spill the beans right now, I won't punish you. True Monarch White Crane continued via secret sound transmission. From everyone else's perspective. The pretty Miss Bai He slammed her hands on Song Shuhang's desk and stared at him. Song Shuhang didn't show weakness, and likewise stared at Bai He. The two looked at each other's eyes without saying a word. However, it still felt as though they were silently exchanging. I remember now. Classmate Bai He played the role of senior brother Gao Sheng's lover in Apocalypse War. I see, one of the students suddenly remembered this matter. As a result, various classmates started giggling. I really don't know. I'm telling the truth, Song Shuhang said with a bitter smile. It seems you won't spill the beans until you have 1 foot in the grave. True Monarch White Crane smiled. Then, she suddenly made her move, and held Song Shuhang in her arms, lifting him from his chair. The speed of a 6th-stage True Monarch was too high, and Song Shuhang didn't have the time to react. Teacher, classmate Shuhang doesn't feel too well. I'll bring him to the infirmary. True Monarch White Crane said to the advisor with a smile on its face. The advisor was dumbfounded at first. Then, just as though he had realized something, he nodded, and said, "Go." He had finally understood why Miss Bai He had come to China from so far away. It was to see this student called Song Shuhang. This was true love. Thereupon, although Song Shuhang looked fine, the advisor still gave his permission, and Miss Bai He brought him to the infirmary. True Monarch White Crane shot a grateful glance at the advisor, and stretched out its hand, placing Song Shuhang in its embrace. It felt like a knight carrying a princess. The man could be considered handsome, and the woman was petite and delicate. Therefore, the scene playing before their eyes should have been beautiful. Too bad that their roles were reversed. The petite True Monarch White Crane hugged Song Shuhang in its embrace, and brought him to the infirmary with quick steps. The resulting scene was eye-blinding. Wait a moment, not like this. True, classmate Bai He, I beg you, don't hold me like this. Let's change position, alright? Carry me on your shoulder. Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang struggled with all his might, but how could a small cultivator of the 3rd stage break free of the grip of True Monarch White Crane, who was a 6th stage True Monarch? Tell me where Senior White is, and I'll put you down. The corner of True Monarch White Crane's mouth rose into an evil smile. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and said, I really don't know. Why would no one believe the truth sometimes? There is still some time left before we reach the infirmary. Therefore, you still have an opportunity to spill the beans, true monarch White Crane said. Song Shuhang. It was over, his life was really over. He wouldn't get out of this alive. Elder brother Shuhang. Loli sure blinked her eyes as she looked at Senior White Crane and Senior Brother Shuhang disappearing into the distance, clearly at a loss for words. Bang! The door of the infirmary was pushed open. The infirmary wasn't in the same building as Song Shuhang's classroom, and there was a small playground between them. Along the way, Song Shuhang felt that countless pairs of blazing eyes were gazing at him as he was carried around like a princess. Even though he covered his face, it wasn't of much help. This time, he was truly done for. In the infirmary. After the door was pushed open, a low and deep voice echoed. It's only the first day of university, and there are already students that have fallen ill? This voice was very familiar. Song Shuhang couldn't help but turn his head around and look in the direction the voice had come from. Then, he saw a man wearing a black windbreaker resting his chin in his hand. At the same time, he was quickly drawing complicated formations on an A4 size paper with his free hand. Little friend Shuhang, as well as Senior White Crane. Why did you come here? Is little friend Shuhang injured? The man wearing the windbreaker asked. Senior Seven Lives Talisman, how come you are here? Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Oh, as you can see, I'm now working as a doctor at the university. I just recently accepted this job offer, and had Cave Lord Snow Wolf deal with the various procedures for me. Senior, I was asking you the reason you are here. Didn't you recently complete your preparations and were ready to advance in realm?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Yes, I was indeed getting ready to break through. But before starting the process, there were several other matters I needed to do first. For example, prepare the formations to transcend the tribulation and whatnot. As you can see, I was drawing the improved version of those formations right now. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman laughed, and pointed at the A4 size paper in front of him. But since you have to arrange those formations, why did you bother coming here and become a doctor? Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is it possible that you once vowed that you would become a school doctor and save people? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman explained, No, of course not. I restrained myself lately, and I didn't make too many vows. The reason I came here as a doctor is a deal I've made with Senior White. The deal with Senior White? What is the meaning of this? After hearing these words, true monarch White Crane threw Song Shuhang to one side. It's like this. Senior White was planning to live in Jiangnan University town for a while to experience how school life felt. But at the same time, he was worried that he might get too excited or get distracted, and it wouldn't be good if he carelessly injured the students. Therefore, he asked me to assume command of the infirmary in order to be prepared for all eventualities. As a reward, Senior White will personally improve the formations I need to transcend the tribulation, making them even more perfect. Originally, fellow Taoist medicine master was the one that should have come here, becoming the new school doctor, but since he comprehended a lot of things lately, he decided to close up a little, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman explained. Venerable White was indeed very dangerous when distracted. It seemed he knew himself very well. Fellow Taoist Seven Lives Talisman, shouldn't it be rather easy for you to arrange those formations to transcend the heavenly tribulation given your skills? True monarch White Crane asked out of curiosity. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman was someone with a lot of connections, and had a huge influence backing him. Therefore, some small formations to transcend the heavenly tribulation should be nothing for him. It is indeed easy to arrange a few formations that would allow me to transcend my tribulation, however, if Senior White improves these formations first, there is a chance it might increase the number of dragon patterns on my golden core. Who knows, perhaps I'll be able to condense a golden core with 8 dragon patterns. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said smugly. You really made a profit this time. True Monarch White Crane said. It's all thanks to Senior White guiding and helping juniors like us, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. Then, he looked at Song Shuhang, and said, Right, where is little friend Song Shuhang injured? Come here and let me have a look. Although my medical skills are no match for those of fellow Taoist medicine master, they are still pretty good. I'm not injured anywhere, Song Shuhang said. The only thing that was wounded was my heart. Now, I'm too ashamed to show my face around. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. You brought it upon yourself by not telling me where Senior White was. I even gave you several opportunities to spill the beans on our way here, True Monarch White Crane said. Senior, I really don't know where Senior White is. If I knew, I would tell you already. After all, it's not like this is a secret or anything. Song Shuhang then added, in addition, don't you feel that Senior 7 Lives Talisman might know more than me? Right. True Monarch White Crane's eyes immediately lit up. Then, it turned its head toward Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, and said, Fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman, do you know where Senior White is? I searched the whole Jiangnan University, but was unable to find his aura. Senior White isn't in Jiangnan University town right now. Actually, this morning, he indeed wanted to come over to take a look. But just as he was riding the flying sword alongside me, he saw that the next-door university was teaching how to perform acrobatic feats with excavators. Thereupon, he changed his mind, and went to learn how to operate an excavator, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said. Song Shuhang. True Monarch White Crane. This was very Senior White-like. Why is a university teaching how to perform acrobatic feats with an excavator? Just what kind of university is this? True Monarch White Crane couldn't help but ridicule. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said, it's a specialized university that teaches how to operate excavators. I looked at what was going on from the sky, and those acrobatic feats with the excavator were pretty interesting. Aside from excavators, they also teach how to drive normal vehicles. It's different from an ordinary driving school where they will only teach you enough to pass the exam. The aim of this university is to turn people into true experts with great driving skills. Senior White already forwarded the name of this university to Fairy Dongfang 6, and she seemed really interested. Song Shuhang, True Monarch White Crane, wait a moment, Fairy Dongfang 6 wants to learn how to drive a car? This isn't a joking matter. Fellow Taoist 7 Lives Talisman, I feel that you shouldn't stay in Jiangnan University, but head to that nearby university instead. My intuition is telling me that they'll need a doctor way more than Jiangnan University. True Monarch White Crane said in all seriousness. In that hand-guided tractor competition that was held some time ago, Fairy Dongfang 6 had carried out an all-out slaughter, and the scene where she had rolled over so many fellow Taoists to death was hard to forget. I can't. I promised Venerable White that I would stay in Jiangnan University town as a doctor. A deal is a deal, and it can't be changed on a whim, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman said with a smile. Song Shuhang felt that it was over. Not only for him, but also for those guys in that university next to his. True Monarch White Crane said, Little friend Shuhang, I'll trouble you to tell that teacher that I'll leave early. We'll meet another time. After getting that information about Venerable White, True Monarch White Crane was no longer interested in staying in Jiangnan University as a student. At this time, it wished it could grow an additional pair of wings and head as soon as possible to that other university where they taught how to perform acrobatics with excavators to look for Senior White. Before Song Shuhang could even reply, True Monarch White Crane whizzed outside the infirmary, disappearing without a trace. Song Shuhang. Now then, does fellow Taoist White Crane even know the address of that nearby university? Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman asked. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said, it shouldn't. But if Senior White Crane flies high in the sky and looks downward, it should be able to find that other university. You have a point. Hopefully, fellow Taoist White Crane won't lose its way, Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman said with a nod. Senior Seven Lives Talisman, in that case, I won't bother you further, and will take my leave as well. I'm returning to my classroom, Song Shuhang said. Sure was still in the classroom. Hopefully, she hadn't caused any trouble. Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman waved his hand, and said, see you. Song Shuhang didn't immediately return to his classroom, but stopped at a deserted flower garden first. Then, he quietly stayed there for a while, allowing Scholar Drunken Goon's talisman to take effect again. As long as no one continually paid attention to him, the talisman would once again take effect and weaken his presence, making him somewhat transparent. After that, he would only need to quietly return to his classroom to continue with his peaceful school life. Ah, that sweet, peaceful school life. After seeing that he had become somewhat transparent, Song Shuhang stood up, and prepared to return to his classroom. I've found you, fellow student Song Shuhang. But right at this time, a sweet voice echoed from a place not too far from his position. F***ck, I only got up, and I was already discovered. Song Shuhang turned his head around, and looked in the direction that sweet voice had come from. Then, he saw the figures of two female students. One had a tall and slender build and short black hair. She was wearing tight-fitting jeans, and looked like a model. She was the one that had spoken just now. The other had a petite build, and was one head shorter than her friend. She wore her hair in a neat ponytail, and donned a one-piece dress. She was looking at Song Shuhang with an anxious expression on her face. Song Shuhang looked at the two girls in puzzlement. He had some impression of these two girls since they were both famous beauties at the Jiangnan University. However, they were 1 year older than him, and they weren't in the mechanical engineering department. Still, why were these two girls looking for him? Fellow student Shuhang. At this time, the petite female student stepped forward with a blushing face. Afterward, she seemingly mustered all her courage, and gave a letter to Song Shuhang. Please, accept this letter and let it convey my feelings. Song Shuhang took the letter in puzzlement. Then, he immediately thought of a possibility. Was it possible that it was a love letter? After giving him the letter, that petite girl quickly ran away, red in the face. The tall and slender girl giggled at Song Shuhang, and then followed after her friend. Song Shuhang scratched his head. Now then, did I just receive my first love letter? At this time, Yi stretched out her head, and asked curiously, is this the love letter that females use to confess their feelings to males? Quickly open it, and let me see how a love letter looks like. Song Shuhang smiled, and stretched out his hand, opening the letter. After I learn how to write love letters, do you want me to write some for you? Yi said in all seriousness. Thanks, but there is no need. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. After opening the letter. Dear Song Shuhang, Senior Brother Gao Shang, I really liked fellow student Shuhang, as he played the role of Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character in the movie Apocalypse War. I loved Senior Brother Gao Sheng. Your cool appearance in the movie, as well as when you cruelly oppressed Ling Yi, made me immediately fall in love with Senior Brother Gao Sheng's character and the actor behind him. In other words, you, fellow student Shuhang. While sitting in the movie theater, I couldn't help but take out my mobile phone and write this letter to convey my feelings. Although the wording was somewhat strange at times, the love letter could be still considered a rather normal love letter up until now. Therefore, Song Shuhang kept reading. Please, you and Ling Yi have to get together. In the movie theater, each time I saw senior brother Gao Sheng throwing Ling Yi to the ground, as well as the injured body of the latter, I felt as if my chest was about to burst open. Just imagining a scene with the sadistic senior brother Gao Sheng and the weak junior brother Ling Yi living together made my heart skip a beat. I wish you happiness, your fan Kai Kai, who will quietly pray for you too. Is this really a love letter? I feel there is something wrong with it, Yi Si said curiously. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh, and then calmly tore the love letter to pieces. Fujoshis were truly scary, and they were able to see lewd stuff even in a serious movie like Apocalypse War. Although he had received a rare compliment about the role he had played, Song Shuhang was unable to smile. Song Shuhang had made up his mind. If he got to meet those two older female students again, he would steer clear of them. The farther, the better. If he couldn't fight them head-on, he could still escape. After tearing the letter to pieces and throwing it in the garbage, Song Shuhang entered into semi-transparent mode, and quietly left the place. Soon afterward, those two female students, one short and one tall, returned there. "Ah, the letter was torn to pieces," said the slightly shorter girl unwillingly after seeing that the lover letter she had written was thrown in the garbage. "It doesn't matter. After all, you already conveyed your feelings," the slightly taller girl comforted her. "Forget it, it was just a letter." The slightly shorted girl smiled. "But we aren't going to give up. In Apocalypse War, only senior brother Gao Sheng is worthy of Ling Yi. I've decided, I'll create a fan club." The slightly taller girl covered her mouth and giggled. At this time, at the entrance of Jiangnan University town, the sobbing old man had already cried oceans. Still, it was strange, why didn't he see Song Shuhang passing by from there? Was it possible that something unexpected had happened? Or perhaps he had been squatting at the wrong entrance? Not too far from the sobbing old man, a van also stopped at the entrance. "I've waited for this day for a long time. Today is the day the Jiangnan University officially starts." There were several men in the van, wearing evil grins on their faces as they were looking in the Jiangnan University's direction. It was precisely that blackmailer plus his friends. Several months ago, when he tried to stage an accident with a car for the first time to blackmail the driver, he happened to meet Song Shuhang, who not only ruined his good deed, but also stole his wallet. The loss he suffered in the end was huge. Then, he remembered that he had surrounded Song Shuhang a few days ago. From what he remembered, they had encircled Song Shuhang when he was in a small alley, and they were planning to mercilessly beat him up. But then, the scene in his memories suddenly changed. 1 second earlier, he and his companions had Song Shuhang surrounded, and in the next second, the blazing sun was shining above their heads, with a lot of them working in a construction site and moving the bricks around. The job was a tough one, and the bricks especially heavy. The number was also very large. He and his companions moved bricks until their hands became numb and bodies exhausted. They couldn't remember why they had decided to go there to move bricks, they only remembered that they had suddenly found themselves there. Then, just as they were almost finished moving the bricks, there was an accident, and the blackmailer got injured. As a result, he had to stay at home all this time, and recovered only a few days ago. The blackmailer wasn't aware that this memory where he was moving bricks was something that Yi Si had injected into his head later. Anyway, from what he remembered, he knew that he had somehow failed to retaliate against Song Shuhang after surrounding him. Therefore, it was time to continue with the retaliation. Today, the Jiangnan University was officially open. And today, they would surround Song Shuhang, drag him into a small alley, and beat him up without mercy. They had to make him understand that some people were not to be provoked. "Big brother, given the time, classes should have started already. Do we really want to wait here until that Song Shuhang gets out of class?" one of the younger brothers asked. The blackmailer clenched his teeth, and said, "Yes, we have to be patient." Thereupon, the various men quietly waited in the packed van. Patience was the shortcut to success. Therefore, they had to be patient. After entering that semi-transparent mode again, Song Shuhang quietly returned to his classroom. The advisor had finished the roll call, and was telling the students about make-up tests and the like. During the last semester, there were some unlucky students that had failed some of their courses, failing the make-up test during summer vacation as well. Now that the new semester had started, those unlucky students had to continue with their make-up tests. And make-up tests weren't anything good. Song Shuhang quietly returned to his seat. Shuhang, when did you come back? Didn't Miss Bai he carry you off? The nearby Gao Momo asked out of curiosity. I've just returned, Song Shuhang said. Then, he looked at the nearby lowly Shi, and asked, Shi, how come you came to the Jiangnan University? I'm currently at the first stage Dragon Gate realm, and I'll soon advance to the second stage realm. Therefore, my teacher made preparations so that I could travel around the world and gain some experience, perhaps finding the opportunity to jump through the Dragon Gate. Shi got closer to Song Shuhang's ear, and said, therefore, after pondering for a moment, I realized that I was only acquainted with senior brother Song in the outside world. As such, I decided to gain experience while staying beside you. Song Shuhang faintly nodded. Luckily, the one that came over this time was Shi. She was much more sensible and easier to handle than Zhu or Guogua. The class was over, and it was time for the afternoon break. The students that lived on campus returned to their dormitory, and would then have lunch in the canteen. Gao Momu and Tubo were preparing to head to the place Yangda had rented, both to have fun and rest. Shuhang, do you want to tag along? Tubo asked. Sure, but I need to make arrangements for this girl first. You guys can head to Yangda's place, I'll come over in a while. While I'm at it, I'll also buy you lunch, Song Shuhang said with a smile, gently rubbing Shi's head. Good. We'll trouble you with the lunch then, Gao Momu said. Thereupon, Gao Momu and the others headed to the house Yangda had rented, while Song Shuhang brought Shi to Medicine Master's place. At Jiangnan University town's entrance. In the van. Boss. The students are finally leaving the university, one of the little brothers of that blackmailer said. The blackmailer clenched his teeth, and said, finally. Everyone, keep your eyes open so that you can see clearly. If you happen to see that guy surnamed Song or his roommates, immediately carry them over here. The member of the gang opened their eyes wide, looking with great attention at the students coming out of the gate in the hopes of finding Shuhang or his roommates. The sobbing old man likewise opened his eyes wide, looking for Song Shuhang's traces. Around 5 minutes later, Yangda, Tubo, and Gao Momu got out of the gate. Here they are. Those three are the roommates of that guy surnamed Song, said one of the little brothers of the blackmailer in the van. The blackmailer laughed, and said, I'll go check. You guys go to Dodgy Street area in a while. Those guys rented a house there, and there are a lot of small alleys around, very suitable for what we are going to do. Just as Gao Momu, Tubo, and Yangda entered Dodgy Street area's small alley, they got blocked. The blackmailer and his brothers surrounded Gao Momu and the others. He. The blackmailer evilly smiled. Gao Momu furrowed his brows. Although he had practiced martial arts when he was a kid, it was a long time ago. Moreover, there were also Yangda and Tubo with him. Do you want money? Yangda said calmly. No, we don't want money, the blackmailer said coldly. In that case, do you want to sexually assault us? Tubo asked. The blackmailer was speechless. He clenched his teeth, and said, Bah. Tie up these three and carry them off. Then, contact that fellow surnamed Song and tell him that his companions are in our hands. If he knows his place, he'll obediently come over and let us give him a good beating. I understand now. They came here because of Song Shuhang. Gao Momu thought to himself. He was wondering whether he should make his move or not. However, there were around 10 men on the opposite side, and if he made his move, the chances of actually getting away were very low. I suggest you not to resist. After all, you aren't my targets. The blackmailer waved the steel pipe in his hands. But if you want to resist, don't blame me for being merciless. Take their mobile phones and give that Song Shuhang fellow a call. The voice of the blackmailer had yet to fade when he heard a deep voice getting transmitted from the rear. Excellent. Benefactor, do you happen to know Song Shuhang? The speaker was using standard Mandarin. In the next moment, a Western guy wearing an emerald green kasaya drilled out from the small alley. The Western monk joined his palms together, and said, "This poor monk has been looking for Song Shuhang, but the roads in this area are rather complex, and I actually got lost. If you know where Song Shuhang is, can you lead me to him?" It's actually you, great master. Gao Mumu's eyes lit up when he saw the Western monk. Great master, it's me, Gao Mumu. Gao Mumu and the others had met the Western monk when they were shooting Apocalypse War. Oh, it's Benefactor Gao. In that case, these other benefactors surrounding you are, oh, I see. The tall Western monk arrived beside the blackmailer. Then, he revealed a bright smile, and said, "Benefactors, although I have no idea why you have surrounded Benefactor Gao, how about giving some face to the radiant face of this poor monk and letting him go?" Which part of your face is radiant? After seeing the Western monk, who had a tall build and bulging muscles all over his body, the blackmailer swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and inwardly ridiculed him. "The only radiant part of your body is your bald head." After seeing that the blackmailer wasn't replying, the Western monk furrowed his brows. "Benefactor, is it possible that you don't want to give me face? Is the face of this poor monk not radiant enough?" After saying this much, the Western monk made a hugging motion, and said, "Monks do not tell lies. With my arm strength, I can hug to death even a black bear. Is Benefactor also planning to have a taste of my bear hug?" The blackmailer couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Even though he wasn't sure if this Western monk could really kill a black bear with his bear hug, he was pretty sure that his bones would break to pieces if he got bear hugged. In addition, the build of the opposite party was too exaggerated. Even if he were to join forces with his brothers, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with the opposite party. As the saying went, a wise man would not fight when the odds were clearly against him. The blackmailer gritted his teeth, and said, "Great master, I'll give you face today, and let these guys go. But, I'll look again for them tomorrow to settle this account." Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it, planning to leave alongside his brothers. But right at this time, the Western monk suddenly moved, and blocked their path. His bear-like body was unexpectedly as agile as that of a cat. "Benefactors, can't you look in my radiant face and let go of this matter once for all? My meaning is that you should put down this hate and shake hands," the Western monk said in all seriousness. "Great master, don't push your luck now." The blackmailer clenched his teeth, and said, "The anger in my heart won't vanish until I give that Song Shuhang fellow a good beating. Great master, you can help them now, but can you really help them for a lifetime?" Once the Western monk had left, they would once again look for Song Shuhang and take their revenge. Benefactor Song is the reason for the hate between you guys? The Western monk asked out of curiosity. The blackmailer clenched his teeth, and said, "Exactly." Whenever he recalled how Shuhang stole his wallet and ran away, his heart was filled with pain. In other words, there is no enmity between you and Benefactor Gao, and you were actually looking for Benefactor Song? Upon seeing this situation, the Western monk nodded, and said, "In that case, this problem is very easy to solve. You guys might as well follow us. I will bring you to where Benefactor Song is." The blackmailer and his brothers opened their eyes wide. Gao Mumu said, "Great master, you can't bring them to where Shuhang is. Benefactor Gao, you don't need to worry. Benefactor Song can easily handle this small matter on his own. The Western monk faintly smiled, and then winked at Gao Mumu and the others. Gao Mumu and the others got the message. Indeed, as long as this monk was around, they wouldn't have to fear the blackmailer and his friends. Benefactor Gao, please bring me to where Benefactor Song is, the Western monk continued. Yangda took out his mobile phone and said, I'll give Shuhang a call and tell him to quickly come over. In that case, I'll trouble you, Benefactor, the Western monk said. Yangda dialed Song Shuhang's number. Very soon, Song Shuhang picked up the phone and said, Hello, Yangda. Is something the matter? Did you decide what you want for lunch? No, we are surrounded right now. The opposite party is looking for you, Yangda said calmly. Who are they? Song Shuhang's tone got serious. We don't know. They look like local ruffians or something of the sort. When did you offend them? Yangda said calmly. Local ruffians, your sister, the blackmailer shouted angrily. If the Western monk wasn't there, he would have rushed toward Yangda, giving him a passionate punch in the face. Where are you? Song Shuhang said. In a small alley in Dodgy Street area, Yangda said. Song Shuhang said, I will immediately come over. Less than 2 minutes later. Song Shuhang arrived in Dodgy Street area's small alley. Sure was with him, and there was also a little bird on his shoulder. Whenever enemies met each other, their eyes became red with fury. The blackmailer glared at Song Shuhang, and howled, Song. His several brothers also followed after him, ready to deal with Song Shuhang. The blackmailer looked at the Western monk, and probed, Great Master, I hope you won't ask me to give you face again. Aha, you can do as you please. The Western monk wore a gentle smile on his face. Benefactor Song's strength was unfathomable. These ruffians were simply seeking death by challenging him. After knowing that the Western monk wasn't going to interfere, the blackmailer waved his steel pipe, and dashed toward Song Shuhang while wearing an evil grin on his face. It was actually you guys. After seeing that it was the blackmailer, Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At first, he was worried that some fellow from the world of cultivators had shamelessly made a move against Gao Mumu and the others. On his shoulder, little Kai blinked her eyes, and chirped twice. These guys were trash whose power level didn't even reach 5. She needed only a claw attack to take care of them. The blackmailer and his brothers charged toward Song Shuhang with evil grins on their faces. But right at this time, the small loli standing next to Song Shuhang entered into action. That small loli in black dress dashed toward the blackmailer and his brothers. A man with long legs, who was in the foremost position, felt his eyes become somewhat blurry. In the next moment, an adorable loli jumped high up in the sky, using her white knee to ruthlessly hit his jaw. Ah, that man with long legs let out a muffled cry. His body fell backward as he held his chin with both hands, rolling everywhere on the ground. He felt as if he was hit by a motorcycle. His jaw was very likely broken, and he couldn't feel it anymore. When he fell backward, that loli in the sky dashed forward in a rather unscientific manner while still in midair, kicking with her long and thin legs. Bang! On the right side of that man with long legs, another man holding a baseball bat was kicked in the face. He called out in pain, and fell to the ground. He held his face like that man with long legs from before, and rolled all over the ground. He had lost several teeth with that kick. In only an instant, they had already lost 2 members. It happened very quickly, even more quickly than during the brawls in the movies. However, Sher's attack had just started. After landing, she squatted down and used a sweeping kick. Soon after, a man wearing brass knuckles felt as though an arrow had hit his knee. Ugh, no, he felt as though someone had kicked his calf. That man likewise screamed in pain, and fell to the ground, holding his calf with both hands and rolling everywhere. He felt so much pain that his tears were about to fall. Was this really the kick of a small lowly? It was even more painful than getting hit by a steel bar. His calf bone was probably in shambles. After the sweeping kick, Sure gently jumping on the belly of that man wearing brass knuckles. Oof, the man felt severe pain in his abdominal area. He tilted his head, and foam started to come out of his mouth. In the next moment, Lowly Sure's small body dashed forward like a bullet. She was like a tiger that had pounced into a flock of sheep. The brothers of the blackmailer cried out in pain again and again. Around 10 breaths later. Aside from the blackmailer holding the steel pipe, the entire gang was wiped out. Sheet. Gao Mumu was shocked. Sheet. Tubo was likewise shocked. Yangda stared at that small lowly wearing a black dress. He was wondering whether he was too tired lately and was having hallucinations. A 10-year-old girl had instantly taken down around 10 men holding weapons? Something like this could happen only in movies. Heroine, spare my life. The legs of the blackmailer became soft. Sure blinked her eyes, and turned her head toward Song Shuhang, saying, "Elder brother Song, do you want to get rid of him as well? He seems to be their little leader. Do you want to ask him why he wanted to deal with you?" "Let me say a few words before taking care of him," Song Shuhang said with a smile. He arrived beside the blackmailer, and said, "Do you have a phone? Unlock it, and give it to me." The blackmailer took out the mobile phone with his stiff hands and unlocked it. This mobile phone isn't bad," Song Shuhang said with a smile after taking the phone. The blackmailer clenched his teeth, and said, "Brother, I can give it to you if you like it." Why would I want your mobile phone?" After taking the phone, Song Shuhang dialed a phone number. It was the new phone number he was originally planning to give to Yi. "Later, if you want to retaliate against me, directly call this number. At the appointed time, I'll come over alone," Song Shuhang said after returning the phone to the blackmailer. "Alone?" the blackmailer said. "Yes, alone. I won't bring anyone with me." Song Shuhang smiled, and patted the shoulder of the blackmailer. The corner of the mouth of the blackmailer twitched. "Do you really think I'm an idiot? If I call this number, you'll definitely come over with a whole crowd of people to beat me up." "Very well. Sure, I've said everything there was to say," Song Shuhang said. "Yes." Sure took 2 quick steps forward, and gently shouted, "Ah." Then, she hit the neck of the blackmailer with a roundhouse kick. The world before the eyes of the blackmailer became black, and he fainted. Then, under everyone's gaze, Song Shuhang squatted down and searched the body of the blackmailer, taking out his new wallet. After taking a look, he discovered that there were only 200 renminbi inside. Even worse than the last time. Song Shuhang laughed as he kindly accepted the money. Song Shuhang wouldn't take a single cent if it was someone else's wallet. But if the money belonged to this blackmailer, he would gladly take it. When Song Shuhang stuffed the money in his pocket, Yi's eyes immediately lit up. "So you can obtain money like this too?" Yi had seemingly discovered another way to make money. "Old Gao, are you guys alright?" Song Shuhang waved at his roommates. Gao Mumu said, "We are fine. Luckily, this great master came over in time. Benefactor Song, this poor monk is here." The Western monk greeted Song Shuhang. "Aha, I was waiting for you, great master," Song Shuhang said with a smile. The Western monk had come over to lend Song Shuhang the diary of the ascetic senior monk and Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture. Other than this, there was some news he wanted to relay to Song Shuhang. "Benefactor Song, on my way here, I met a severely injured benefactor. He was a person of the Chu family, and he was looking for you," the Western monk said. Song Shuhang said, "A person of the Chu family?" Chapter 932 Even if it's the heavenly tribulation, I'll destroy it. The only Chu family that Song Shuhang knew was the one he had helped during the battle on the grievance-settling platform. If a severely injured disciple of the Chu family was looking for him, was it possible that something bad had happened to their clan? Under normal circumstances, now that their ancestor of the 5th stage Golden Core realm had come out of secluded meditation, personally taking command of the family after his wound had gotten better, small nearby sects like the illusory sword school should be unable to pose any threat to them. Thereupon, Song Shuhang asked, "Where is that injured disciple now?" "I brought him to a hospital in the Jiangnan area. His injury was rather heavy, and it's possible he might require surgery. The problem is that I didn't have much money with me this time, and it was not enough to cover the cost of the surgery," the Western monk said honestly. Song Shuhang said, "All right. Great master, wait for a moment. We'll go to see that disciple of the Chu family in a while. As for the cost of the surgery, I have some extra cash, so it's not a problem." "Right, in which hospital room is that disciple now?" If possible, he wanted to move that disciple of the Chu family to Jiangnan University Town, asking Senior 7 Lives Talisman to take care of him. After all, Senior 7 Lives Talisman was now the doctor at this university. The Western monk told Song Shuhang in which room that disciple of the Chu family was staying. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and gently patted little Kai, who was standing on his shoulder. The monster bird nodded, and flapped her wings, heading toward the hospital room. Unless that disciple of the Chu family carelessly got into a traffic accident, the source of the injury should probably be a cultivator. Therefore, Song Shuhang decided to send over little Kai first so that she could keep an eye on that disciple. "Classmate Sure." At this time, Tubo ran beside lowly Sure, and asked, "Classmate Sure, do you have any plans to accept a disciple?" Sure tilted her head and blinked her eyes in puzzlement. "How about receiving me as your disciple?" Tubo patted his chest, and said, "I have a strong body and can endure hardships. I'm definitely someone that can learn martial arts well." "No," Sure rejected him immediately, and said, "You're too old." Tubo had tears in his eyes. "I'm only 18 years old." Someone that was only 18 years old was still rather young, no? Song Shuhang smiled, and patted Shure's head. Sure, Tubo might not be able to withstand such a blow. Shure blinked her eyes, and said to Tubo, "I'm sorry. You aren't that old, but I also have yet to complete my apprenticeship, and I'm unqualified to accept disciples." Tears kept streaming down Tubo's face. If he wasn't that old, how old was he exactly? Gao Momo likewise smiled, and said to Tubo, "Stop causing a fuss. One has to practice martial arts since they are young. Therefore, you indeed missed the best period to practice, Tubo." Song Shuhang brought his roommates to a nearby restaurant so that they could have a meal, and bid them farewell, heading toward the hospital along with the Western monk. After finding a deserted place, Yi Si took out her flight-type magical treasure, and carried Song Shuhang and the Western monk high in the sky. Song Shuhang asked, "Great Master, did that disciple say anything else aside from the fact that he was looking for me?" The Western monk shook his head, and said, "When I saw that benefactor, he was already severely injured. He didn't say much aside from the fact that he had come to the Jiangnan area because he was looking for little friend Song Shuhang. In that case, was his injury the result of an accident, or was it the doing of a cultivator?" Song Shuhang asked. The Western monk replied, "The cause of the injury was sword chi. Sure enough, the disciple was hurt by another cultivator. If that's the case, it seems that the Chu family is in trouble again." Song Shuhang sighed. The Chu family surely was going through troubled times as of late. After they managed, with great difficulty, to take care of the illusory sword school, they ended up in trouble again. But, what influence was targeting the Chu family this time? The illusory sword school had already disappeared, and the other nearby influences were just small sects unable to pose any threat to the ancestor of the Chu family, a cultivator of the 5th stage. Was it the doing of the sea urchin warriors? The last time, when the Chu family and the illusory sword school were fighting on the grievance-settling platform, the sea urchin warriors had also taken action. Very soon, EC's lifebound golden book brought Song Shuhang and the Western monk to the airspace of that hospital. Below, after the monster bird Little Kai saw Song Shuhang, she flew upward and finally sat on his shoulder. Little Kai, did you see any suspicious person approaching this place? Song Shuhang asked. No, only the nurse came in to change the bandages, Little Kai replied. In that case, let's land first, Song Shuhang said. The golden book slowly descended alongside the two people above. In the meantime, on the Spirit Butterfly Island, in a grassland, the place was filled with layers upon layers of tribulation transcending formations. Soft Feather was currently standing amidst the formations, and was facing the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. The heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage wasn't only limited to the lightning of tribulation, there were also the fire, earth, and metal parts of the tribulation, and there was also a chance that the inner demon of the cultivator might manifest. Although the heavenly tribulation was raining down non-stop, Soft Feather seemed rather relaxed. While transcending the tribulation, she was also gently humming, "Those that are unfaithful, will die, die, die. Those that are unfilial, will die, die, die." She was humming Dharma King Creation's new song, Seven Deaths Song. Soft Feather felt that her state of mind was excellent while humming this song, which allowed her to transcend the tribulation even more easily. Far from the grassland where Soft Feather was transcending her tribulation, Venerable Spirit Butterfly was looking at his daughter with a worried expression on his face. He felt as though someone was tugging at his heartstrings. A nearby thrice reckless Mad Saber rested his chin in his hand as he comforted, "Senior Spirit Butterfly, you don't need to be this worried. Given Soft Feather's strength and all those formations on the ground, she will be able to transcend her tribulation without problems. The one transcending the tribulation is my daughter, not yours. Of course you are not worried," Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. Even though there were so many formations around her, Venerable Spirit Butterfly felt that they were still not enough. As if that wasn't enough, not too long ago, that Sioux Clan 16, whose talent was almost equal to Soft Feather's, actually failed to transcend her tribulation. This filled Venerable Spirit Butterfly's heart with even more anxiety. He was so worried that he had even prepared some medicinal pills that could help heal the wounds the heavenly tribulation had caused. Just as they were discussing, the clouds of tribulation above Soft Feather's head condensed into a round mass. In the next moment, the flames and lightning of tribulation rained down on Soft Feather at the same time. Lighting and fire intertwined and fell down like rain. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, "This is the last wave." The flame and lightning tribulation was part of the last wave of the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage. Along with the flame and lightning tribulation raining down, there was a chance that the inner demon might manifest as well. After surviving this last wave, one would become a cultivator of the fourth stage and become capable of riding a flying sword. Venerable Spirit Butterfly became even more anxious. While facing the flame and lightning tribulation raining down from the sky, Soft Feather wasn't scared. To be more precise, since the very beginning up until now, she hadn't been scared of this tribulation. Music. Soft Feather suddenly snapped her fingers. Then, the deep voice of a man was transmitted from the formations beside her. The man was screaming at the top of his lungs. "Die, die, 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 die. Those that are unfaithful, will die, die, die. Those that are unfilial, will die, die, die. Die, die, die." It was Dharma King Creation's Seven Deaths Song. Soft Feather had recorded the song, placing it inside the formations and amplifying its volume. Under the effects of this passionate song, Soft Feather's strength increased even further. "Come!" Soft Feather looked at the heavenly tribulation, and shouted, even if it's the heavenly tribulation, I'll destroy it thanks to the empowerment of senior creation Song. Butterfly Eagle Transformation. Soft Feather gently shouted. She held the sword with both hands, and used her strongest sword attack. The Butterfly Eagle transformation was the skill antecedent to the Butterfly Phoenix transformation, and consisted in an attack of incredibly sharp sword chi. After Soft Feather slashed, the sword chi transformed into a lifelike eagle with the wings of a butterfly. After the Butterfly Eagle condensed, the sharp sword chi exploded, cutting everything in front of it to pieces. Even that wave of flame and lightning tribulation was giving signs of dispersing after clashing against this Butterfly Eagle-like sword chi. Actually, this Butterfly Eagle-like sword chi wasn't a sword technique of the third stage, but one of the fourth stage. Soft Feather's big senior brother, Lu Jiani, was very talented, but he could learn this sword technique only after reaching the intermediate stage of the fourth stage realm. In a distant place, thrice reckless Mad Saber wiped the foam off the corner of his mouth. Just now, when Dharma King Creation's 7 Death song echoed at full volume, he was caught off guard and got affected. Luckily, Dharma King Creation wasn't on the scene, singing in person. Otherwise, Thrice Reckless would have surely fainted. Although Thrice Reckless had a death-seeking heart, he was unable to enjoy Dharma King Creation's music. Senior Spirit Butterfly, this Butterfly Eagle transformation, is a technique of the fourth stage, right? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. If this was the case, there was a chance this sword technique of the fourth stage might directly scatter the flame and lightning tribulation. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was likewise affected by the music, and his face was somewhat pale. After hearing Thrice Reckless words, he faintly smiled, and said, "Fellow Taoist, Thrice Reckless guess is correct. This Butterfly Eagle transformation is a sword technique of the fourth stage, and even cultivators that are in the initial stage of the fourth stage realm are unable to learn it. The reason is that the cultivator must have incredible control over the true chi in their body." To be honest, not even Venerable Spirit Butterfly had expected that Soft Feather would be able to learn this sword technique. With the Butterfly Eagle transformation technique at her disposal, transcending the heavenly tribulation of the fourth stage wasn't going to be a problem anymore. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber stared at the flame and lightning tribulation in the sky, and muttered to himself, "Is it just my misconception, or is the flame and lightning tribulation in the sky twisting?" The heavenly tribulation was giving the impression of twisting, and the rhythm followed Dharma King Creation's 7 Deaths song. Whenever the die, die, die part echoed, the flame and lightning tribulation would seemingly twist. But that was something impossible. No matter how scary the voice of the Soul King was, it shouldn't be able to affect the heavenly tribulation. Venerable Spirit Butterfly said calmly, "It's just your misconception. The flame and lightning tribulation didn't change, and is the same as before." Just as they were discussing, Soft Feather sang in her melodious voice, "Die, die, 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 die. All those that are unfaithful, unfilial, cruel, and immoral will die." While singing, Soft Feather slashed again. The sword chi of the Butterfly Eagle transformation technique slashed toward the flame and lightning tribulation. When my background music is playing, I can destroy even the heavenly tribulation. Boom, boom, in the sky, the sword chi exploded. After eating 2 slashes of a technique of the fourth stage rank like the Butterfly Eagle transformation, the flame and lightning tribulation finally dispersed. The clouds of tribulation also slowly dispersed. Venerable Spirit Butterfly said happily, the tribulation was defeated. His daughter had managed to transcend her tribulation. Venerable Spirit Butterfly stood up, preparing to praise Soft Feather. But just as he was preparing to move, Venerable Spirit Butterfly furrowed his brows. The tribulation of the inner demon. Under normal circumstances, the flame and lightning tribulation would be the last wave of the heavenly tribulation that cultivators would face while advancing from the third to the fourth stage. However, there was a chance that the inner demon would also manifest while the flame and lightning tribulation was raining down. The probability was very low, and only one cultivator of the third stage out of 10,000 had encountered the tribulation of the inner demon in the past several thousand years. At this time, Soft Feather was absent-mindedly standing amidst the various formations, not moving in the slightest. The hand holding the sword was also dangling down, and her eyes had lost focus. These were all signs that she was facing her inner demon. While facing the tribulation of the inner demon, all external objects were of little help to Soft Feather, and there was also a certain possibility that the inner demon might directly disregard the soul-type magical treasures or formations protecting the cultivator. To transcend this tribulation, Soft Feather could only rely on her will, which was probably her Achilles' heel. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had pampered his daughter too much. Under his protection, Soft Feather had very rarely encountered great storms, and she had almost never been in danger. Venerable Spirit Butterfly also knew this much. In fact, the thing he was afraid of the most was that Soft Feather might encounter her inner demon while transcending the tribulation. But sometimes, the thing one was afraid of the most would happen. At this time, in Soft Feather's sea of consciousness, the tribulation of the inner demon had dragged her into a dark and chaotic space. What is this place? Wasn't I transcending the tribulation? Soft Feather pondered for a moment, and then understood. Oh, right, this is the tribulation of the inner demon. There was only a 1 in 10,000 probability to encounter this tribulation, and I've encountered it. I think I was too vicious when I directly cut the heavenly tribulation into pieces earlier. It probably felt that it had lost a lot of face. After saying this much, Soft Feather turned her head around and looked around the chaotic space. Since it was the tribulation of the inner demon, there was bound to be something akin to an inner demon there. Inner demons didn't have a fixed shape, and were ever-changing. An inner demon could be a rock, a blade of grass, a familiar person, a stranger, an enemy, an animal, a monster beast, or even things the darkness, the rising sun, or the bright moon. In addition, the inner demon would target the weak points of the cultivator. If the cultivator transcending the tribulation wasn't that confident in their fighting skills, the inner demon would assume the shape of a battle scene, dragging the cultivator into an endless battle and crushing their will, making them unable to transcend the tribulation. If the cultivator transcending the tribulation had an injured heart, the inner demon would create a beautiful scenery based on the wounded heart, causing the cultivator to be infatuated with this scenery and making them unable to break away from it, ultimately crushing their will. If the cultivator was afraid of something, the inner demon would transform into that thing and pester them. Therefore, although the tribulation of the inner demon was fearsome, the will of the cultivator would become much stronger if they managed to pass this test, and they would have one less weak point. Soft Feather searched that dark and chaotic space, finding nothing. I didn't find my inner demon. Where is it hiding? Or perhaps it's invisible? Soft Feather fell into deep thought. An invisible enemy was the worst type of enemy. How was she supposed to deal with her inner demon? Soft Feather sat cross-legged amidst the chaotic space. After an unknown amount of time. Perhaps this dark and chaotic space is precisely my inner demon? After all, I'm someone that is afraid of being alone, Soft Feather said. It was so boring. In this space, she was even unable to practice to make time pass more quickly. After a long, long time, the bored Soft Feather started humming a song. Ding dong la 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 la, it's easy to dodge an open spear but hard to ward off a hidden arrow. I stand above the city walls looking at the invaders below. Ohu. This was the first song of Dharma King Creation she had heard, and it was also the song that turned her into a fan of his resounding voice. It was the same song that Dharma King Creation had sung when he was sitting next to Song Shuhang's bed, almost turning Song Shuhang into a mentally disabled person during the process. After finishing this first song, Soft Feather started with the second one. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I ask the clear sky in the heavens on this night, I wonder what season it would be. This was the song Dharma King Creation had used to hospitalize the 300,000 ignorant viewers of his live stream who had no idea as to what was going on. Soon before transcending her tribulation, Soft Feather had quietly gone online and searched for Dharma King Creation's music in the Deadly Songs category. After concluding the second song, Soft Feather started singing the song she liked the most, the Seven Deaths song. She wanted to ask Senior Creation the permission to make this song her personal background music. Later, each time she fought an enemy, she would use her mobile phone to play it at full volume. The resulting effect was bound to be perfect. Die, 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 die. Those that are unfilial, will die, die, die. Die, 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 Soft Feather screamed at the top of her lungs in her melodious voice. Whenever she sang this song, she felt full of energy. When the Seven Deaths song echoed, the chaotic space shrouding Soft Feather started to shake. Just as Soft Feather was singing, another powerful voice echoed in the chaotic space. The voice coordinated with Soft Feather and sang alongside her. Those that are cruel, will die, die, die. Those that are immoral, will die, die, die. It was Dharma King Creation's voice, and as if that wasn't enough, it was the original edition. It was the voice deeply etched in Soft Feather's memories. It was Dharma King Creation's original voice she had heard through the mobile phone when she called Song Shuhang right before transcending her tribulation. It was the Seven Deaths song after receiving the empowerment of Fairy Lychee's 365 rounds windmill spin, and with the power of vibration added to it. Under heavenly tribulation, the combination of the voice of the Soul King and the 365 rounds windmill spin was even more perfect. Its lethality was increased tenfold. I can't take it anymore. Who is singing? Who is using this sound wave attack? My ears. This song invaded my soul, save me. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Even if we are inner demons, you cannot treat us this cruelly. I want to die. We surrender. How about we surrender, and you don't kill us? Let's not hurt each other. Although we are inner demons, we are still part of you from a certain point of view. If you injure us, you are injuring yourself. Stop singing. My ears got impregnated. I feel throwing up, and my body is lacking strength. Are these the signs of the pregnancy? Father, in my next life, I still want to be your daughter. Senior Song, save me. At this time, tens of pitiful cries were transmitted from the depths of the dark and chaotic space. Soft Feather tilted her head. Were these voices coming from her inner demon? But wasn't only one inner demon supposed to appear during the tribulation of the inner demon? Why were there so many inner demons in her sea of consciousness? Or was it possible that it was just a single inner demon appearing in different shapes? Regardless of the way things stood, she couldn't accept the surrender of the inner demon or stop singing Senior Creation's song. Since singing seemed to be effective, she would press forward without letting up, getting through this tribulation of the inner demon. Thereupon, the Seven Deaths song, with the power of vibration added to it, reverberated even more clearly in Soft Feather's sea of consciousness. The inner demon cried at the top of its lungs. Screaming and screaming, the cries of the inner demon started to get weaker. Around 3 minutes later, the space before Soft Feather became bright, and that dark and chaotic space surrounding her disappeared. She had managed to defeat the tribulation of the inner demon. I feel that the tribulation of the inner demon wasn't that scary in the end. I managed to get past it rather easily, Soft Feather thought to herself. Actually, Soft Feather's inner demon was indeed not that powerful. Venerable Spirit Butterfly thought that Soft Feather's willpower might be her weak point due to his overprotective attitude that didn't allow her to experience any danger. But his guess was wrong. Although Soft Feather's willpower was no match for those people that had gone through a lot of life and death experiences, it was by no means weak. In addition, she was very strong-minded. It was thanks to this mindset of hers that she felt thrilled and delighted after getting sent away by Venerable White's disposable flying sword. Also, it was still thanks to her strong mindset that she was able to find Dharma King Creation's shrill voice pleasant to the ear. Even if she couldn't rely on Dharma King Creation singing, it was only an issue of time before Soft Feather defeated the tribulation of the inner demon on her own. Inner demons weren't too good at dealing with simple-minded or strong-willed people. After transcending the tribulation of the inner demon, the true chi inside Soft Feather's body started to change, transforming from liquefied true chi into innate true yuan. The color of her mental energy likewise changed, becoming silver. The biggest change would take place while the true chi was transforming into innate true yuan. At that time, an illusory core of true yuan would appear in the original dantian. This core of true yuan was also known as illusory core. The golden core of fifth-stage spiritual emperors was precisely the evolution of this illusory core. Soft Feather had successfully transcended her tribulation, officially becoming a cultivator of the fourth stage. From today onwards, Venerable Spirit Butterfly wouldn't have to worry about Soft Feather losing her way. If she could ride a flying sword, Soft Feather could just fly high in the sky after getting lost and then find her way. At this time, Song Shuhang and the Western monk entered the hospital room where the disciple of the Chu family was staying. This hospital was the one Su Clan 16 had gone to after getting injured while transcending the heavenly tribulation. That disciple of the Chu family was still lying in bed, unconscious. His injury was very heavy. Song Shuhang used the healing technique on his ancient bronze ring to heal his external wounds. The external wounds quickly recovered, but the troublesome part was the internal injury the sword chi had caused. Ye see, can your healing technique fix his internal injuries? Song Shuhang asked. It can. But if we simply use a healing technique to treat his injuries, hidden problems are very likely to stay behind. The strength of this disciple of the Chu family is simply too low, and he's only at the first stage fourth aperture realm. As such, the sword chi ended up injuring his meridians and internal organs. If we want to properly treat his injury, we first have to remove the remaining sword chi in his body and then use a healing technique alongside medicinal pills to treat him. If possible, it's better to ask a specialized fellow Taoist to cure him, Yi Si said. In that case, let's get him out of the hospital first, Song Shuhang said with a nod. But before leaving the hospital, they had to let the Western monk settle the bill. This hospital was one of the possessions the Spirit River Sioux clan had in the mortal world, and it would be improper not to pay the bill in a hospital that belonged to Sioux clan's 16th family. While they were discussing, the disciple of the Chu family slightly opened his eyes. His internal injuries had yet to recover, but he was able to regain consciousness thanks to his will. After opening his eyes, he saw Song Shuhang. Mr. Song, is it really you? Or am I having hallucinations? The disciple of the Chu family said in a hoarse voice. Due to him being too agitated, he started coughing, and almost lost consciousness again. The Western monk said, "That's indeed Benefactor Song. Little fellow Taoist, you are not mistaken." The disciple of the Chu family said in a hurry, "Mr. Song, please save our Chu family." Sure enough, the Chu family was in trouble again. Don't overdo it, and slowly tell me what happened to the Chu family. Yi Si, can you first stabilize his injuries? As for his internal injuries, we'll bring him to Senior 7 Lives Talisman and take care of them at that time, Song Shuhang said. Sure, no problem. Yi Si stretched out her hand from Song Shuhang's chest, placing it on the body of the disciple. Spiritual energy of the fifth stage realm poured into the body of that disciple of the Chu family and wrapped around his meridians and internal organs, preventing his internal injury from worsening. Then, the radiance of a healing technique shone on his body, stabilizing his injury. The disciple of the Chu family felt that the state of his injury was much better than before. Even his complexion was ruddier. Song Shuhang asked again, "What happened to the Chu family?" "A few days ago, the secret information about a certain forbidden area, which was recorded in the book with the sword technique handed down in our family, was leaked. In addition, the more the leaked information spread, the more things were exaggerated. Some people even said that there were some magical pills inside that forbidden area that could make whomever ate them jump to the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, or that there were all kinds of godly weapons." This ended up attracting the attention of several greedy cultivators, the disciple of the Chu family said with a bitter expression on his face. The information about a certain forbidden area? Was this the same forbidden area that he and Venerable White were preparing to explore, the one that Taoist priest Li Tiansu had discovered? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows, and asked, "How was this information leaked?" At the same time, Song Shuhang remembered that the reason for the conflict between the Chu family and the illusory sword school back then was that someone had leaked that the Chu family possessed a mysterious sword technique. If it happened once, it might be a coincidence. But if it happened 2 times in a row, it couldn't be simply considered a coincidence. It was the doing a clansman that was around my father's age. When the information about the sword technique of the Chu family got leaked the last time, it was also his doing. According to what I've heard, this clansman wasn't careful while making friends outside and got cheated, which caused the leak. Of course, this was very likely just an excuse. The family leader thought that the clansman was fishy as well, and it was possible that he had intentionally colluded with his friend to leak that secret information. However, we were unable to find out why he had acted like this. That clansman was locked up, but it was already too late, the disciple of the Chu family continued. When they discovered that there was something wrong with this clansman, the information had been already leaked outside. A few days later, enemies from the outside secretly sneaked into the land of the Chu family, attacking them during the night and extorting information about their sword technique and that forbidden area. Those enemies severely injured their ancestor of the spiritual emperor realm, and a calamity befell the disciples of the Chu family. Only a small portion was lucky enough to escape. This disciple was part of the small group that managed to escape, but just as he was running away, he got hit by a sword attack, getting severely injured. After leaving the land of the Chu family, the disciple had no idea whom he should look for in order to seek help. In the end, he remembered Song Shuhang, the person that had helped them during the battle on the grievance-settling platform. Although Mr. Song was only a cultivator of the 2nd stage realm, he knew several powerful seniors. Since he had nowhere to turn, he decided to come to this place and look for Song Shuhang. However, he didn't have much information about Song Shuhang. He only knew that he lived in the Jiangnan area, somewhere close to the university town. Thereupon, he headed over there. His luck was pretty good since Song Shuhang's university had just started in this period, and he met the Western monk, who was also looking for Song Shuhang, along the way. After the Western monk heard that the disciple of the Chu family was also looking for Song Shuhang, he decided to bring him along to the Jiangnan area. Still, F***ck. Someone was trying to steal their prey. He and Venerable White were obviously planning to head to that forbidden area tomorrow and take advantage of the weekend to explore it. But now, it turned out that someone raided the Chu family, and was preparing to snatch their forbidden area and get the first blood. Who were those people that attacked your Chu family during the night? Song Shuhang asked. The disciple of the Chu family shook his head. All kinds of people had raided their Chu family, but he knew none of them. Is the old family leader of the Chu family all right? Song Shuhang asked another question. Their old family leader was a 5th stage spiritual emperor and a friend of Taoist priest Li Tiansu. Even if he was caught off guard and severely injured, he should still have the means to protect his life, right? The disciple of the Chu family replied, after getting severely injured, the ancestor got surrounded. The ancestor is the only one that knows the location of that forbidden area. The people that raided the Chu family probably thought of obtaining the location of the forbidden area and the secret concealed in the sword technique from him. Song Shuhang nodded. The ancestor of the Chu family knew the approximate position of that forbidden area, but only Song Shuhang knew the method to open the door. Even if the ancestor of the Chu family led them there, they would get to the periphery of the forbidden area at best. They could forget about entering that forbidden area if they didn't uncover the secret concealed in the sword technique first. However, Song Shuhang had no way of telling if someone among the people that had raided the Chu family would be as lucky as him and uncover the secret concealed in the sword technique, obtaining the method to access the forbidden area. It was better to immediately get in touch with Senior White and tell him about this matter. Earlier, Senior White was planning to choose people from the 9 provinces number 1 group and his group of old friends to form a powerful team in order to explore the forbidden area. If Senior White had already formed this team, they could conveniently help the Chu family solve this problem as they were heading toward that forbidden area to sweep it clean. Just as he took out his mobile and prepared to give Venerable White a call, Song Shuhang received a call from Soft Feather. Song Shuhang picked up the phone and said, "Hello, Soft Feather? Is something the matter?" He, Senior Song, I've successfully transcended my tribulation. I'm now a cultivator of the 4th stage. Father said that he would let me rest for a while, and after that, he will teach me how to ride a flying sword. Soft Feather said happily. Congratulations, Soft Feather, Song Shuhang congratulated her. It was also thanks to your gift, Senior Song, Soft Feather said with a smile. After all, the 7 death song had helped transcend the tribulation of the inner demon. Song Shuhang was confused. When had he given Soft Feather a gift? Right, Senior Song, what are you doing now? Are you at the university? Soft Feather asked. I was preparing to solve a matter related to the Chu family, Song Shuhang replied. He remembered that Soft Feather was friends with a female cultivator from the Chu family. Therefore, he planned to tell her everything that had happened to the Chu family. What happened to the Chu family? Soft Feather asked. Her friend Chu Chunying was a member of the Chu family. Therefore, she was very interested in the various matters related to her family. It's like this, the fact that the key to a forbidden area was concealed within the sword technique handed down in the Chu family was leaked. The more the leaked information spread, the more it was exaggerated. A few days later, a group of experts raided the Chu family. Song Shuhang briefly described what had happened. Someone raided the Chu family? Who was it? Soft Feather said anxiously. Song Shuhang said, we don't know yet. Senior Song, what about Chu Chunying? Is she safe? Soft Feather asked. Chu Chunying was still pregnant. She had to be okay. I just received the news about the raid from an injured disciple of the Chu family, and I'm not clear about Miss Chu Chunying's condition. Soft Feather, don't worry. Senior White and I will make a trip to the Chu family in a while, and I'll give you a call at that time, Song Shuhang said. In that case, I'll have to trouble Senior Song. After hearing that Senior Song and Venerable White would soon head to the Chu family, Soft Feather heaved a sigh of relief. After concluding the call with Song Shuhang, Soft Feather ran to where her father was. Father, I need your help. Soft Feather shouted while running. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was seated in his pavilion, drinking tea and chatting with Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had seized this opportunity to ask Venerable Spirit Butterfly about a few cultivation-related problems. He had been captured and dragged over there to shoot a movie. If he didn't even ask Venerable Spirit Butterfly about cultivation-related problems, he would suffer a big loss. After hearing Soft Feather's voice, Venerable Spirit Butterfly turned his head around, and asked out of curiosity, Soft Feather, did something happen? Yes. Soft Feather arrived in front of Venerable Spirit Butterfly and made an effort to nod her head. Yes, something happened. Right. Father, today's Taoist name is Tribulation Destroyer. You called me with the wrong name. Venerable Spirit Butterfly revealed a gentle smile, and said, yes, yes. I got your name wrong. In that case, Tribulation Destroyer, do you need your father's help with something? The nearby thrice reckless Mad Saber was speechless. Heavens! Miss Soft Feather was still going on with that 365 Taoist names thing. Did that mean that Venerable Spirit Butterfly really thought of a new Taoist name for his beloved daughter every day? This was the love of a father at work. Thrice Reckless felt if he had a daughter in the future, and the daughter wanted 365 Taoist names, he would definitely agree. However, the Taoist names he was going to choose wouldn't be as troublesome as those of Senior Spirit Butterfly. He could easily pick a Taoist name similar to his own for his daughter, one that had a number inside. Under these circumstances, it was going to be rather easy to pick a Taoist name for every day. For example, he could pick the name Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and turn it into Once Reckless Mad Saber, Twice Reckless Mad Saber, and so on until reaching 365 times Reckless Mad Saber. With that, one could come up with Taoist names for a lifetime. After all, numbers were infinite. 666 times Reckless Mad Saber, 100 million times Reckless Mad Saber, 1 billion times Reckless Mad Saber, 1 trillion times Reckless Mad Saber. As long as a few zeros were added to them, the various Taoist names would last a lifetime. Absolutely perfect. After thinking about it, he felt that it was a very good idea. At this time, Fairy Tribulation Destroyer said, Father, something happened at the Chu family. Can you send someone over there to help them? The Chu family? The one involved with that grievance settling platform thing the last time? Venerable Spirit Butterfly asked out of curiosity. Yes. Fairy Tribulation Destroyer said with a nod. Afterward, she told her father about everything that Song Shuhang had told her on the phone. After hearing the news, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber sighed with emotion and said, sometimes, possessing valuable items becomes a crime. After hearing the full description, Venerable Spirit Butterfly fell into deep thought, and said, I'll dispatch some people in the vicinity of the Chu family so that they can keep an eye on the place. The strength of the attackers wasn't low if they managed to severely injure that ancestor of the spiritual emperor rank after catching him off guard. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's voice had yet to fade when he saw the expectant look on his beloved daughter's face. The corner of Venerable Spirit Butterfly's mouth rose as he said, I, your father, might also enter the fray, but you have to learn how to ride a flying sword first. As soon as you manage to learn how to control a flying sword, I'll accompany you to the Chu family. If he could persuade Soft Feather to fully focus on learning the art of riding a flying sword, it would be worth it for him to make a trip to the Chu family. He could consider it a special activity to celebrate the fact that his daughter had transcended her tribulation. It's a deal, then, Soft Feather said. A gentleman never goes back on his word, Venerable Spirit Butterfly said with a smile. After that, Fairy Tribulation Destroyer gritted her teeth, and grabbed her flying sword. Father, in that case, let's immediately start learning how to ride a flying sword. Don't you want to rest a little? Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. No need. I think I'll learn how to ride a flying sword very quickly. Soft Feather said, full of confidence. Then, she patted her pocket, which had a mini MP3 player inside. Within this MP3 player was saved Senior Creation's 7 Deaths song. To sum it up, as long as her background music was playing, nothing could stop her. With the empowerment of Senior Creation's 7 Deaths song, she would be able to learn how to ride a flying sword in the shortest time possible. After concluding the call, Song Shuhang looked for Venerable White's number, and gave him a call. However, Senior White didn't pick up his phone. Song Shuhang sighed. From the looks of it, Senior White was so excited while operating that excavator that he even forgot to pick up his phone. At this time, the the Western monk finished dealing with the formalities needed to leave the hospital. Song Shuhang helped up the disciple of the Chu family, and lay him down on Yixi's golden book. Yixi, let's head to Jiangnan University and look for Senior 7 Lives Talisman. After that, we'll head to that nearby university and look for Senior White, Song Shuhang said. Alright, Yixi replied, and her life-bound golden book headed toward Jiangnan University town. Along the way, Song Shuhang dialed Venerable White's number again, but there was still no response. Senior White didn't store his mobile phone inside some space-type magical treasure, did he? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as he was in deep thought, he had a strange feeling. Then, he turned his head around, and looked toward his upper right. In the next moment, he saw Venerable White walking in the sky with a smile plastered on his face. At this time, Venerable White was wearing some simple white-colored clothing and a pair of large sunglasses. He looked very happy. Song Shuhang quickly called out, "Senior White. It seems you were already coming over." Venerable White stopped, and looked in Song Shuhang's direction. Then, he gently smiled, and said, "Shuhang, how did you know that I have already come out?" Song Shuhang was confused. Soon after, he said, "Right, Senior White, what about your mobile phone? I called you twice just now, but you didn't pick up." "I didn't bring the phone with me today," Venerable White said with a smile. "Were you looking for me?" "Yes, there was an urgent matter. As you know, we agreed to explore that forbidden area tomorrow, but now, someone raided the Chu family and stole their sword technique. Those guys want to forestall us and get to the forbidden area first," Song Shuhang said. "TSK, they actually want to steal our stuff? They must be tired of living." Venerable White clenched his fist, and said, "Let's head to that forbidden area right now. If we discover the people that tried to forestall us, we'll kill them all." "Senior White, you are especially domineering today," Song Shuhang said. "Anyway, we should head to the Chu family first and help them take care of those people that raided them. In addition, if we can meet the ancestor of the Chu family, even better. He knows the location of the forbidden area, and he even visited that place in the past. Alright, let's immediately head to the Chu family, then. After discovering the raiders, we'll kill them all." Venerable White said. "There is no rush. We first need to bring this little friend from the Chu family to Senior 7 Lives Talisman so that he can treat his injuries, preventing hidden problems from staying behind," Song Shuhang added. "It seems you have to do a lot of things." Venerable White curled up his lips, and said, "No need to go through all that trouble. Let me take a look at his injury." Venerable White squatted beside the disciple of the Chu family, and his eyes shone slightly. Soon after, he said, "This small injury is very easy to heal. Look at me." Venerable White rolled up his sleeve and stretched his little finger, gently poking that disciple of the Chu family. He only poked at him, and he seemingly didn't use any healing technique. But, in the next moment, the residual sword chi in the body of the disciple was eliminated, and his internal injury recovered at speed visible to the naked eye. 3 breaths later, the disciple of the Chu family stood up. He had completely recovered, and was now in optimal condition, just as though he had never been injured in the first place. In addition, the disciple of the Chu family felt that his realm, which hadn't advanced in a long time, was now giving signs of advancing. He felt that as long as he was given a little time, he would be able to break through to the first stage 5th aperture, mouth aperture realm, and after that would be the first stage Dragon Gate realm. As the saying went, those that had survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune ever after. The disciple of the Chu family bowed, and said gratefully, "Senior White, thank you for treating my injury." "It was nothing, not any different than lifting a finger." Venerable White turned toward Song Shuhang, and said smugly, "All right, now that his injury has been treated, we can head to the Chu family." "Senior White is incredible." The Western monk gave the thumbs up. "That's a given," Venerable White said. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and said, "In that case, let's go to the Chu family." "Still, Senior White, didn't you say that you wanted to head to that forbidden area alongside a few other fellow Taoists and members of the 9 Provinces number 1 group? There is no need. We lot are more than enough to explore the forbidden area. As for the other fellow Taoists and members, they can go there the next time," Venerable White said. "All right." Song Shuhang nodded. Then, he said to the Western monk, "Great Master, what about you? Do you want to follow us to that forbidden area?" The Western monk pondered for a short moment, and shook his head. "I really want to follow Benefactor Song to this forbidden area and take risks, but there is a small matter I need to take care of first. As such, I'm forced to miss this opportunity." The Western monk had to return to his sect. He had already reached the second stage realm, and he could be considered Wu Yinzi's official disciple now. Thereupon, it was time to return to his sect and light his life lamp. After saying this much, he passed the original copies of the diary of the ascetic senior monk and Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture to Song Shuhang. At the same time, Song Shuhang took out a portion of living spring water, and gave it to the Western monk. At first, Song Shuhang was only planning to borrow the 2 texts to take a look. But in the end, the Western monk decided to trade the original copies of the 2 texts for a portion of Song Shuhang's living spring. The Western monk didn't want the living spring for himself, but for his teacher, Taoist priest Wu Yinzi. Chapter 936. So troublesome, isn't it easier to just kill everyone? Thank you, Benefactor Song. In addition, I'll also have to trouble you to look for a place to drop me off. The Western monk cautiously stored the living spring water away. His teacher, Wu Yinzi, received a severe injury when he was young, and even his foundation was compromised. For this reason, in this life, there was no longer hope for him to advance in realm. He didn't have much lifespan left at this moment. The living spring water could increase his lifespan by another 50 years, and it could be considered a small token of kindness from the Western monk's side. Although the Western monk felt that Wu Yinzi was a rather chatty fellow that wanted to destroy his dream of becoming a senior monk, he really cared about him deep down in his heart. Wu Yinzi had been protecting him all along, and even if the Western monk insisted on wearing a kasaya while being part of a Taoist sect, Wu Yinzi still endured it. Therefore, the respect and love the Western monk had for Wu Yinzi had increased even further. Taoist priest Wu Yinzi had originally given the Western monk 2 months to return to the sect and light his life lamp, but now that he had obtained the living spring water, the Western monk wished to immediately head back and give the spring water to his teacher. "In that case, we'll drop you off on the roof of that large building ahead, all right?" Song Shuhang said. "Thank you, Benefactor Song," the Western monk said with a grin. Then, he seemingly thought of another matter, and asked, "Right. Fellow Taoist Song, do you still have that Taoist robe I traded with you the last time? Can you lend it to me so that I can put it on before returning to the sect?" The last time, he had happily traded his Taoist robe for Song Shuhang's emerald green kasaya, which was the kasaya he was wearing at this moment. He was very happy with this trade. In fact, the emerald green kasaya was the magical clothing he liked the most. However, when he recalled that he would soon return to his sect to see his teacher Wu Yinzi, he felt somewhat scared of going there while wearing this emerald green kasaya. At that time, his teacher Wu Yinzi would surely ask him, "Where is the Taoist robe I gave you?" How was he supposed to reply to his question? If he replied with, "Teacher, as you can see, I already traded it for this cool emerald green kasaya," his teacher would definitely go crazy, and there was a chance he might directly take out his flying sword and chop him to pieces for the shame he had brought to the sect. The Taoist robe? Song Shuhang shook his head, and sighed. That Taoist robe got destroyed. Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to enjoy that valuable Taoist robe that its chest area was burst open when he was fighting against that black metallic man that had appeared in the underground area of the 250th branch of the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family organization. He had no idea if the robe could be fixed. After recalling this matter, Song Shuhang's heart was filled with pain. That Taoist robe was very cool, and he liked it a lot. Song Shuhang was planning to wear it until the fourth stage and change it only afterward. After hearing these words, the body of the Western monk stiffened. It got destroyed. This is life. After a short moment, the Western monk heaved a deep sigh. He had no other choice. At this point, he could only brace himself and meet his teacher while wearing this emerald green kasaya. In the worst case, he could buy an external layer of Taoist robe and attach it to his emerald green kasaya. He had already done something of the sort in the past. Yi Si's life-bound golden book dropped the Western monk off on the roof of that large building ahead, and continued toward the Chu family. Song Shuhang sat cross-legged, and opened the original copy of Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture, letting the monster bird Little Kai take a look. "Teacher, is this a soul-ferrying technique?" Little Kai asked in puzzlement. Song Shuhang shook his head, and said to Little Kai, "This is only part of a soul-ferrying technique. You have to memorize Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture and engrave it in your mind. After that, you'll take a look at the diary of the ascetic senior monk. The soul-ferrying technique is in the diary." After receiving this disciple, Song Shuhang decided to earnestly help her learn soul-ferrying techniques. If possible, he also wanted to teach her everything he knew about saber techniques so that Little Kai could truly become the virtuous Buddhist sabersman. After hearing these words, Little Kai obediently started to memorize Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture. Afterward, Song Shuhang gave a call to his roommates, telling them that he would not be back this evening. In addition, he informed them that he had something to take care of during the weekend and that they didn't need to worry. After concluding the call, Song Shuhang discovered that Venerable White was resting his chin in his hand, and was seemingly thinking about something. "Senior White, is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. "It's nothing. How far are we from the Chu family?" Venerable White said. He felt that their flying speed was too low. "Given the flying speed of Yi Si's golden book, we will get there only in the evening." Song Shuhang then suggested, "Senior White, can you directly use the power of space to bring us to the Chu family?" Venerable White said, "Sure, but what is the exact position of the Chu family? I can't remember too clearly. Tell me where it is on the map." After hearing these words, the disciple of the Chu family was instantly shocked. The power of space. Even though he was just the disciple of a small family, he was aware that only experts of the Tribulation Transcender rank could use the power of space. Was it possible that this Senior White was a Tribulation Transcender? The disciple of the Chu family quickly took out his mobile phone, and opened the map app, saying to Venerable White, "Senior, take a look here. This is the approximate position of the Chu family, and this is our current position." "Oh, I understand now. Wait for me to open a space gate, and we can set out." Venerable White stretched out his finger, and slashed in the air, creating a space crack. Yi Si's life-bound golden book quickly drilled into the space crack. When the golden book came out of the space passage, they were already in the airspace of the Chu family. "We have arrived," the disciple of the Chu family blurted out. Heavens, he had just traveled through space and instantly crossed most of China, arriving directly at the Chu family. Everything felt like a dream. Venerable White stood up while on the golden book, overlooking the land of the Chu family. The members of the Chu family were all captured. Those guys loitering outside and searching everywhere must be the attackers, Venerable White said. "Senior White, please save our Chu family," the disciple of the Chu family begged. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll first kill all the attackers," Venerable White said. After saying this much, he made a hand seal, and a big formation appeared in the sky. This formation had a diameter of 5,000 meters, and it covered the whole land of the Chu family. Song Shuhang, Senior White was truly domineering today. If this huge formation launched an attack, it would be enough to flatten the entire land of the Chu family. The prestige of the formation was too great, and all the attackers below couldn't help but raise their heads and look upward. In the next moment, they felt their legs becoming soft as they saw that huge formation. F***ck, what's that? That's an offensive formation. Someone wants to attack the land of the Chu family. Damn it, we have to escape. But we have nowhere to escape. The range is too big. Who can give me a hand? My legs are all soft. Just as the attackers on the ground were panicking, countless swords appeared in the formation in the sky. Each sword was made of highly condensed sword chi. Due to the quality of the sword chi being too high, it condensed into swords that seemed real, sharp, and cold. Descend. Venerable White gently waved his hand while standing in the sky. Whiz, 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 thousands of swords rained down. Song Shuhang said anxiously, Senior White, an AoE attack like this will injure the disciples of the Chu family as well. Don't worry, each and every one of those swords is under my control. As long as someone possesses the bloodline of the Chu family, they won't get injured, Venerable White comforted him. Boom, 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 the loud sound of explosions echoed non-stop in the land of the Chu family. Right, do you want to completely wipe out those guys? Venerable White suddenly turned his head around and looked at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. Why are you asking me? Actually, if someone barged into his house and tied up Mama Song and Papa Song, he would definitely want to chop that person to pieces. However, what the opposite party had raided this time was the Chu family. Senior White, perhaps you can subdue the attackers and make it so that they can't oppose any resistance, letting the people of the Chu family deal with them, Song Shuhang replied. As for how the Chu family wanted to deal with these attackers, it was none of his business. That's too troublesome. It's easier to just kill everyone, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. Anyway, said and done. Venerable White gently raised his finger and greatly decreased the strength of the swords. The cries of the cultivators below echoed non-stop. Those swords that were originally strong enough to instantly kill them only destroyed their original sea of Qi Dan Tian, burst open their meridians, or robbed them of their motor skills upon stabbing their bodies. In short, none died. For the time being, they had managed to keep their poor lives. Done. Venerable White clapped his hands. The huge formation in the sky disappeared, and the sword chi below transformed into spiritual energy that fused with heaven and earth. Along with that sword chi transforming into spiritual energy and dispersing, the level of the spiritual energy in the land of the Chu family increased by 2 notches. They had profited from this misfortune. Let's go down. Venerable White grabbed Song Shuhang, and caught that disciple of the Chu family with the other hand. Then, he leapt down from an altitude of several kilometers. The disciple of the Chu family screamed in fear. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, can't we land like normal people? After jumping from an altitude of several kilometers, his acrophobia might get worse. What to do if it became incurable and he ended up becoming unable to ride a flying sword? Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to you, Venerable White reassured him. In Song Shuhang's body, Yi Si smiled, and took back her life-bound golden book. The monster bird Little Kai flapped her wings and grabbed Xidigarba's soul-ferrying scripture, slowly descending. After successfully landing in the territory of the Chu family, that disciple of the Chu family softly lay on the ground, unable to get up. Song Shuhang looked at that disciple with a gaze full of compassion. This fellow Taoist also seemed to have joined the Acrophobia Club. If this guy managed to advance to the 4th stage in the future, his flying sword guardrail shop would have an additional client. Senior White, let's go look for those imprisoned members of the Chu family and see if that old family leader of the spiritual emperor rank is still here, Song Shuhang said. There is no need to look. I can't feel the aura of any fifth-stage spiritual emperor in the entire land of the Chu family. They probably carried off the old family leader as they headed to the forbidden area, Venerable White said with a smile. When the time comes, all those that dared to snatch out forbidden area will die. The enemies that had raided the Chu family were all taken care of, and the captured disciples set free. Those that were injured were moved to the infirmary of the clan so that they could receive treatment. After they were set free, the disciples of the Chu family angrily glared at the attackers that Venerable White had subdued. Some of the short-tempered disciples couldn't help but charge forward and use their fists to vent the anger and hate in their heart. The Chu family wasn't a Buddhist sect, and they weren't the type to repay ingratitude with kindness. In the meantime, the new leader of the Chu family, Chu Wenyan, and two elders arrived next to Song Shuhang and thanked him and Venerable White for saving the Chu family. Afterward, Song Shuhang asked, "Right, family leader, is Miss Chu Chunying safe?" After fellow Taoist Soft Feather discovered what had happened to the Chu family, she was very worried about her safety. Fellow Taoist Song, don't worry. Chunying is fine, and wasn't injured, the family leader replied. After looking at Song Shuhang, the heart of the family leader was filled with emotion. If he didn't remember incorrectly, when this fellow Taoist Song had fought on the grievance-settling platform the last time, he had just advanced from the first stage Dragon Gate realm to the second stage realm. But now, he was already unable to gauge his real strength. He got the feeling that the strength of the opposite party wasn't below his own. With his strength of the third stage, he was the strongest member of the Chu family aside from their ancestor. Had fellow Taoist Song also reached the third stage? The family leader felt that he had been simply living at the bottom of a well up until now. Right. Fellow Taoist Song, how is Chu? Chu Wenyan asked. After the end of the battle on the grievance-settling platform, Chu had gone with Song Shuhang to take care of Miss Li Yinzhu. She hadn't gotten in touch with the Chu family since then, and they had no idea how she was doing right now. Miss Chu is fine, and she's practicing in a secret realm alongside Yinzhu, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Then, he pointed at the defeated enemies, and said, "We'll let the Chu family deal with those guys lying on the ground. They don't have the strength to revolt anymore, and you guys can deal with them as you wish." Chu Wenyan said, "Fellow Taoist, the Chu family will never forget this favor." Venerable White said, "Don't worry, it wasn't much. Anyway, let's put this matter aside for the moment. Where is your old family leader of the fifth stage?" The experts among the enemy ranks injured the ancestor, and forcefully carried him off. Now, they should have already reached that forbidden area, Chu Wenyan replied with a bitter expression on his face. "Which direction did they go in?" Venerable White asked. "If they made haste, they could perhaps catch up with the ancestor of the Chu family." The family leader shook his head. When the ancestor was carried off, all the members of the Chu family had been locked up already, and none saw which direction the ancestor went in. "In that case, do you know the location of the forbidden area?" Venerable White asked. "If you know the location of the forbidden area, we can intercept the opposite party and save your ancestor if we are fast enough. We aren't very clear where the forbidden area is. However, there is a letter that the ancestor wanted to give to little friend Song, and there might be clues about the position of the forbidden area inside," the family leader said at this time. Then, he tore off his left arm. His left arm was an artificial limb. The letter that the ancestor had left for Song Shuhang was hidden in this artificial limb. Luckily, the attackers didn't bother searching the disciples of the Chu family after taking away the ancestor, and didn't discover the letter. Song Shuhang took the letter and opened it. Sure enough, the accurate position of the forbidden area was recorded in the letter. There was also a detailed account of the trip that Chu Konghua and Li Tiansu had made to the forbidden area. The forbidden area was hidden deep in the ground, and there were incredible dangers concealed within. The first time Chu Kongbua and Li Tiansu went to the forbidden area, the former got severely injured as they arrived on the periphery of the forbidden area, and Li Tiansu had no choice but to bring him back. Afterward, Chu Kongbua stayed in the Chu family all the time, and came out only after his wound got somewhat better. Later, Taoist priest Li Tiansu went to explore the forbidden area on his own. He eventually died there, with his corpse flying far away and falling beside Song Shuhang and Venerable White, forming a knot of karma with them. In the letter were described 3 types of danger one would face after barging into the periphery of the forbidden area. The first one was a voodoo curse. If they stepped into the range of the voodoo curse, weak-willed cultivators would go berserk. Their eyes would become red, and they would start attacking their companions. Back then, Chu Kongbua got affected by this voodoo curse, and suddenly attacked Li Tiansu. Luckily, Li Tiansu's strength far surpassed Chu Kongbua's, and he was able to subdue him and leave the range of the voodoo curse. Fortunately, the effects of the voodoo curse vanished 2 hours after they had left its range. The second one was a type of invisible attack that somewhat resembled an invisible attack of sword chi. But, according to Li Tiansu's guess, it was the work of a sword-shaped insect that could stay invisible and evade the detection of cultivators. The third and last one was a talisman that an expert of unknown strength had left behind. Back then, when Chu Kongbua and Li Tiansu approached the talisman, a fist suddenly materialized, and severely injured Chu Kongbua with a mysterious fist technique. After reading the letter, Song Shuhang handed it to Venerable White. Venerable White concentrated his gaze on the address written on the letter and nodded his head. "I know the approximate position. Shuhang, let's go. We absolutely can't let those guys get into the forbidden area before us." After saying this much, Venerable White stretched out his hand and slashed, creating a space crack in the air. Then, he grabbed Song Shuhang, and barged into the crack. The monster bird Little Kai tightly held onto Song Shuhang's shoulder so as to avoid falling off. Bang! The space gate closed. The mouth of the family leader was wide open, and it didn't close up for a long time. The power of space, was that a 9th stage tribulation transcender? There was still hope for their ancestor. After a short moment, Venerable White and Song Shuhang drilled out of the space gate and appeared in an underground area. "We are there already?" Song Shuhang asked. "Of course. My teleportation is very precise, and the deviation is not even 1 centipede, Venerable White said with a smile. 1 centipede? You mean 1 centimeter? Song Shuhang said. Venerable White replied, "It's the same thing. Anyway, we are talking about a distance equal to the length of a fingernail. In that case, the forbidden area should lie right in front of us, right?" Song Shuhang asked. In other words, they would soon enter the range of that voodoo curse, and they had to mentally prepare themselves. Actually, we are in the forbidden area already, and we are in the range of that voodoo curse on top of that, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. Senior White, don't be like this. At the very least, give me the time to prepare. Just as he was pondering, Song Shuhang felt pain in his head. It wasn't the voodoo curse attacking him, it was Little Kai hitting his head with her beak. Song Shuhang had a bad feeling. He moved his shoulder and stretched out his hand to grab Little Kai. However, Little Kai flapped her wings and dodged Song Shuhang's hand. Her eyes were bloodshot as she was flying around and pecking Song Shuhang's head with all her might. It seemed she had been affected by that voodoo curse. Little Kai wasn't an ordinary bird. She was someone that had cultivated and turned into a monster bird. The hardness of her beak could be compared to that of steel, and it was rather painful getting pecked. Luckily, the strength of Song Shuhang's body had already reached the 4th stage rank, and he had also practiced body tempering techniques such as the immovable body of the Buddha, steel hands technique, and scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. Otherwise, Little Kai would have made him bleed after pecking his head. Senior White, little Kai got affected by that voodoo curse. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he cautiously touched his size-reducing purse. What to do if Lady Onion in the purse got affected as well and jumped out, starting to hit his knee? The will of this little monster is really weak. Venerable White stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion, catching little Kai in his palm. The strange thing was little Kai's bloodshot eyes returned to normality as soon as Venerable White grabbed her. Chirp. Weird, what happened just now? Little Kai said in puzzlement after recovering. You got affected by that voodoo curse. Everything is good now, Venerable White said. For your safety, you should switch places and stand on my shoulder from now on. Little Kai quickly nodded her head. Right, you'd better not poop on my shoulder. I've heard that birds cannot control themselves when they have to poop, and if they feel like pooping, they will just do it, Venerable White said. Song Shuhang. Little Kai said, Senior, I'm a monster bird. As such, I can control myself even if I'm still a bird. Good to hear. Venerable White turned his head around, and said to Song Shuhang, Shuhang, do you think you can resist? If you feel like you can't, get closer to me so as to avoid getting affected by that voodoo curse. I should be fine, Song Shuhang said as he pointed at the faint golden light shrouding his body. After his light of virtue had materialized, things such as curses and poisons were unable to harm him. I had almost forgotten about your light of virtue. In that case, let's advance. TSK, it seems that the group of attackers is right ahead of us. From the looks of it, they got here not too long ago. My luck is pretty good today. Let's quickly catch up to them and castigate them. Venerable White said. The little monster bird said, Strange, none of those guys was affected by that voodoo curse? They probably prepared in advance. After all, they have the ancestor of the Chu family with them, Song Shuhang said. Since the survival of the whole Chu family was on the line, the ancestor of the Chu family had no other choice but to tell everything to the attackers. The way the voodoo curse was set up is rather ingenious, and it can't be avoided just because one is prepared, Venerable White said. Just as he was speaking, Venerable White suddenly stretched out his hand and waved it. Radiant sword light swept all around immediately afterward. After the sword light swept the surrounding area, it cut a person that was hiding there, revealing their presence. It was a cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank, their eyes bloodshot and expression filled with madness. This person had been clearly affected by that voodoo curse. The voodoo curse had the power to make people go berserk, making them instinctively attack all the living things in front of them. However, the person affected by the curse could still display their magical techniques and skills. Just like this cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, who was able to use this skill to erase their traces so that they could secretly assassinate all nearby living creatures, even though they had bloodshot eyes. After getting forced to reveal their presence, the cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm grinned evilly. Quack, quack, quack. His laughter was the same as the cry of a duck. Soon, he charged toward Venerable White. But after he had taken 2 steps, his body transformed into several particles of light that dispersed in the wind. He had already died after receiving Venerable White's sword chi attack, but had yet to notice it. The number of cultivators that attacked the Chu family was pretty high, and only 6 of them were affected by the voodoo curse. 4 of them died already, this one was the 5th, so there is still one left, and is loitering around in a distant place, Venerable White explained. From the looks of it, this group that attacked the Chu family was put together in haste, and is only temporarily working together. Otherwise, they would have tried to save their companions affected by the voodoo curse. Just as Venerable White was explaining, a scream was transmitted from a distant place, and the pungent smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Several figures appeared ahead of them while riding their flying swords at low altitude. These figures had several clearly visible and deep sword cuts all over their bodies. Disperse. If we stay together, we are bound to meet our end, one of the cultivators shouted. The remaining cultivators quickly dispersed. But as they were splitting up and fleeing for their lives, the head of a cultivator was sent flying, his eyes filled with regret. His body then fell from the sky. While his body was falling, countless streams of invisible sword chi attacked his body. 2 breaths later, the body of that cultivator was attacked and devoured until it completely disappeared. It felt as though there were countless invisible piranha that had swallowed him up. It wasn't only his body, his Taoist robe, talismans, and flying sword were also devoured until nothing was left. Is that the second layer of defense arranged on the periphery of the forbidden area, the one with those strange insects? Song Shuhang said. Correct, those are invisible sword insects. Back in the days, the ancient witches were very skilled in raising this type of insect, and they can be considered a valuable treasure. Shuhang, you seemingly practice a cultivation technique that can allow you to tame spirit beasts, right? Do you want to try to raise these insects? Although they grew up somewhat violent, they are still the descendants of a spirit beast, and they can be tamed, Venerable White said. The 33 divine beasts technique Song Shuhang practiced was the cultivation technique passed down in the divine beast department of the ancient heavenly city, and the divine beast department specialized in taming spirit beasts. Those things can be raised? Song Shuhang said. But how can I raise them? I grab them and then tame them? These invisible sword insects were extremely scary. A cultivator that could ride a flying sword was someone that had, at the very least, reached the 4th stage realm, but they still didn't have any power to oppose those invisible sword insects. If you want to catch and tame the invisible sword insects before our eyes, you will first need to be as strong as me. Otherwise, you'll end up like that cultivator that was devoured just now, Venerable White said. However, we can directly barge into their nest and look for their eggs. If we can find an egg, you can try to use your spirit beast taming technique to hasten the hatching of the egg. If you succeed, you'll obtain an invisible sword insect as a protector. Are we heading to their nest, then? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, follow me. I feel that my luck is pretty good today. We will definitely find their nest, Venerable White said, full of confidence. Thereupon, Venerable White pulled Song Shuhang and turned around, heading right. Song Shuhang and Little Kai followed Venerable White and went to look for the nest of those invisible sword insects. They moved away from the range of the voodoo curse and headed right. Given the distance they had traveled, they should have already entered the area where those invisible sword insects resided. But, strangely enough, the insects didn't attack them. Is this Senior White's luck at work? Is that why we didn't meet any of those invisible sword insects? Song Shuhang wondered. However, if Song Shuhang possessed a special ocular skill that allowed him to see those invisible sword insects, he would notice that Venerable White hadn't really taken a path that would allow them to evade the invisible sword insects. On the other hand, the invisible sword insects were the ones trying to escape from him and Venerable White. Tens of thousands of invisible sword insects were subconsciously hiding from Venerable White. In a range of 10 meters from Venerable White, there wasn't a single invisible sword insect, and all the invisible sword insects in a range of 100 meters from him were trembling, too scared to attack him. Whenever Venerable White took a step forward, the invisible sword insects would flap their wings and quickly retreat 10 steps, putting some distance between Venerable White and them. At this time, several cries were transmitted from a not too distant place. Those several cultivators that had tried to scatter all around earlier weren't that lucky. Although they were fleeing in different directions, the invisible sword insects in this place had reproduced for several thousand years, and their number was insane. When the cultivators split up, the invisible sword insects split up as well, and started to hunt them down. Soon, those several cultivators all died. The invisible sword insects completely devoured their bodies, and nothing was left behind. Little Kai tilted her head, and said, "Those cultivators we saw earlier died." Ordinary cultivators are unable to see or detect the presence of these invisible sword insects. As such, they are absolutely deadly for them, Venerable White said. But why didn't any of those invisible sword insects attack us? Little Kai asked in puzzlement. They don't dare to attack because I'm here, Venerable White said with a smile. Little Kai didn't completely understand, but still nodded her head. Song Shuhang, it wasn't that Senior White was evading those invisible sword insects, it was the insects that were too afraid to attack him. Song Shuhang fell deep in thought. Since the beginning, he felt that there was something wrong with Venerable White today. This person was indeed Venerable White, and Song Shuhang believed that he wouldn't easily mistake him for someone else. Even if Immortal Master Copper Trigram were to disguise as Venerable White, actually, Immortal Master Copper Trigram's disguising technique was a bug-like existence, and if he really disguised as Venerable White, Song Shuhang wasn't totally sure that he would be able to tell if he was the real one or not. Anyway, was it possible that Venerable White became too happy after learning how to perform acrobatic feats with the excavator and entered into this overexcited state? Was this the reason for his strange behavior today? Or perhaps... Shuhang, why are you spacing out? Keep up the pace and don't fall behind. Otherwise, if you are not careful, those invisible sword insects will tear you to pieces. Venerable White's voice made Song Shuhang return to his senses. Song Shuhang quickly increased his pace and stopped indulging in flights of fancy. The two of them continued to head right. Little Kai asked, "Senior White, will we reach the nest of the insects if we keep going in this direction?" "Probably. However, it doesn't really matter, even if it doesn't work, we can easily flatten this whole area where the invisible sword insects are reunited and find their nest that way," Venerable White said, sounding very tyrannical. Little Kai said, "It makes sense." "Senior White, you can see these invisible sword insects?" Song Shuhang asked. "Yes, I can see them. I'm currently heading in the direction with the largest number of invisible sword insects. We should be able to find their nest this way," Venerable White said. While they were discussing, Venerable White said smugly, "Look, we found it. There are countless insects flying in and out of that cliff in front of us. That's surely their nest. Let's increase our pace and get inside. If we can find their eggs, we'll take some with us." After saying these words, Venerable White quickly headed toward the cliff. Song Shuhang operated his virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork, quickly following after him. Not long after Venerable White and Song Shuhang entered the nest of those invisible sword insects. In the area of the voodoo curse. The surviving cultivator that had been affected by the voodoo curse earlier suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. After that, his body was grabbed by an invisible hand and dragged outside the range of the voodoo curse by force. Soon afterward, a defensive barrier was erected, creating a safe zone between the area of the voodoo curse and the area of the sword insects. In this safe zone, the bloodshot eyes of that purple-robed cultivator quickly returned to normality. "Ahaha, I finally woke up," the purple-robed cultivator said as he opened his eyes. "General, can't you be a little gentler? My body almost broke to pieces when you dragged me here." From the looks of it, this purple-robed cultivator had intentionally entered into the range of that voodoo curse, and had a hidden helper waiting for him outside the range of the curse that could pull him out at any time. He, a little gentler?" A heavy voice echoed in the air. "If you were a female human cultivator, it would perhaps be a little gentler. You should use the body of a pretty female cultivator the next time. At that time, I'll be gentler and show you some more affection. I can never refuse to cultivate together with female cultivators." "No, thanks." The purple-robed cultivator rubbed his eyes. He had no such hobby. "Has that little friend surnamed Song arrived here already?" "He has come, and just like you guessed, he came alongside that Venerable White. They just passed through this area with the voodoo curse, that's why I dragged you out. That heavy voice echoed in the air again. However, they didn't advance forward after entering the area with the invisible sword insects, but decided to look for their nest. TSK, it seems they want to get the eggs of the insects. They actually had the same idea as me. The eggs of those sword insects are a real treasure, the cultivator said with a smile. However, that's fine as well. If that Song Shuhang manages to get the eggs, I won't have to take risks myself in order to look for them. After all, the eggs will also fall in my hands as long as I manage to catch him. He. That heavy voice echoed in the air again. Anyway, since Song Shuhang has come, we can proceed with the plan. We have to rely on little friend Song to open the door of the forbidden area. After saying this much, that purple-robed cultivator stretched out his hand and waved it. Then, 4 ropes made of blood extended from his fingertips, drilling into the area with the voodoo curse. Soon after, they pulled over the corpses of 4 cultivators from the cursed area. Earlier, Venerable White said that 6 people had been affected by that voodoo curse. 4 of them died before he and Song Shuhang got there, and 1 got chopped to pieces when they tried to ambush them. After dragging the 4 corpses over, the purple-robed cultivator bent down, and started searching their bodies. But, after searching them for a while, he only found a few talismans on them. The talismans had lost the spiritual energy inside, and were just junk right now. As for other items such as medicinal pills, flying swords, and whatnot, they had completely disappeared. This forbidden area sure is scary. All the items imbued with spiritual energy that these dead cultivators had with them were devoured, becoming the nourishment of this place. After saying this much, the purple-robed cultivator threw away those talismans that had lost their spiritual energy. Then, he stretched out his hand, and pressed one of the corpses. Blazing red true chi started to revolve all over the body of the corpse. Afterward, the blazing red true chi poured into the corpse, making it shake fiercely. Next, the corpse slowly stood up with the help of the true chi. The only problem was that the corpse had changed and become very strange. At this time, the corpse of that cultivator was like a wobbly balloon filled with water. No matter how many times I look at your skin puppet technique, it makes me want to throw up. That heavy voice echoed. Anyway, careful with your movements. That Venerable White is a cultivator of the 7th stage. Even if I've erected this barrier, he might discover us if the fluctuations of your energy are too big. I know what I'm doing. In addition, this skin puppet technique makes me feel like vomiting as well, the purple-robed cultivator said with a smile. However, it's very cost-effective, and even if the puppet gets damaged, it doesn't really matter. It's so practical that I can't bear to part with it. The process was repeated 4 times altogether, and the corpses of the 4 cultivators turned into wobbly skin puppets that seemed filled with water. A few breaths later, the skin puppets stopped wobbling, and the liquid inside stabilized. Now, they looked no different than ordinary cultivators under a superficial scrutiny. Then, under the command of the purple-robed cultivator, the 4 skin puppets headed toward the area of the invisible sword insects, forcefully barging into it. Done. Then, the purple-robed cultivator asked, "General, which place have those greedy guys ahead reached?" "Those guys already got past the 4th checkpoint, and are about to reach the entrance of the forbidden area. No one is suspecting anything while being led by your living puppet. They all think that they will return home with a full load," that heavy voice's owner said with a smile. "TSK, it cost me a lot of effort to bring up a living puppet that had next to no prestige among cultivators. I had to spend 3 years in order to modify him into a living puppet without him noticing," the purple-robed cultivator said, very pleased with himself. He had this living puppet with small prestige take the lead, and use this forbidden area with high return as the bait. After that, he used his personal connections to spread the information everywhere, and gathered a group of cultivators with decent strength to explore the forbidden area in no time. It seemed everything was proceeding according to his plan. Unfortunately, the cursed nightmare of the jet-black sect he'd planted in Song Shuhang's body with all that trouble had lost its effect. Otherwise, the plan would have been even more perfect. "Everything is within my grasp," the purple-robed cultivator said smugly. Inside the nest of the sword insects. Senior White gazed at the 17 tunnels before his eyes and fell deep in thought. The nest of the invisible sword insects was like a maze, and it was made of several very complicated passages. Song Shuhang and the others had no idea which one would lead them to the eggs. As if that wasn't enough, there was another problem: the various passages were somewhat small, only big enough to let a dog in. The fact that the nest had a maze-like structure wasn't a problem. After all, as long as Senior White swept the place with his spirit sense, he could easily find the location of the eggs. But, as far as crawling into those small passages was concerned, Senior White didn't seem too interested in it. After pondering for a short moment, Senior White suddenly turned his head around with a serious expression and said, "Shuhang, do you really want those eggs?" Song Shuhang was confused. "Senior White, aren't you the one that suggested looking for the eggs of these invisible sword insects?" However, Song Shuhang still replied, "Well, if possible, I would like to get some. After all, these invisible sword insects were very valuable." "Good, get behind me in that case," Senior White said. Song Shuhang followed Senior White's instructions and got behind him. Then, he saw Senior White take out a strange magical treasure. This magical treasure somewhat resembled a drill bit, but there was a circular claw attached to the end. Senior White lifted his drill bit-shaped magical treasure, and randomly chose one of the passages, starting to drill. The magical treasure started to spin, and the claw attached to it spun as well. Upon contact, the hole ahead expanded several times, creating a passage big enough to allow two people to walk side by side. Sure enough. Senior White is truly acting strange today, Song Shuhang thought to himself. He had a theory in mind, but he needed to confirm it first. Boom, 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 Senior White raised the drill and kept advancing in the tunnel while carving out a new path. Song Shuhang followed closely behind him. Drilling and drilling, Senior White suddenly stopped. "Senior White, is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked. "I've discovered the location of the eggs. Still, it's really annoying to have my spirit sense limited." "Let's go, we'll take a shortcut," Senior White said. "Shortcut?" The monster bird Little Kai curiously looked all around. The only thing before them was this passageway, and there was no trace of any shortcut. However, Song Shuhang immediately understood what Senior White meant. If there wasn't a shortcut, he would simply create one. Sure enough, Senior White lifted his drill bit like magical treasure and aimed at the left wall of the passageway, starting to drill. Very soon, Senior White carved out a huge tunnel. At the end of this tunnel was another passage that those invisible sword insects had dug out. This passage would directly lead them to the eggs. There is someone there. The sharp-eyed Little Kai saw another figure quickly pass through that other passageway. Song Shuhang also saw the figure. When Senior White drilled to that other passageway, that figure quickly crawled forward. "Hee, I sensed his presence just now, and decided to chase after him," Senior White said. "This guy sneaked into the nest of the invisible sword insects and is probably looking for their eggs as well. We have to catch up to him, we can't let him run away." Thereupon, Senior White raised his drill bit-like magical treasure and kept expanding this new passage they had reached. Dugubai was especially depressed today. He was a special variety of a fox spirit, and although he was a handsome male fox, he decided to give up on studying the illusory and bewitching techniques that his race excelled at. In the end, he acknowledged a human cultivator as his teacher, and learned a cultivation technique suitable to him as well as an exquisite spirit beast taming skill. His teacher didn't tell him the name of this cultivation technique. Whenever he asked about the origin of this cultivation technique, his teacher would get very sad. As such, Dugubai stopped mentioning this matter over the course of time. After reaching the intermediate level in this cultivation technique, Dugubai made up his mind, and decided to become a grandmaster spirit beast tamer like his teacher. Therefore, he spent most of his time in secret realms, forbidden areas, and other similar places, looking for all kinds of spirit beasts that he could bring back and raise. 1 year ago, Dugubai found this forbidden area and discovered that there were some valuable invisible sword insects inside. The cultivation technique he practiced was very special, which enabled him to use a marvelous ocular technique that allowed him to see these invisible sword insects. These invisible sword insects were very precious, and possessed the bloodline of a spirit beast. If he brought back a few, his teacher would surely be happy, right? As such, Dugubai decided to bring back with him the eggs of the invisible sword insects. To do so, he spent 1 year preparing a special type of medicinal powder that would make him completely undetectable by these sword insect senses after it was applied to his body. At the same time, he researched the habits of these invisible sword insects, discovering that they would hide in a cave once every 3 months and start reproducing if no one alarmed them. During this period of time, they would very rarely leave the cave. The new breeding season of the invisible sword insects just happened to start a few days ago. The best time to crawl into those narrow passages was precisely when the sword insects were hiding in that cave and reproducing. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about getting injured by the invisible sword insects passing through the tunnels. Anyway, he was depressed because just as he was taking his time in the nest and looking for the safest passage to reach the eggs of those invisible sword insects, some bastards barged into the forbidden area. After those bastards alarmed the invisible sword insects, the insects quickly whizzed out of the cave they were hiding in. At that time, Dugubai, who was crawling through one of the passages, got a scare and almost wet himself. A crowd of invisible sword insects drilled out of the cave and almost hit him in the face. If he was even a little careless, he would turn into a sieve. Luckily, Dugubai was fast to react, and had a relatively small build. He quickly dug a hole in the passage, and hid himself there, dodging the incoming invisible sword insects. After evading this calamity, he kept crawling across the nest while being very careful. But just as he was moving forward, he heard a rumbling sound coming from one of the nearby passages. Damn, which bastard was it this time? Also, this guy was unexpectedly digging a tunnel in the nest of the invisible sword insects. Was he tired of living? If you want to die, go die alone and don't take me with you. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Dugubai discovered that there was something wrong. Was it only his misconception, or was that rumble getting closer and closer? Was that person coming toward him? That was bad. It seemed he was the target of the opposite party. Dugubai quickly moved through the passage, but crawling in this passage while in human form was rather troublesome. Still, he couldn't assume his monster form either. His monster form was as big as a multi-storied building, and there was no way it would fit in this small passage. Dugubai ran for his life, but that rumbling sound was getting closer and closer. At the same time, a pleasant voice echoed. "Hee, found you. Little thief, where do you think you are escaping?" In the next moment, Dugubai felt that his legs were tied up. It was the work of a binding magical treasure, which even made him unable to struggle. Dugubai's eyes were full of tears. "Teacher, it seems I'll die today." Boom! Senior White and Song Shuhang kept drilling until they reached Dugubai's position. What a beauty! I can smell the scent of a fox coming from her body. "She is a monster fox," little Kai said cheerfully. Senior Sister Yi Si drilled out of Song Shuhang's body, looking very curious, and said, "A fox spirit. It's my first time seeing one alive." As expected, it's quite the beauty. Song Shuhang also gazed at Dugubai. An oval face, somewhat rounded brow, long and narrow eyes, undoubtedly a natural-born beauty. Fellow Taoist. I don't swing that way. Please don't look at me with that lecherous gaze of yours, Dugubai said. Song Shuhang. With which eyes did you see me looking at you with a lecherous gaze? Senior White said, it's a male monster fox. Shuhang, how do you want to deal with this guy? Anyway, he's part of that group that attacked the Chu family, and he doesn't deserve any pity. We might as well kill him right now. Right. Little Kai, how is your study of soul ferrying techniques proceeding? I can keep his soul behind after I kill him and give you a chance to ferry it. I just finished memorizing Ksitigarbha's soul ferrying scripture, and I have yet to learn how to ferry souls, Little Kai replied. That's really unfortunate, Venerable White said. Dugubai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Teacher, the human cultivators in the outside world are truly scary. After killing me, they don't plan to let off my soul either. Not even letting off people's souls after killing them is going too far. Actually, wait a moment. I'm part of the group that attacked the Chu family. These guys got the wrong person. Fellow Taoists, wait a moment. I didn't come here with those guys outside. Dugubai said in a hurry. I'm just a spirit beast tamer, and I came to this forbidden area 1 year ago. I don't know any of those bastards outside. I'm just here to take a few eggs from the nest of the invisible sword insects, nothing more. After hearing these words, Senior White said, Ah. You want to steal my eggs? As expected, it's better to kill you right now. Dugubai. Fellow Taoist, I came to this place 1 year ago. If we want to talk about stealing, you are the one stealing my eggs. Senior White, wait a moment, Senior Sister Yi Si suddenly said. Then, she gazed at Dugubai, and said, Young fox spirit, do you want to keep your life and get the eggs? Dugubai nodded his head. Senior Sister Yi Si gently smiled, in that case, do you have some money with you? Money? Ah, yes. Dugubai took out a small bag of spirit stones, and said, These are all the spirit stones I have with me. I don't want spirit stones, said Senior Sister Yi Si. I accept RMB, USD, or GBP. Dugubai was confused. You don't have any of those currencies? Senior Sister Yi Si said. Dugubai bitterly smiled and shook his head. Sigh, don't you know the sentence, without money, one can't take a single step forward? Senior Sister Yi Si returned to Song Shuhang's body, very disappointed. Song Shuhang. How should we handle this small fox? Senior White squatted and poked Dugubai. We can tie him up for now. If he really isn't acquainted with those guys outside, we can let him go, Song Shuhang said. If this guy really wasn't part of the attackers, he would ask Senior White to give him some of the eggs. Just as he was in deep thought, Song Shuhang had a strange feeling, and he looked at Dugubai again. When Song Shuhang stared at him, Dugubai was scared. The cultivation technique you practice is the 33 divine beasts technique, right? Song Shuhang asked. He was getting a familiar feeling from the body of this monster fox. In addition, after he got closer to him, that huge whale in his sea of Qi Dantian born from the fusion of his innate true Qi and the projections of the 33 beasts was stimulated and issued a cry. Song Shuhang got the feeling that this monster fox likewise practiced the 33 divine beasts technique. In addition, it wasn't an incomplete version like that of those assassins he had met some time ago. It was the complete version of the 33 divine beasts technique. Are you talking about the cultivation technique I practice? Dugubai shook his head, and said, I also have no idea what cultivation technique I'm practicing. Whenever I ask my teacher about this cultivation technique I practice, teacher evades the question. In addition, it's my first time hearing the name 33 divine beasts technique. The teacher of this monster fox evaded all the questions related to the cultivation technique? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and understood the reason. The 33 Divine Beasts technique was the cultivation technique passed down in the Divine Beast department of the ancient heavenly city. After the destruction of the heavenly city, the surviving members of the Divine Beast department created the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Afterward, the 33 Divine Beasts sect was destroyed as well. If the teacher of this monster fox was a survivor of the 33 Divine Beasts sect, it was understandable why they wouldn't tell the name of the cultivation technique to their disciple. It was to prevent the disciple from bringing a disaster upon them. However, Song Shuhang also noticed that the monster fox didn't feel anything even though the two of them were this close, and neither did his aura change. Is it because Senior White improved the 33 Divine Beasts technique I practice? Is this the reason I can sense that the opposite party is practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique, but they can't? Or perhaps the 33 Divine Beasts technique of each branch was different? After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang took out a golden chain from his magical bracelet. In that case, have you ever seen your teacher carry something similar? This monster fox could already assume human form, and was thus a monster of the 5th stage. In other words, the cultivation technique he practiced was complete, very different from the members of that organization of assassins. Such being the case, the status of his teacher in the 33 Divine Beasts sect shouldn't have been low. Perhaps they also possessed a golden chain similar to the one Song Shuhang had. After seeing the golden chain, the pupils of the monster fox shrunk faintly. He had indeed seen a similar chain. The chain seemed to have been forged from a big chunk of gold, and it gave off the aura of a nouveau riche. It was completely incompatible with his teacher's aloof style. However, his teacher treated the chain as a precious treasure. It seems you have seen this chain before, Song Shuhang said. As expected, the teacher of this monster fox was related to the 33 Divine Beasts sect. After saying this much, Song Shuhang put the golden chain away. At the same time, he sent his consciousness to the space within the chain, gazing at a handwritten thread-bound book, the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. Right before the destruction of the 33 Divine Beasts sect, the owner of the golden chain in Song Shuhang's hand, a certain elder bamboo pipe, had entrusted the author of this book to buy a few gifts for his beloved disciple. After that, the author of the book would have sent the gifts to Elder Bamboo Pipe alongside the book itself. After obtaining the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, Song Shuhang had tried it out on those 2 seahorses, spirit beasts he had at home, the ones that the stallion spirit had sent over as compensation, to see the effects. However, further developing the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming and making it reach new heights was going to be hopeless at this pace. In the past, Song Shuhang had once considered looking for a disciple in order to pass them this Encyclopedia of Animal Taming. After all, he couldn't let the legacy belonging to Elder Bamboo Pipe and the author of this book go to waste. The monster fox before his eyes was very likely someone that had inherited the legacy of the real 33 Divine Beast sect, and from what he had told them, he seemed very interested in taming animals. If his moral character wasn't bad, he could perhaps leave the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming to him. But before giving him the Encyclopedia of Animal Taming, Song Shuhang wanted to look for an opportunity to meet his teacher. First, he wanted to make sure that the opposite party was indeed a disciple of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Second, if the opposite party didn't mind, he wanted to know what had happened to the 33 Divine Beasts sect in the past. For example, what was the background of the enemies that had attacked the 33 Divine Beasts sect, and other similar things. After all, he, too, was someone that practiced the 33 Divine Beasts technique. After thinking up to this point, Song Shuhang asked, "How is your teacher doing? If possible, can you bring me to them?" The monster fox vigilantly looked at Song Shuhang, and said, "Hee, you made a big detour, but as expected, your objective was my teacher. Let me tell you something, teacher is mine, and you can forget about meeting her." Song Shuhang. A lot of things could be understood from this sentence alone. However, the nearby Senior White couldn't bear it anymore, and said, "Sigh, enough with this nonsense. If you want to talk, do it after we get out of this forbidden area. Leave this monster fox to me for now, you can resume this conversation after we get out of here." After saying this much, Senior White stretched out his hand and pressed it on the body of the monster fox. In the next moment, the monster fox disappeared. "Senior White, where did you teleport him?" Song Shuhang asked. "To a special secret realm that I use to trap people." "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape," Senior White said. "Oh, are you talking about the secret realm of slowness?" Song Shuhang said with a smile. "Ahahaha, exactly. The secret realm of slowness," Senior White said. Song Shuhang quietly nodded. Senior White continued expanding the passage with his magical treasure. All the invisible sword insects they met along the way retreated, putting some distance between them and Senior White. Although Senior White bullied them quite a bit, destroying their home as they were proceeding forward, the sword insects still didn't dare to attack him. "We have arrived. This is the place," Senior White said. A huge cave had appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes, full of glittering eggs. These golden eggs were the eggs of those invisible sword insects. There was more than 1,000 golden eggs in this cave. "There are so many eggs here, and here I thought that there would be only around 100 at most," Song Shuhang said. "If there were so many eggs, it wouldn't be a problem to give some to that monster fox." After all, Song Shuhang had no way of raising all these sword insects by himself. Senior White said, "Take all the eggs you can take. These sword insects are still in the middle of their breeding season, and even if you take all the eggs, the sword insects will produce more in just a few days, quickly filling the place." Since Senior White said he could take all of them, Song Shuhang didn't stand on ceremony. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to take away so many eggs even if they possessed a space-type magical treasure. After all, there were living creatures inside the eggs, and it would be impossible to store them in an ordinary space-type magical treasure. But Song Shuhang had his inner world, and all the eggs were moved to his inner world with just a thought. "Done," Song Shuhang said, looking very satisfied. At this time, at the entrance of the forbidden area. Of the 50-plus cultivators that had barged into the forbidden area, only 10 or so were left. Those that weren't lucky or strong enough had already fallen along the way. However, the expressions of the cultivators that were left behind didn't look too good either. The dangers they had met on the periphery of the forbidden area were way more terrifying than what they had initially expected. Although they'd already known about the 3 types of danger they would meet thanks to the ancestor of the Chu family, only around 10 of them managed to get there. Luckily, everything had been worth it. Now, they were standing at the entrance of this treasure house, and as long as they could get inside, they would obtain incredible treasures. Medicinal pills that could prolong their life, cultivation techniques that could allow them to reach the 7th stage or even higher realms, powerful magical treasures, medicinal pills to break through to the next realm, formations to easily transcend the heavenly tribulation. Sure enough, all these cultivators believed that the entrance to the forbidden area was actually the entrance to a treasure house, and as long as they managed to open the door, they would get all the treasures inside. This was something the cultivator leading them had told them. "What do we have to do in order to open the door of the treasure house?" one of the cultivators said after gazing at the entrance of the treasure house. A huge golden disc had appeared before their eyes. This disc was as big as a small mountain, and was made of layers upon layers of golden rings. There were almost 10,000 in total. Different numerical symbols, patterns, or letters were engraved on each ring. Only after those nearly 10,000 rings were put in the correct place could one open the door of the treasure house. If they didn't have the key to the door and were planning to open it with force, they could simply forget about it. The key to this door is concealed in the sword technique of the Chu family. That cultivator leading the group took out the scroll with the sword technique of the Chu family. They had all taken a look at this sword technique before barging into the forbidden area. Some of them comprehended a pretty good sword technique from it, while others obtained nothing. Now, every one of you should take another careful look at these scrolls. As long as you can find the secret concealed within, we will obtain all the things inside the treasure house, the cultivator, guiding them, said. Right, what about that old man from the Chu family? He must know something about the key to this treasure house, right? One of the cultivators said. Did you forget already? In the third layer, when that talisman transformed into a fist, it severely injured the old man of the Chu family. At this time, he should still be lying in the third layer. At that time, everyone was in a hurry to get past the obstacle and didn't go to help him, another cultivator said. This time around, the ancestor of the Chu family was once again KO'd in the third layer of the outer zone of the forbidden area, getting severely injured by the very same talisman. At this time, the cultivator leading them said, that old man knew nothing. Along the way, I used a few methods to take a look at his memories, and he didn't have the key to this secret realm. When he looked at these scrolls in the past, he only comprehended a sword technique. Whether he's here or not, it makes no difference. In the end, we will have to rely on ourselves. After saying this much, that cultivator guiding them also added, everybody, don't get anxious, I have a guess in mind. The sword techniques we comprehended from these scrolls were all different, and some people even comprehended 2 different sword techniques. Perhaps we will find the method to open this treasure house after combining together all the sword techniques we comprehended from the scrolls. Therefore, let's take another careful look at them. After that, we can try to put the various sword techniques we have comprehended together and see if it works. The various cultivators felt that his words made sense. Therefore, they started to carefully look at the scrolls again. In the meantime, Song Shuhang and Senior White got past the area with the invisible sword insects and arrived at the third layer. According to the letter of the ancestor of the Chu family, the dangerous part of the third checkpoint is this talisman that some expert left behind. This talisman can transform into a fist and display a mysterious fist technique. One fist is capable of injuring a cultivator of the 5th stage like the ancestor of the Chu family, Song Shuhang said. However, they didn't get attacked by this talisman after entering the third layer. Little Kai said, we didn't get attacked. Was the talisman damaged? The talisman is right there. Senior White stretched out his finger and pointed toward a not too distant wall with a huge rune engraved on it. Is it possible that this talisman also does not dare to attack Senior White? Song Shuhang asked. Those invisible sword insects were living spirit beasts, and it was understandable that they wouldn't try to attack Senior White due to the difference in strength. But, could a magical rune also feel fear? Had this magical rune also developed some intelligence like the banknote they'd met previously? No, it just ran out of the spiritual energy it had accumulated. This is why it didn't attack, Senior White said. After saying this much, Senior White stepped in the air and arrived in front of that magical rune, starting to research it. The structure isn't half bad, quite interesting. However, the technique isn't good enough. I will add a few strokes. After saying this much, Senior White stretched out his finger and started to slash left and right on the wall with the magical rune, slashing 18 times in total. After he finished, Senior White returned, very satisfied. Senior White, what did you do? Song Shuhang asked. I added a few things to that talisman, allowing it to recover energy faster and attack with more strength, he. Senior White smiled evilly. Then, he stretched out his hand again, and waved it. Under a pile of rocks in the distance, a severely injured cultivator was grabbed by an invisible hand and brought over. That's the ancestor of the Chu family, Song Shuhang said. The ancestor of the Chu family had been KO'd in the third layer of the outer zone of the forbidden area. He got defeated in the same spot 2 times in a row. The ancestor of the Chu family faintly opened his eyes, and looked at Song Shuhang. "Little friend. Shuhang, you are, finally here." "Yes," Song Shuhang said. "Is the Chu family safe?" the ancestor of the Chu family said in a shaky voice. "Yes, they aren't in trouble anymore. All the disciples were saved, and Senior White took care of the attackers," Song Shuhang said. All the people that had attacked the Chu family were defeated in front of Senior White's big move. "In that case, I can be at ease." After finishing his sentence, the ancestor of the Chu family tilted his head and fainted. Although the injury was not fatal, it was still very heavy. "Senior White, can you treat the injury of the ancestor of the Chu family?" Song Shuhang asked. Senior White said, "It's not really a big deal. Give him a medicinal pill and then use a healing technique to make him recover. Shuhang, you should have some medicinal pills to treat internal injuries with you, right? If you have them, make him eat one." "Yes, I have them. I will look for a suitable one," Song Shuhang said. Just as Song Shuhang was looking for medicinal pills, Senior White took out several parts of a magical treasure, and started to assemble them. After all the parts were assembled, they took the shape of a huge cannon. What was Senior White planning to do? This magical treasure resembled a cannon quite a lot. Was Senior White planning to blow up something? But why would he suddenly decide to blow up something? Was it possible that he got tired of playing exploration and decided to directly raze to the ground this checkpoint of the forbidden area? After sensing Song Shuhang's doubts, Senior White turned his head around, and explained, "You must be curious as to what this thing is, right? The full name of this thing is very long, and from what I remember, it was something like, supernatural might capable of overturning the world, plus a few more adjectives that I've forgotten, and it ended with, see gods, slay gods mother-child cannon. I'm not sure which board guy gave it this stupidly long name, but I just call it God-slaying cannon. Anyway, its destructive power is really high, and I really like this thing." Song Shuhang. It was really a cannon. Moreover, a mother-child type of cannon. As they were speaking, Venerable White finished assembling other 6 small cannons, which formed a straight line and connected with the mother cannon. Little Kai asked, "Senior White, why did you suddenly take out this cannon?" She had asked something that Song Shuhang wanted to know as well. "Because there are some guys ahead that are plotting against me." The corner of Senior White's mouth rose as he evilly smiled. Song Shuhang had a confused expression on his face. "I'm not mistaken. Someone is plotting against me and laid a trap ahead in the hopes of luring me there. I'm very familiar with this feeling, and I'm not mistaken. Therefore, I decided to take the initiative and make the first move." Senior White patted the god-slaying mother-child cannon. After the god-slaying cannon was put together, it finally activated. The runes of the formations engraved on the mother and child cannons shone and formed several patterns. It felt as though the energy had formed a circuit. Senior White said to Song Shuhang, "As long as your artillery fire is strong enough, you can obliterate all kinds of enemies and crafty schemes. What do they call it? One cannon to settle gratitude and grudges. Anyway, under the fire of a powerful cannon, all crafty plots and cunning schemes will be reduced to ashes." Song Shuhang quietly nodded his head. What Senior White said made sense. "Alright, you guys retreat a little. The recoil of this god-slaying cannon is somewhat big. Right, you should also seal your hearing or arrange a soundproof formation. The sound the cannon issues while firing can wreck one's eardrums," Senior White said. Song Shuhang and Little Kai retreated, and Yi Si arranged a small soundproof formation. Boom, boom, boom. Song Shuhang was still retreating when Senior White opened fire. Dazzling light condensed at the end of those god-slaying mother-child cannons positioned in a straight line. Soon after, the god-slaying cannons fired beams of light in rapid succession. The earth was scorched, and the various constructions crumbled to pieces. According to Senior White, it was a magical treasure with a pretty high destructive power, and its strength was indeed astonishing. Song Shuhang could faintly see a small mushroom cloud rising from the places the beams of light had hit. This god-slaying cannon wasn't firing radioactive attacks, right? The destructive power of this magical treasure already far exceeds that of the 7th stage Venerable Realm, EC said in Song Shuhang's mind. I feel that its power is even greater than that of the nameless magical technique Venerable White used the last time. The one that materialized a ring and fired disposable flying swords, Song Shuhang replied. As expected, there is something wrong with Senior White today. EC also felt that there was something fishy. Still, it's not really a big deal for us. Right, we can confirm this matter. Song Shuhang continued, EC, do you have any magical technique that can allow you to create a clone? It doesn't need to have any fighting capacity. It's fine as long as it has the ability to scout. I don't have a technique to create clones, EC said. However, I remember that you have a flying sword with you, right? Can you lend it to me? I can use a sword controlling technique and attach a wisp of my consciousness to the flying sword. That way, I'll be able to scout with it. We can give it a try. After saying this much, Song Shuhang took out a black flying sword from his magical bracelet. It was part of the spoils of war he'd obtained from branch leader Jing Mo of the Limitless Demon Sect. Although its flying speed wasn't too high, it was very suitable to carry out assassinations. Song Shuhang turned over his palm and sent the black flying sword to his inner world. EC, you should also enter my inner world and see if that tunnel that connects my inner world to the world of the Black Lotus is still there. If the tunnel is still there, throw this black flying sword inside and check if that big cocoon is still in the world of the Black Lotus, Song Shuhang said. At the same time, he shared with EC his memory of when he went to the world of the Black Lotus in the form of consciousness and met Senior White too, who was sleeping inside a big cocoon. EC said in his mind, I see. Are you suspecting that the Venerable White before our eyes might be Senior White too? It's just my guess, I'm not sure yet. We can't exclude that Venerable White might have just gotten too excited today, causing him to be in such high spirits, Song Shuhang said. No matter what Venerable White was doing, Song Shuhang would be hardly surprised. Even if Venerable White decided to become the wielder of the will tomorrow, Song Shuhang wouldn't feel surprised. I understand. I'll give it a try, EC said. Soon after, EC entered his inner world, starting to look for the tunnel that connected the inner world to the world of the Black Lotus. At this time, Senior White had already put away the god-slaying mother-child cannon, and arrived next to Song Shuhang. Hey! Shuhang, wake up! Are you spacing out again? Senior White shook Song Shuhang. Ahahaha, I was just mulling over something, Song Shuhang replied. Mulling over something? Were you shocked by the might of the god-slaying mother-child cannon? Senior White said. A little, Song Shuhang replied honestly. It seems you also like cannons. When we are free next time, I'll bring along a set of god-slaying cannons and give it to you, allowing you to bring into full play the power of the god-slaying cannon as well, Senior White said with a smile. Then, he also added, let's go. The traps, enemies, and dangers ahead were completely wiped out with that attack earlier. We can now head to the entrance of the forbidden area and open that door. Song Shuhang nodded. Song Shuhang and Senior White followed a charred black path, and arrived in front of the door to the forbidden area. This charred black path was the one that Venerable White's god-slaying cannon had carved out. The door to the forbidden area had the shape of a huge golden disc that was as big as a small mountain. The golden disc was made of layers upon layers of golden rings. There were almost 10,000 in total. Different numerical symbols, patterns, or letters were engraved on each ring. Can you solve the puzzle of this disc? Senior White asked. If they were unable to solve it, he could try to use the cannon to forcefully burst the door of the forbidden area open. "Sure, leave it to me," Song Shuhang said. The method to solve the puzzle of this golden disc had been engraved in his mind long ago. Before the door to the forbidden area, that group of cultivators unaware of the truth had been completely disintegrated, and not even their ashes were left behind. It was unknown what kind of material was used to manufacture the door of the forbidden area, but even after getting affected by the remaining power of the explosion the god-slaying cannon had generated, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. In the dreamland, Song Shuhang remembered that Taoist priest Li Tiansu had arrived in front of the door of the forbidden area and pressed his hands on the disc, starting to touch it with great care. At the same time, Shuhang sighed with emotion. The disc before his eyes was a massive chunk of gold. If he dug it out and brought it home, he would become rich. Oh, that was inappropriate as well. After all, it wasn't going to be easy to sell such a massive amount of gold after bringing it back. Perhaps he wouldn't even have the time to sell it, that the government would take it away, rewarding him with 500 renminbi and a silk banner. Just as he was indulging in flights of fancy, Song Shuhang's mental energy fluctuated. In the next moment, his mental energy was linked to the golden disc. As long as he issued a command, the rings of the golden disc would start moving according to his thoughts. This was the method to move the various rings of the golden disc. Otherwise, Song Shuhang could forget about moving the rings of this hill-sized golden disc with his physical strength. Now, I will start to solve the puzzle. Song Shuhang followed the method in his memories and started to unlock the door. Those 10,000 rings started to move according to different patterns. Sometimes, the 8,000th ring would start moving. Next, it would be the turn of the 4,000th ring. Other times, 2 rings would start moving at the same time. The process was extremely complex, and one would get bedazzled just by looking at it. Little Kai started to feel dizzy after looking for a while. Thereupon, she turned her head around and flapped her wings, landing on the body of the injured ancestor of the Chu family. The ancestor of the Chu family was still unconscious, and there was some foam around the corner of his mouth. Right, when Yi Si arranged that soundproof formation earlier, she forgot to wrap it around the ancestor of the Chu family. From the looks of it, he had been affected by the loud noise the god-slaying cannon generated while firing. His body was already heavily injured, and his mind had now received a wound as well. After getting injured both in body and mind, the ancestor of the Chu family was truly miserable. In the meantime, at the third checkpoint, the place where the wall with the talisman was located. What was the deal with that explosion just now? The purple-robed cultivator swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They could feel the terrifying destructive power of the explosion even from where they were standing. It was very likely the attack of some magical treasure. As expected, that venerable wight can't be underestimated. That heavy voice in the sky echoed. TSK, the living puppet I had secretly deployed, was also killed. I suffered a big loss this time, the purple-robed cultivator said with his heart aching. It wasn't easy to create a living puppet, and one needed the right conditions to do so. Now that he had lost another one, his heart was in pain. As for the other cultivators, the purple-robed cultivator didn't really care about them. After all, the main reason he had lured those guys over was to make them attack the Chu family and force Song Shuhang to come to the forbidden area and open the door. If they were alive, he could use them as vanguard and explore the forbidden area. If they were dead, he could turn them into skin puppets and still use them to explore the forbidden area. The gold disc is emitting a brilliant light. That Song Shuhang is already opening the door. We have to make haste, we can't let them get inside first, Aya, that heavy voice in the sky suddenly cried out while speaking. That talisman engraved on the wall was emitting a white light. Then, a total of 18 fists materialized from the talisman and punched in the air non-stop. The moves those 18 fists used formed a mysterious fist technique. In the sky, that general fellow who was busy concealing himself, was caught off guard. He got momentarily suppressed, and didn't have the strength to fight back. How is this possible? The energy inside the talisman was already depleted. The purple-robed cultivator opened his eyes wide. That general fellow gritted his teeth, and said, "It must be the doing of that venerable wight." The fist technique of the talisman also changed. Damn it, I underestimated him again. Then, he roared. Bang! One of his magical techniques completely corroded those 18 fists, making them disappear. But just as those 18 fists were corroded, the runes engraved on the wall lit up again. Then, another 18 fists appeared, punching toward the purple-robed cultivator. The expression of the purple-robed cultivator immediately turned ugly. He clenched his teeth, and several skin puppets drilled out of the ground, keeping off the 18 fists. The skin puppet exploded one after another, turning into puddles of blood. That general fellow in the sky seized the opportunity to grab the purple-robed cultivator, quickly heading toward the entrance to the forbidden area. The golden disc that led to the forbidden area was about to open, and they couldn't afford to waste time with this talisman materializing fists left and right. Along with Song Shuhang getting better at controlling the golden disc, the various rings started to move faster and faster. Very soon, those 10,000 rings were all moved to their correct positions. Success! Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief, taking his hands off the golden disc. In the next moment, he felt some pain transmitting from the place between his eyebrows, and almost fell to the ground. It was a sign that he had consumed too much mental energy. Senior White promptly stretched out his hand and supported him. Finished? Yes. I followed the method in my memory and moved the various rings to their correct positions. Therefore, the door to the forbidden area should now open, Song Shuhang replied. What kind of dangers would they meet in the forbidden area? Even Taoist priest Li Tiansu came out of that place dead. Song Shuhang hadn't even reached the 4th stage realm, so he would have to be extra careful in there. Hopefully, we will find a way to treat Li Yingzhu's disease there, Song Shuhang said in a soft voice. Both he and Senior White had inherited Taoist priest Li Tiansu's karma. Therefore, he hoped to fulfill his part and bring an end to this matter. Clang, 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 the mechanical sound of the door opening echoed. Soon after, celestial towers and pavilions appeared inside the golden disc. The scenery was beautiful, just like a painting. There were also celestial clouds drifting over from the world behind the golden disc, and one could faintly see the figures of 2 beautiful fairy maidens on those celestial clouds. Little Kai sighed with emotion and said, "Is that a wonderland?" "Let's go inside," Song Shuhang said as he gazed at the ancestor of the Chu family, who was still foaming at the mouth. From the looks of it, Senior White wasn't planning to treat the ancestor of the Chu family right now. Was it because he didn't want him to enter the forbidden area? It made sense. After all, there wasn't much of a relationship between Senior White and the ancestor of the Chu family, and Senior White was probably too lazy to bother looking after him as well after entering the secret realm. Thereupon, Song Shuhang issued a mental order and moved the ancestor of the Chu family to his inner world. But just as he was preparing to take a step forward, a blood arrow flew toward him. Song Shuhang retreated one step, dodging the incoming arrow. "I won't allow you to enter, Song Shuhang. You will stop here." A purple-robed cultivator suddenly made his appearance, looking to be in dire straits. This purple-robed cultivator was the one that had shot that blood arrow. He had rushed there before Senior White and Song Shuhang could enter the forbidden area, and prevented Song Shuhang from stepping inside. Song Shuhang turned around to look at that purple-robed cultivator. Although the opposite party had called him by name, he didn't recognize them. Other than that, this guy was seemingly very worried that he might get in the forbidden area. After looking at the opposite party, Song Shuhang discovered that the condition of their body was somewhat strange. He couldn't sense their true chi or spiritual chi, and was thus unable to tell their realm. Hee, you finally showed yourself, eh? And here I thought you would wait for Shuhang and me to enter the forbidden area to show up, Senior White said with a calm expression on his face. From the looks of it, Senior White had discovered the presence of this purple-robed cultivator a long time ago. Even that rune engraved on the wall had been strengthened on purpose. Exactly what you would expect from a character of the venerable rank. I was very careful, but you still managed to discover me. That purple-robed cultivator also had a calm expression on his face. That's a given. I live in a place where I'm constantly plotted against, therefore, a person can't escape my senses if they want to plot against me, Senior White said smugly. Song Shuhang. The corner of the mouth of that purple-robed cultivator twitched a little. Why was he smug about the fact that he was constantly plotted against? Anyway, since you appeared, you saved me the time I would have spent to prepare an ambush for you in the forbidden area. Now, I can directly destroy you guys. Senior White said happily. Your tone is quite big for someone that has just advanced to the venerable realm. In this world where tribulation transcenders and profound sage are still present, do you really think that venerables are the strongest? That heavy voice echoed in the sky. Senior White pondered for a moment, and then looked at Song Shuhang. I just advanced to the 7th stage venerable realm? Song Shuhang sighed, and then said in all seriousness, Venerable White didn't just advance to the venerable realm. He became a venerable 100 years ago, but since he had nothing to do, he kept practicing and came out of secluded meditation only recently. Senior White turned his head toward that purple-robed cultivator, and said, Did you hear that? I didn't just advance to the venerable realm. I became a venerable 100 years ago. As such, I'm at least a beginner-level venerable. That general fellow said, Kiki, it doesn't make any difference to me if you advanced 100 or 200 years ago. You are just a small venerable. General, don't waste time arguing with him. The golden disc will stay open for a limited amount of time. Let's proceed according to the plan, the purple-robed cultivator said. Too much talk would lead to errors. Each additional sentence would influence future events a little. Ahaha, in that case, leave this venerable White to me. Mysterious principles of space, get sucked inside. In the sky, that general laughed loudly. In the next moment, a type of energy that surpassed spiritual energy headed toward Senior White. The illusory energy wrapped around him. Actually, this technique called mysterious principles of space had nothing to do with the power of space. It was just a pseudo-space-type magical technique that could, to a certain extent, attack like the power of space. Senior White didn't dodge, and allowed the mysterious principles of space, of the opposite party to wrap around him, making him disappear from his original place. After Senior White disappeared, only Song Shuhang was left at the entrance of the forbidden area. The corner of the mouth of that purple-robed cultivator rose. Everything was proceeding according to his plan, and was entirely in his grasp. All the living things in the world were like pieces on a chessboard. Each step was within his calculations. The purple-robed cultivator didn't waste time on useless talk. His motto was action before words. More work, less talking. He wanted to get rid of Song Shuhang before his general friend was finished dealing with Venerable White. The purple-robed cultivator waved his hand, and skin puppets drilled out from all around Song Shuhang, surrounding him. So it was you. Song Shuhang guessed the identity of this purple-robed cultivator after seeing the skin puppets. In the past, when he was in the secret room of the Chu family with Soft Feather, he encountered a certain Mr. that considered himself a superb schemer. It was the same Mr. that had called over the sea urchin warriors and joined forces with the illusory sword school to obtain the secret sword technique of the Chu family. When that Mr. invaded the Chu family, he had several similar skin puppets with him. These things could move around even though they only consisted in an external layer of skin and blood. They had no bones or internal organs. Unfortunately, that Mr. happened to meet Song Shuhang and the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. His plan failed, and his body, which had been transformed into a puppet, exploded as Venerable White was fiddling with it. Although that Mr. fellow was already dead, the person behind him was still alive. That person had quietly transformed Mr. into a living puppet, and even on the point of death, Mr. didn't dare to believe the fact that he was a living puppet. This purple-robed cultivator was very likely related to that Mr., or perhaps he was directly the evildoer that had secretly transformed Mr. into a living puppet. "It seems like little friend Shuhang remember us," the purple-robed cultivator said with a smile. However, his attack didn't stop. The skin puppets surrounding Song Shuhang didn't attack. After all, their offensive power wasn't high, and they were mostly used to explore the way or arrange formations, and this group of skin puppets was precisely arranging a formation. The blood in their body started to gush out as soon as they appeared, spreading on the ground and instantly forming a binding formation to lock Song Shuhang in place. At the same time, the purple-robed cultivator twisted and removed his right arm, revealing something that resembled a cannon. "Song Shuhang, be reduced to ashes. Your treasures and all the eggs of the invisible sword insects you collected will be mine." Boom! A red-colored beam shot toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang could feel that the red beam was strong enough to blow up a cultivator of the 4th stage. Why was everyone casually taking out the heavy artillery and opening fire? Big guns, small guns, mother-child-type weapons, and even ring-like cannons. Was this really a battle between cultivators, and not between armed forces of the mortal world? Although he was in the middle of a binding formation, Song Shuhang wasn't scared. After all, he needed but a thought to teleport to his inner world and dodge the incoming attack. Of course, things would be different if the opposite party had space-sealing methods of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender rank at their disposal. But while facing this red beam, Song Shuhang had a sudden idea. He opened his mouth and activated one of the 2 demonic techniques he had obtained thanks to the seed of the sinful Black Lotus. The strong teeth and good appetite skill. After he opened his mouth, he generated a strange attraction. His mouth turned into a black hole and swallowed down that red beam that could kill a cultivator of the 4th stage. Although Song Shuhang was still at the 3rd stage, the intensity of his constitution was forcefully pushed to the 4th stage rank thanks to the medicinal baths, body-tempering techniques, and demodragon medicine. His constitution of the 4th stage, coupled with that demonic technique that could allow him to fire back attacks made of pure energy and the whale swallowing technique, allowed him to successfully swallow down that red beam of light. That purple-robed cultivator couldn't believe his eyes. Although he had accumulated vast knowledge, he had no idea what kind of innate skill of the mouth aperture had allowed Shuhang to directly swallow down the beam attack of his puppet. But before he could react, Song Shuhang opened his mouth again, shouting loudly. "Aya!" Soon after, a red beam of light with a hint of black inside shot out of Song Shuhang's mouth. The light beam attack of that puppet had been fired back with the energy of the demonic technique added to it free of charge. That purple-robed cultivator had never seen such a weird counterattack method. He had no time to dodge, and could only get hit. His body was sent flying. A barrier instantly emerged on his purple robe, however, it was quickly destroyed alongside his robe. The surface of his body also started to melt. After traveling for around 20 meters, that red beam with a tinge of black exploded, and the purple-robed cultivator was caught up in the explosion. Boom, 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 a big hole was created 20 meters away from him. Song Shuhang clicked his tongue. A weak-looking demonic technique such as the strong teeth and good appetite skill turned out to be pretty useful at this critical moment. The only problem was the taste, which was somewhat bitter. Next time, he should try it on a different magical technique. After all, there might be magical techniques with a sweet taste. "I've underestimated you, Song Shuhang. Although you are at the third stage, you are completely different from ordinary cultivators of the third stage. The voice of that purple-robed cultivator echoed from afar. The purple-robed cultivator walked out of the flames of the explosion. At this time, the majority of his body was charred black. But just as he walked forward, the charred black skin fell off his body, getting replaced with new skin. It wasn't the work of a healing technique. It was the regenerative power of the body of that purple-robed cultivator. Actually, I'm just an ordinary cultivator of the third stage, Song Shuhang said. Right, why does it seem that you are worried about me? Since you can send back magical techniques, can you counter this move as well? The purple-robed cultivator spread his arms open, and 8 swords appeared in his hands. Then, he stretched out his hands and threw the sharp swords at Song Shuhang. Runes were engraved on the body of each sword. The 8 magical treasures were extremely sharp, and they could easily cut Song Shuhang's body to pieces. Ye see! Song Shuhang shouted inwardly. Preparations have been completed, Yi Si replied. 3 heads and 6 arms. Yi Si held her life-bound golden book in one hand and the writing of the sage in the other as she appeared on Song Shuhang's left. As for Song Shuhang, he held his treasured saber broken tyrant in one hand and that scholarly treasure of the third stage rank, the heaven and earth worshipping brush, in the other. On his right, the virtuous Lamia was holding a flip-flop in her left hand and a blood-red bone in the other one. The last one was a treasure that pitiful blood demon boss had provided. The problem was that Song Shuhang didn't have that many weapons with him. The number was nowhere enough to one that Neza in Legends could materialize. Thereupon, he was forced to give the virtuous Lamia those 2 strange items to make up the numbers. Well, they were still magical treasures in the end, right? The 8 sharp swords arrived in front of Song Shuhang in the blink of an eye. At this time, the pages of Yi Si's life-bound golden book gently flipped, and several rays of light shot out of it, falling on the sharp swords. The quickly approaching swords were slowed down, made heavier, had their resistance increased, and so on. Their speed decreased threefold. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth rose as he waved his treasured saber-broken tyrant. At the same time, Song Shuhang activated the innate skill of his eye aperture, expert sight, or bullet time, if we want to call it like that. As a consequence, the speed of the 8 swords slowed down like those bullets in movies in his eyes. Song Shuhang then brandished his treasured saber-broken tyrant and the heaven and earth worshipping brush, easily keeping off the swords. At the same time, the virtuous Lamia on his right also made her move and used the blood-red bone to ward off the sharp swords. After evolving, the virtuous Lamia had become more and more intelligent. This time, Song Shuhang hadn't ordered her to keep off the swords, she had done it on her own. Had her ability to protect her master been enhanced? However, she didn't stop at that. After keeping off the sword, the virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand and flung the face-slapping flip-flop. Song Shuhang had bought this face-slapping flip-flop while strolling through the streets of the White Cloud Academy. After that, it stayed in his size-reducing purse since it didn't have much use. But just as the virtuous Lamia used the face-slapping flip-flop, a loud boom echoed in the surrounding area. The speed of the face-slapping flip-flop increased like crazy, and it felt as though it had broken through the sound barrier. It took it only an instant to travel those 20 meters between Shuhang and the target, so as soon as the virtuous Lamia made her move, the face-slapping flip-flop appeared next to the left cheek of that purple-robed cultivator. Slap, loud sound echoed. The purple-robed cultivator was caught off guard and knocked flying, with several of his teeth flying out of his mouth. Song Shuhang, wasn't this too exaggerated? Although he couldn't make out the realm of that purple-robed cultivator, he was, at the very least, a cultivator at the peak of the 4th stage realm, or even someone that had reached the 5th stage realm. However, he was unexpectedly knocked flying just like that. Was it possible that the face-slapping flip-flop he had casually picked up was a godly item and no one had realized it until now? Was he lucky to pick up a godly item that day? Song Shuhang shook his head. What godly item? It was impossible that such a thing could happen to him. In addition, face-slapping flip-flops were produced in batches in the White Cloud City, and were used mostly for fun. The owner of the shop even said that it had been a really popular item at some point. Song Shuhang couldn't help but look at the virtuous Lamia. If there wasn't anything wrong with his face-slapping flip-flop, there was something wrong with the virtuous Lamia. In her hands, that magical treasure used for fun had displayed astonishing power. At this time, the expressionless virtuous Lamia stretched out her hand and kept waving it. In the sky, the face-slapping flip-flop attacked non-stop. Slap! As soon as he got up, the purple-robed cultivator had his right cheek ruthlessly slapped and was sent flying again. If someone hit your left cheek, you should offer the right one. As long as one gritted their teeth and persevered, they would feel much better. Slap! Knocked flying. Slap! Knocked flying again. Slap! One more time. However, that cultivator didn't cry out in pain this time. It felt as though he was hit until he had lost consciousness. However, the virtuous Lamia didn't seem intent on letting him off, and she kept hitting the handsome face of the purple-robed cultivator with the face-slapping flip-flop. Slap, slap, slap. After hitting the left cheek, she would hit the right one. After hitting the right cheek, she would hit the left one. Sometimes, she would hit the left side twice, and then the right side, also 2 times. The treatment that the 2 sides received was absolutely fair, and both his cheeks got hit the same number of times. Was she trying to vent her anger by slapping the face of a dead enemy? Song Shuhang gazed at the virtuous Lamia. Although she was still expressionless, it seemed she was having a lot of fun. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment, and decided not to stop her. Right. Ye see, did you already use the flying sword to explore the world of the Black Lotus? Did you find that big cocoon? Song Shuhang asked. The ruler of the Netherworld realm, Senior White II, was sleeping inside that big cocoon in the world of the Black Lotus. In the past, Senior White II had said that he would sleep for 1,000 years, and that he wouldn't come out unless he had slept enough. However, the Senior White Song Shuhang had met in the main world was acting too strange. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Venerable White's behavior today was very similar to Senior White II's. Therefore, he thought of 2 possibilities. First, Senior White got too excited while learning how to perform acrobatic feats with excavators, and was currently in an overly excited state. Second, he had mistaken him for someone else, and the Senior White before his eyes wasn't Venerable White, but Senior White II from the Netherworld realm. Song Shuhang was 80% sure that the person with him this time was Senior White II. At this time, Yi Si replied, I've checked. That cocoon is still in the world of the Black Lotus. The flying sword landed next to the cocoon, and I was able to feel through it that there was a terrifying existence hiding within. Therefore, that Senior White II should be still in the world of the Black Lotus. Senior White II is still there? Song Shuhang said. Does this mean that I was mistaken? Was it really possible that Venerable White had too much fun today and got overexcited, causing his behavior to change this much? Wait a moment. If Venerable White wasn't Senior White II like he had guessed, didn't it mean that Senior White was now in great danger? That concealed expert kept saying that Venerable White was just a small venerable. In other words, the strength of the other party had, at the very least, reached the 8th stage profound sage realm. Would a 7th stage venerable like Senior White be able to win? Song Shuhang had gotten somewhat restless. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, a skin puppet suddenly broke free and approached him. The palms of the puppets pressed on Song Shuhang's back. Boom! 2 red beams of light exploded on Song Shuhang's back, and the flames mercilessly swallowed up Song Shuhang as the beam exploded. The corner of that skin puppet's mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. You were too careless, Song Shuhang. You have too little fighting experience. It was the voice of that purple-robed cultivator. The face-slapping flip-flop was slapping his main body non-stop, but his consciousness had quietly shifted to this skin puppet behind Song Shuhang. While he was speaking, the hands of the skin puppet fell off, revealing two weapons that resembled cannons. Then, red beams shot out of his arms, exploding on Song Shuhang's body. As long as there was an opportunity, he would blow him up and kill him. Boom, boom, boom. After receiving around 10 consecutive beam attacks, Song Shuhang's figure disappeared amidst the light. That pure energy turned into dazzling light, and a series of explosions followed soon thereafter. After the puppet had fired 10 times, Song Shuhang seemingly lost the strength to resist. In a distant place, the face-slapping flip-flop gently fell to the ground, not moving in the slightest. The light of the attacks and the explosions finally subsided. There was a big hole in the ground, but Song Shuhang had disappeared without a trace. That monster bird had also disappeared. The far-off main body of that purple-robed cultivator got up from the ground and furrowed his brows, arriving where Song Shuhang had disappeared. He didn't have a happy expression on his face. On the contrary, he was frowning. How come he suddenly disappeared? Although the power of the attacks his puppet used was high, it wasn't strong enough to completely disintegrate Song Shuhang's body without leaving any trace behind. What kind of escape technique was this? No, even if it was an escape technique, it would create all sorts of phenomena when activated. It wouldn't make one disappear without a trace. Unless, it was a space-type life-preserving secret technique. Damn it, how is this possible? The purple-robed cultivator said, clearly frustrated. At the same time, he turned his head around and looked toward the sky. That general fellow hadn't returned either. Back then, he'd said that he would need only 5 breaths to take care of Venerable White. But now, so much time had passed, and he had yet to return. The purple-robed cultivator was feeling more and more uneasy. After a short moment, he finally gritted his teeth. You guys protect the entrance to the forbidden area. If that Song Shuhang appears again, immediately surround him. The purple-robed cultivator gave one final order to the skin puppets. At the same time, he told that modified skin puppet to look for a place where it could hide. Then, he took a deep breath and jumped toward the golden disc, entering the forbidden area. If that general fellow returned safely, he would use the skin puppets to guide and lead him to where he was in the forbidden area. Even if those several skin puppets got destroyed, he could make use of that modified puppet that went into hiding, making it act as a guide. If that general fellow failed, and Venerable White managed to return to the entrance of the forbidden area, he would receive an early warning through the skin puppets. But, he no longer seemed like someone that had everything under his control at this time, in Song Shuhang's inner world. Yi Si said, Shuhang, why did you decide to escape? It wouldn't have been a problem to kill that purple-robed cultivator had the two of us cooperated. In addition, we noticed his surprise attack as well. Wasn't the virtuous Lamia warding off the attack for you? It's like this, although the virtuous Lamia was warding off the attack, a small portion of the attack still hit my body, Song Shuhang said. Yi Si said, but you weren't injured, right? She was Song Shuhang's ghost spirit, and they were combined at the moment. Therefore, she could tell that Song Shuhang wasn't injured. Yes, I wasn't injured. Actually, after the light of virtue filtered the attacks of the puppet, it felt pretty good getting hit, Song Shuhang said with a smile. The immovable body of the Buddha and the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha I practice got tempered by the attacks of the puppet, just like iron gets tempered after getting hit by a hammer. Thanks to the benefits I received from these two body tempering cultivation techniques, my immaterial king meridian is about to open. Therefore, I want to give my all and break through the immaterial king meridian in one go. With that, I'll get even closer to the 4th stage realm. Yi Si said, but you could have broken through after taking care of that purple-robed cultivator. Leaving the trouble for the future was very dangerous, especially since the opposite party entered that forbidden area. It might become very dangerous if the opposite party suddenly appeared before them in the forbidden area and did something. No need to be afraid, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Senior White is following him. Little Kai said, Senior White? When did he return? Senior White had already returned when that puppet was hitting me with that barrage of attacks. The reason I let that guy go is also because of Senior White's hint, Song Shuhang said. Now, as soon as I manage to break through the immaterial King Meridian, we'll also enter the forbidden area and meet up with Senior White. In the meantime, that mysterious general was defeated, and his defeat was crushing. At first, he had been very confident and in high spirits, and he even used his secret technique, the mysterious principles of space, to drag Venerable White into his spatial semi-world. He had been confident to the point of boasting with that purple-robed cultivator that he could take care of Venerable White in 5 breaths. Actually, he indeed had the strength to be this confident. He had used a secret technique to create this spatial semi-world, which was a type of domain. In this domain, he could control all space. As long as he was inside his domain, killing a venerable within 5 breaths was surely possible. Thereupon, that general guy appeared inside the domain in his real form. His true form was that of a colossal gorilla wearing golden armor and holding a saber-shaped bronze mirror in one hand. Senior White was right in front of him, hovering in the middle of the domain. He didn't look scared, and he was curiously gazing at the gorilla, looking pensive. Venerable White, it should be your honor to die in my spatial domain, the gorilla general said in a grave tone. After saying this much, around 100 projections of huge ancient apes appeared on the top of his head. Each of these apes seemed to possess incredible power. Those 100+ huge apes gathered together, their momentum unstoppable. I internally practiced the mysterious principles of space, and the holy ape dragon power technique, externally. The number of holy apes above my head right now is 107. As long as I manage to condense another one and reach a total of 108 holy apes, I'll be able to fuse the various projections and summon the true projection of the ancient divine ape. At that time, I'll finally advance to the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. Little human venerable, are you scared? That gorilla general said in a grave tone. This gorilla general was rather chatty compared to that purple-robed cultivator whose motto was action before words. However, he wasn't simply chatty, this was his fighting style. Before the start of the battle, he would display his overwhelming power and scare the opponent, subduing the other side without fighting. The main plan was to crush their heart, the backup plan was to crush the person itself, and if one didn't have a plan, they would only harm themselves. Actually, the true objective of all these moves the gorilla general had made was to boost its morale. For some reason, he felt somewhat restless while facing this human venerable. He was a profound sage, and his strength far surpassed that of this human venerable. However, he still felt somewhat uneasy. This feeling of uneasiness was very strange, and it caused him to be at a loss for words. Oh, the holy ape dragon power technique. I see, you are a beast cultivator from the beast realm. No wonder I felt that there was something wrong with your aura, Senior White said with a smile. This human venerable could still laugh? The complexion of the gorilla general darkened, and the pressure emanating from his body increased. The powerful pressure almost looked corporeal as it weighed down on Senior White. At the same time, the 107 projections of those holy apes above his head roared, going for the kill. However, all that heavy pressure and killing intent didn't affect Venerable White in the slightest. Did you just say that you would be able to summon the true projection of the ancient divine ape, if you managed to condense one more holy ape and reach a total of 108? Stop bluffing in front of me, do you really think I don't know how the holy ape dragon power technique works? Venerable White said with a smile. The aura of that guerrilla general fluctuated. You know how the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique works? How is that possible? This is a secret technique of my beast realm. Not only do I know this technique, but I even practiced it. After he had said this much, Senior White's hands shook. In the next moment, projections of holy apes appeared above Senior White's head one after another. The projections were different from the ones that the guerrilla general had summoned, which were chaotically put together. The projections above Senior White's head were arranged in an orderly manner, just as though they were trained troops. They lined up and formed a square-like formation. A few seconds later, 500 to 600 holy apes had lined up and formed a huge square-like formation while floating above Senior White's head. Each projection was very big, and they looked like a terrifying army as they floated in the sky. The guerrilla general opened his eyes wide. There was no mistaking it, this was really the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. That aura, the projections of those holy apes, they weren't illusions. This was really the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. He had practiced this cultivation technique since he was a kid, and he wasn't mistaken. Afterward, the guerrilla general counted the holy apes hovering above Senior White's head. There were 587 altogether. 587? How is this possible? How can a human practice this technique to the extent of summoning 587 ancient holy apes? The guerrilla general called out. It wasn't 58, but 587. In front of Venerable White, who had summoned 587 projections, he, who had summoned only 107, had lost completely. At the same time, the guerrilla general understood why he'd felt restless earlier. This human cultivator had practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, to the point where he could summon 587 holy apes. Even if the opposite party was just a 7th stage venerable, he could definitely fight people of higher realm with such a powerful physical body. If one were to calculate the strength of the constitution of the opposite party based solely on the number of holy apes they had summoned, it was at least 5 times stronger than his own. Aha, it's not a difficult technique to practice. After getting my hands on it, I casually practiced it and managed to summon 587 holy apes. Right, 587 sounds like crap when pronounced. Doesn't it sound like I'm an idiot one? Bah! Senior White said, disgruntled. The heart of the guerrilla general was shambles. This guy's has 587 holy apes, and he's still complaining? Why don't you give them to me? Damn it, I only have 107. Just as though he had discovered what the guerrilla general was thinking, Senior White suddenly said, the first time I saw you, I felt that we would hit it off well. You resemble a pet I raised in the past a lot. Unfortunately, that pet died rather early. In that case, how about I give you a few holy apes as first meeting gift? The brain of the guerrilla general was already unable to follow what was happening. I'll give you 143 holy apes, alright? With that, you'll have 250 in total. I feel that the number 250 suits you a lot too, Senior White said. After saying this much, Venerable White stretched out his finger and pointed at the projections he had summoned, counting 143 of them. Then, under Senior White's control, those 143 projections orderly moved and arrived above the head of that guerrilla general. Under the gaze of the baffled guerrilla general, those 143 holy apes really merged with the holy apes above his head. The guerrilla general felt that the intensity of his body was increasing non-stop. All his muscles swelled, and each of them was filled with power capable of destroying entire islands. The strength of his physical body had doubled at the very least. Energy was endlessly gushing out of his body. Was this some kind of strength imparting? However, he had only heard about true chi, spiritual energy, profound energy, and so on getting passed on to other people through the strength imparting method. Since when was it possible to pass on physical strength to others? The guerrilla general felt that his view of the world had collapsed a little. Good. Since I gave you the first meeting gift, from today onwards you'll be my third pet. My second pet is an adorable little hamster. If there is an opportunity, I'll bring you to meet it. As for the first pet, it's currently hibernating, Senior White said happily. What? Pet? What kind of joke was this? I'm the great general of the West in the beast realm, a great holy gorilla. How can I become your pet? The gorilla general roared angrily. How could he throw away his dignity and become a pet? He wasn't like those masochist guys present in the human race. After feeling that his dignity had been trampled, the gorilla general roared angrily. Due to the anger, that restlessness he'd felt earlier also disappeared. The gorilla general seized the opportunity to use his mysterious principles of space technique. Then, just as though it had passed through space, the saber-shaped bronze mirror in his hand instantly appeared beside Senior White, arriving next to his neck. The delicate neck of that human venerable was right in front of the gorilla general. As long as he gently moved the bronze mirror in his hand, he would cut his head off. This human was particularly handsome, and it was really a pity to behead him. But if he wanted him to become his pet, perhaps Uncle might endure it, but this gorilla would not. Therefore, the human venerable had to die. In addition, he had no need to be alarmed or feel restless. Although the opposite party gave him a scare when they summoned almost 600 projections of holy apes, they were still a venerable, one realm lower than him. Venerable White, it's time for you to die. The gorilla general roared inwardly. The saber-like mirror slashed down. But right at this time, Senior White turned his head around at the speed of light and said to the gorilla general, if a pet bites its master, it needs to be turned into hot pot. After Venerable White swept him with his eyes, the gorilla general was terrorized. He had felt the same when the natural enemy of his race, the silverback Tyrannosaurus rex, had stared at him in his childhood. The silverback Tyrannosaurus rex was another race native to the beast realm, and it possessed part of the bloodline of divine dragons. This race found the muscles of holy gorillas especially tasty. If the holy gorilla was young, even better. Therefore, getting stared at by a silverback Tyrannosaurus rex was one of the scariest things for a young holy gorilla. However, this feeling lasted only for a second. The gorilla general forcefully suppressed it. In the end, it was still the great general of the West in the beast realm. If he couldn't even overcome a little bit of fear, he would have already become food or a stepping stone of another beast cultivator. Who the hell is your pet? The gorilla general angrily shouted. At the same time, the ancient bronze mirror in his hand slashed down. Clang! The sharp saber-like mirror hit Venerable White's white neck. However, Venerable White's head didn't fly away as his opponent had expected. Senior White's neck wasn't hurt in the slightest, there wasn't even a red mark. On the contrary, it was the life-bound magical treasure of the gorilla general, the saber-shaped mirror, that broke into pieces. The gorilla general was dumbfounded. I like your disposition. The more violent a pet is, the more amusing it is to tame, Venerable White said with a smile. You aren't Venerable White. After seeing that the saber-shaped bronze mirror in his hand had broken into pieces, the gorilla general was suddenly enlightened. If one knew oneself and knew the enemy, they would obtain 100 victories in 100 battles. As such, they had spent a lot of time collecting information on Venerable White. According to their information, Venerable White was still a true monarch when he'd closed up and advanced to the venerable realm as he came out of secluded meditation. But, how could a venerable that had just reached the 7th stage be so powerful? There could be only one possibility. The person before his eyes wasn't Venerable White. He. Senior White smiled, and said, I never said I was Venerable White. The gorilla general had only one thought in mind at this time, F***CK. Senior, since you are not Venerable White, everything has been a misunderstanding. How about we shake hands and make up? the guerrilla general said. While speaking, he was already making preparations to escape with his secret technique, the mysterious principles of space. Even while facing a ninth-stage tribulation transcender, there was a small chance he might be able to escape. Although the possibility was very small, he wasn't going to give up. Sure, Senior White said with a smile. I think we'll get along very well in the future. After hearing these words, the guerrilla general made up his mind and prepared to use his mysterious principles of space technique to escape into another layer of space. This man pretending to be Venerable White still hadn't given up on making him his pet. If he didn't escape now, when would he escape? Whoosh! The guerrilla general successfully escaped into another layer space, and Senior White didn't seem to plan on stopping him. Although the guerrilla general was somewhat confused, he didn't look back, and continued drilling into space. In the next moment, everything before his eyes became black. He hadn't fainted, but reached a dark world. In this strange world, everything was dark. The guerrilla general vigilantly looked all around. Very soon, he saw a huge cocoon not too far from him. The cocoon was glistening, and was the only source of light in this world. When he saw the huge cocoon, the legs of the guerrilla general turned into noodles, and he knelt on the ground. The one in front of him was the ruler of this world, and under the pressure of the will of the world, the guerrilla general suffered a crushing defeat. After sending the guerrilla general to the world of the Black Lotus, Senior White clapped his hands, very satisfied. Done. I managed to get an interesting pet this time. It was worth it to make this trip. After saying this much, Senior White gazed at the projections of the holy apes above his head. The apes were orderly positioned, just as though they were elite troops. After giving away 143 holy apes, Senior White felt that the troops above his head were more pleasing to the eye. The number 587 sounded too stupid. But after a short moment, Senior White was suddenly dumbfounded. He discovered that there was again something wrong with the number of projections above his head. After checking several times, he determined that there were 444 of them. 444. Senior White, this number seemed very unlucky. Why did they end up being 444? As expected, my luck today isn't too good. After this blow the 444 holy apes gave him, Senior White's mood plummeted quite a bit. After recovering, he went to look for Song Shuhang. However, Song Shuhang had entered his inner world to break through. As such, Senior White decided to quietly follow that purple-robed cultivator as the latter entered the forbidden area. He really wanted to see what kind of tricks he was going to play. At this time, on the Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather was hugging her knees and sitting on the seashore, gazing at the distant waves. Amidst the churning sea, one could faintly see Senior Thrice Reckless' silhouette getting tossed about. According to what she had heard, Senior Thrice Reckless was shooting a movie called My Reckless and Unrestrained Life. Soft Feather had taken a look at the script of this movie, and she felt that it was more appropriate to call the movie Chronicles of Thrice Reckless Dangerous Adventures. After all, the whole plot of the movie consisted in throwing Senior Thrice Reckless into all sorts of dangerous places. It looked very exciting and stimulating. Senior Thrice Reckless seemed very lively from the way he was shouting. Soft Feather looked at Senior Thrice Reckless, falling into deep thought. According to the plot, her father was now going to apply 5 seals on Senior Thrice Reckless' body and bring him to an altitude of 20,000 meters, throwing him down from there. Senior Thrice Reckless had to break the 5 seals before reaching the ground if he wanted to escape with his life. Otherwise, he could only brace himself and get ready to kiss the ground. Note, this event was courtesy of Venerable White. According to the leaked conversation between him and Venerable Spirit Butterfly, they were planning to use Thrice Reckless Mad Saber to test the waters and see if this event was going to be exciting or not. If it was exciting enough, after the next session of the hand-guided tractor competition, Senior White and a few other seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group would hold a skydiving event. The degree of difficulty would be divided into several levels, such as 20,000 meters, 5 seals, 30,000 meters, 10 seals, 50,000 meters, 20 seals, and so on. Not long ago, Senior White saw the advertisement of 2020's Olympic Games on the TV, and he felt that the sport events in the world of cultivators were too monotonous. In the Olympic Games that mortals held, there was a total of 28 different sports. Thereupon, Senior White thought of holding some explosive Olympic Games in the world of cultivators as well. They had to be exciting, challenging, and include a lot of different disciplines. Afterward, Senior White looked for a few fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group and discussed the matter with them, obtaining answers from a lot of people. Aside from the classic flying sword competition, cultivator martial arts competition, pure magical techniques competition, and live alchemy competition, there would also be the hand-guided tractor competition, the skydiving competition, and other interesting and exciting competitions. In addition, they could prepare a large number of rewards, such as new magical techniques, spirit stones, valuable medicinal pills, and so on. That way, the world of cultivators would become more lively, and some talented cultivators obtain good cultivation resources. However, the whole idea was still in an early stage, and it was unknown when they would be able to hold the first Olympic Games of the world of cultivators. But returning to our story. Just thinking about skydiving was enough to make Soft Feather excited. It consisted in jumping from a high altitude after placing several seals on one's body. If one failed to break the seals in time, they would get to experience how it felt to fall from several thousand meters and kiss the ground. If they one day held the Olympic Games in the world of cultivators, she would definitely participate in the skydiving competition. Still, she was eager to immediately try skydiving. There was no need for seals, it was fine as long as she could jump from an altitude of several thousand meters. After all, under the pressure of this situation where life and death were unknown, she would be able to learn how to ride a flying sword even more easily. Earlier, under the empowerment of Senior Creation's 7 Death Song, she learned very quickly how to make the flying sword float. But, for the time being, she could only wobble around, and there was still a long way before she could properly ride a flying sword. Who knew? If she was thrown from an altitude of several thousand meters, perhaps she might learn how to ride a flying sword due to the pressure and great stimulation? Soft Feather was dying to get into action. Venerable Spirit Butterfly appeared beside Soft Feather, and asked, "Soft Feather, what are you thinking about?" "Father, it's nothing. I was just in a daze," Soft Feather said with a smile. Venerable Spirit Butterfly said, "There is good news for you. Little friend Shuhang and fellow Taoist White took action, and the crisis of the Chu family was resolved. That little fellow Taoist called Chu Family is also well." Senior White made his move this quick? Soft Feather blinked her eyes. "When I called earlier, Senior Song and the others were still in the Jiangnan area. There is nothing strange about it. After all, fellow Taoist White can use space-related magical techniques. Distance means nothing to him, and he can instantly bring Song Shuhang to the territory of the Chu family. The strength of the attackers that had stayed in the Chu family wasn't high, and fellow Taoist White took care of them on his own," Venerable Spirit Butterfly said. "Sometimes, one just couldn't compete with talent." Venerable Spirit Butterfly had researched the mysterious principles of space for several years, and the best he could do was to interfere with teleportation. On the other hand, fellow Taoist White directly awakened an innate skill that allowed him to teleport. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was really envious of this skill. Soft Feather nodded. If Chu Family and the Chu family were safe, she felt much more at ease. "Right. Father, why did you throw Senior thrice reckless amidst the waves? He looks really pitiful," Soft Feather asked out of curiosity. Had Senior thrice reckless offended her father? Venerable Spirit Butterfly raised his head and looked at the sky. Actually, I was originally planning to let fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless off. During the past few days, after he had borrowed Thrice Reckless from fellow Daoist White and brought him here to film the movie and torment him a little, Venerable Spirit Butterfly's anger had gradually disappeared. This was the reason he was drinking tea with Thrice Reckless and even aiding him with his cultivation as of late. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was thus planning to let him leave the Spirit Butterfly Island. However, just as the two of them were conversing, the topic of their conversation unknowingly shifted to Soft Feather. While talking about Soft Feather, Venerable Spirit Butterfly couldn't help but recall the old days when Soft Feather's mother got pregnant with their daughter. Venerable Spirit Butterfly sighed with emotion, and began to narrate the story. Perhaps due to their genes, his family had had only male progeny for several generations in a row. From Venerable Spirit Butterfly's grandfather generation, no matter how many children were birthed, they were all males. Back then, when my wife was pregnant with Soft Feather, I thought it would be a son. Venerable Spirit Butterfly narrowed his eyes, and said happily, but I didn't expect that Soft Feather would be a girl in the end. Venerable Spirit Butterfly's voice had hardly faded that Thrice Reckless Mad Saber couldn't help but interject, "Ahahaha, that's a given. People that fuss over minor things have sons without a penis, so there would be no justice if you didn't father a girl, Senior Spirit Butterfly. After all, you fuss over every single detail. People that fuss over minor things have sons without a penis, so there would be no justice if I didn't father a daughter?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly. This was the reason Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was still getting tossed about in the sea, drifting along the waves. At this time, at the entrance to the forbidden area, Senior White followed the purple-robed cultivator and jumped into that golden disc acting as the entrance of the forbidden area. As soon as he entered the forbidden area, that paradisiac scene they'd seen earlier from the outside crumbled to pieces. It was nothing but a pretty background placed there to lure people in. The interior area of the forbidden area was covered with ice and snow. The space inside wasn't too big, and had a surface of roughly 300 square meters. The area was square-shaped, with a sacrificial altar in the middle and a door in each of the four walls. In other words, this golden disc wasn't the only entrance to this forbidden area. Somewhere in the world, there were other 3 secret entrances that led to this place. A space-type magical technique had been used to create all this. At first, I thought this was a forbidden area of the 7th or 8th stage rank, but now, it seems it was the work of a 9th stage Tribulation transcender, Senior White thought to himself. Hiss, so damn cold. How can this place be this cold? At this time, the purple-robed cultivator ahead started to tremble due to the cold. This place with a surface of only 300 square meters was incredibly cold. Actually, cultivators could run naked to the coldest places and not feel anything, but after the purple-robed cultivator set foot in this place, he felt bone-piercing cold. This cold wasn't only affecting his physical body, but even his soul. Although the purple-robed cultivator operated his true chi to protect his body, it was to no avail. In this land of snow and ice, one could only tremble if they wanted to warm up a little. I can't stay in this place any longer than this. I have to get to the second layer as soon as possible, the purple-robed cultivator said, shivering. After saying this much, he quickly ran to the sacrificial altar in the middle of the room. The passageway that led to the second layer was hidden there. However, the biting cold kept getting stronger and stronger as he approached the sacrificial altar located in the center of the room. Halfway there, his body was already covered in a thick layer of ice, while his legs almost got sealed in it. The purple-robed cultivator had no choice but to operate the true chi in his body to melt the layer of ice covering his body. As a consequence, his true chi was being consumed non-stop. Senior White followed that purple-robed cultivator while in an invisible state. The cold in this place didn't have any effect on him. It was fortunate that Song Shuhang I didn't immediately barge into this place. Otherwise, given his strength, he would have immediately turned into a popsicle, Senior White said. In the end, the purple-robed cultivator managed, with much difficulty, to crawl up to that sacrificial altar. At this time, more than half of the true qi in his body was consumed. As soon as he reached the sacrificial altar, the bone-piercing cold disappeared. Surprisingly, the area in the range of the sacrificial altar was warm, and the cold outside had no effect on it. The purple-robed cultivator gasped for breath, and took out a bottle of medicinal pills, taking some in order to recover the consumed true qi. The strength of this body is too weak, and even if I have the skills, I can't display them. Unfortunately, that general guy isn't here with me. Otherwise, things wouldn't be this troublesome, the purple-robed cultivator thought to himself. Then, he bent his waist and started to examine the altar in the middle of the room. According to the information he had obtained, the passageway that led to the next layer was concealed somewhere in the altar. However, he didn't know how to open this passage. Just as the purple-robed cultivator was researching the sacrificial altar, 4 small silhouettes appeared on the 4 sides of the altar. The 4 silhouettes had condensed from the ice and snow around, and they looked like ice spirits. After appearing, they didn't speak, and started attacking the purple-robed cultivator. Whiz, 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 countless needles made of ice shot toward the purple-robed cultivator, who was standing on the altar, and the ice and snow in that place happened to be imbued with such intense cold that it made even one's soul shiver. The sacrificial altar beneath the feet of the purple-robed cultivator could block the biting cold, but it was unable to block these ice needles. As if that wasn't enough, the ice needles came toward him from all directions, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only brace himself and erect a defensive barrier. The defensive magical technique was directly engraved on the body of the puppet he was using, and was thus very quick and easy to use. But right at this time, something unexpected happened. As soon as that defensive magical technique erected the barrier, the sacrificial altar beneath his feet exerted a powerful attraction, and completely absorbed the defensive formation that the magical technique had spawned. "Damn!" the purple-robed cultivator exclaimed. In the next moment, the blood-freezing sound of ice needles piercing a body echoed. The purple-robed cultivator called out pitifully as he was turned into an ice sea urchin. The biting cold inside the ice needles poured into his body, directly transforming him into an ice sculpture. But it didn't end there. The bone-piercing cold even affected the soul of the purple-robed cultivator, sealing it in ice. But even so, the 4 ice spirits didn't stop attacking, and kept on shooting ice needles toward the purple-robed cultivator. Several waves of ice needles were shot into the range of the sacrificial altar. A few breaths later, boom! The icebound body of that purple-robed cultivator suddenly exploded. During the explosion, his body turned into ice crystals that mixed with the ice and snow around, becoming part of that world of ice. Not even a piece of flesh or blood was left behind, he had died thoroughly. This attack wasn't bad, Senior White appraised. After killing the purple-robed cultivator, the 4 ice spirits turned their heads around and looked toward Senior White. However, they didn't seem to intend on attacking him. They merely looked at him and melted, becoming part of that world of ice and snow. Senior White pondered for a moment, and got on the sacrificial altar. A series of ancient letters were engraved on the boulders of the sacrificial altar. Senior White read aloud, "At the end of the cold winter, there is the warm spring." He then remarked, "From the looks of it, these ruins were left behind by a cultivator that reached the pinnacle of the ice element." This small area of 300 square meters was a place of extreme cold, frosty to the point that it could even freeze one's soul. However, at the center of the altar, where the cold was actually at its strongest, something strange had happened, and the air was warm. The extreme negativity had given birth to positiveness, and the biting cold had transformed into a warm current. In addition, below the boulders of the altar was concealed a teleporting formation, which should be the key to head to the next layer. Should I go to the next layer and take a look? Senior White wondered. But right at this time, the sound of footsteps was again transmitted from the entrance of the forbidden area. Soon afterward, an exquisite puppet appeared in that world of ice and snow. After getting in the room, the puppet didn't hesitate, and sprinted toward the sacrificial altar with all its strength. Senior White curiously looked at the puppet. The aura on the body of this puppet was the same as that of the purple-robed cultivator, and it wouldn't be a mistake to say that this puppet was that very same purple-robed cultivator from before. He had just swapped bodies. Was this some method to come back to life? Earlier, that purple-robed cultivator had died thoroughly. Both his soul and body had transformed into ice crystals during the explosion. Senior White had seen with his very own eyes the soul of that purple-robed cultivator getting annihilated. However, the opposite party was able to come back to life even under these circumstances. This method to come back to life was very advanced. It looks like a technique from the Jet Black sect. Senior White thought to himself. From the looks of it, the technology in the world of cultivators had advanced by leaps and bounds during the period he couldn't get in touch with the main world. The Jet Black sect, in particular, would come up with quite a few interesting tricks every now and then. After gazing at that exquisite puppet, Senior White started to get restless. He really wanted to grab that puppet and research it. If he could disassemble it and take a look at its structure, and also understand the principle behind that advanced resurrection method, even better. The exquisite puppet didn't notice that someone was staring at him. He quickly reached the sacrificial altar and squatted down, starting to research it again. Very soon, his eyes lit up. There is a teleporting formation. As long as I activate this formation, I'll be able to get to the next layer. Just as he was speaking, those 4 ice spirits appeared once again at the 4 sides of the altar. Senior White laughed and stayed invisible, quietly floating to one side. The exquisite puppet quickly rolled away, getting away from the sacrificial altar. Those 4 ice spirits were apparently programmed only to defend the altar, and they would appear as long as someone stepped on the sacrificial altar. Thereupon, the purple-robed cultivator guessed that the ice spirits would stop attacking him if he were to leave the sacrificial altar. His guess turned out to be correct. After he rolled away from the altar, the 4 ice spirits looked at each other, and gradually disappeared. The puppet version purple-robed cultivator laughed, and rolled back to the sacrificial altar, starting to research the teleporting formation again in an attempt to activate it. While researching the formation, the puppet was inwardly counting how much time had passed. 3 seconds later. The exquisite puppet rolled back from the sacrificial altar again. In the air, the 4 ice spirits reappeared. Next, they absent-mindedly looked at the sacrificial altar, and then disappeared while still clueless. Ahahaha, such a rigid defensive system is bound to be full of holes. As long as I can see through it, it won't work against me again, the exquisite puppet said smugly. Afterward, he rolled back to the sacrificial altar, speeding up the research of that teleporting formation. After 3 seconds had passed, he rolled away from the altar. The ice spirits appeared once again, and then disappeared, at a loss as to what to do. In the sky, Senior White was speechless. While looking at that exquisite puppet rolling back and forth and the continuously appearing and disappearing ice spirits, he felt as though he was looking at a monkey show. If a matching fast-paced music started playing in the background, the resulting scene might be even more mind-boggling. Rolling, 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 appearing, disappearing, appearing, disappearing. The same scene kept repeating over and over again, just as though it was an infinite loop. Then, after the same scene had repeated for a whole 20 times, that exquisite puppet laughed loudly. I finally succeeded. After he had said this much, he madly patted the sacrificial altar, and continuously poured his true chi into it. After completing these steps, he once again rolled away from it. The ice spirits appeared once again, and then disappeared, at a loss as to what to do. Senior White was starting to worry for the sanity of those ice spirits. Clang, 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 a loud noise was transmitted from the altar. In the next moment, a mini-space gate appeared in the airspace of the sacrificial altar. The exquisite puppet waved his hand at the four ice spirits, and barged into the space gate, disappearing without traces. When the puppet drilled into the space gate, Senior White really wished to take action and make him stay behind. In the inner world. Song Shuhang opened his eyes and saw that his body shook slightly. At this time, his body was giving off an elusive aura, which somewhat resembled the aura one would feel whenever a natural treasure was born. Song Shuhang had successfully opened the fourth meridian of the third stage, the immaterial king meridian. Song Shuhang's fourth meridian had basically opened on its own since he had the help of Yi Si's spiritual energy of the fifth stage, the moistening of the living spring, the mysterious 33 divine beasts technique, and also the empowerment of the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. Once the immaterial king meridian was open, the next step was to link the four meridians and form the perfect body of the battle king. When that happened, the heavenly tribulation would rain down, and if the cultivator managed to transcend the tribulation, they would reach the fourth stage realm, becoming capable of riding a flying sword. But, if they failed, there was an 80% probability that both their soul and body would get annihilated. How do you feel? Yi Si asked with a smile. Great. I feel that if I completely release the strength of the dazzling star, overcast moon, blazing sun, and immaterial king meridians, I might be able to fight head-on even a cultivator of the fourth stage for a while. Song Shuhang said. Now, he had taken another step toward his dream of riding a flying sword. Only after advancing to the fourth stage realm would he have the strength to go around on his own in the world of cultivators. Everything felt like a dream to him. Originally, he believed that he would reach this realm in 100 or so years due to his ordinary talent and the fact that he had missed the best age to practice. Now, it's time to return to the forbidden area. Song Shuhang issued an order, preparing to get out of his inner world. But right at this time, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Hello, Shuhang. Can you hear me? It was Senior White's voice. Song Shuhang replied, Senior White, I can hear you. Had Senior White used a 1,000-mile sound-transmitting magical technique? However, could such a magical technique really pass through space and reach his inner world? Was your breakthrough successful? Senior White replied. Yes, I just finished, Song Shuhang said. Very well. In that case, I'll directly pull you to my current position. The first layer of the forbidden area is probably too dangerous for you, and you might be unable to block the biting cold there. As such, I'll directly pull you to the second layer. In addition, tell little Kai to stay in your inner world for now. We still don't know what dangers might be hiding in the second layer, so it's better if she doesn't come over to take risks, Senior White said. Song Shuhang gazed at little Kai, who was reciting from memory Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture, and nodded his head. All right. Senior White, what do I have to do? You just have to stand there without moving. Don't resist, either, Senior White said. In the next moment, whizzed Song Shuhang's body appeared next to Venerable White. Song Shuhang looked all around. He found himself in what seemed to be a small world. The nearby vegetation was luxuriant, and the whole place was filled with life. It gave off a spring-like vibe. Song Shuhang said, Are we inside that forbidden area? Yes. To be more precise, this is the second layer of the forbidden area. However, you'd better not underestimate this place. Everything around us is filled with danger, Senior White reminded. Of course, this danger posed a threat only for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded his head. This was the place that claimed Taoist priest Li Tianzu's life. He obviously wasn't going to underestimate it. Right. Senior White, what about that purple-robed cultivator? Song Shuhang asked. Senior White had followed that purple-robed cultivator and entered the forbidden area alongside him. How come he didn't see him around? Ahaha. Senior White burst out laughing. Song Shuhang was confused. Disassembled, Senior White replied. Disassembled? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Senior White explained, yes. I was first planning to let him wander off in the forbidden area and see what he was planning to do. But soon after entering the forbidden area, he suddenly lost the ability to move, and simply lay on the ground without moving. I waited for a while, and after seeing that he wasn't showing any signs of getting up, I couldn't bear it anymore and stepped forward, starting to disassemble him. That pile of components over there is what's left of him. Senior White pointed toward a nearby pile of components. Song Shuhang. From what he remembered, that purple-robed cultivator was a human made of flesh and blood. How did he exactly turn into a pile of components? What kind of twists and turns had the plot undergone while he was away? Yi stretched out her head, and asked curiously, Senior White, is it possible to reassemble that guy? It should be possible. After I bring him back, and research him for good, I will surely be able to reassemble him, Senior White said in all seriousness. After saying this much, he stored that pile of puppet components in his spatial magical treasure. In other words, he was unable to reassemble him for the time being. Anyway, let's put this matter aside for now. Since that purple-robed cultivator can no longer show us the way, it will be my duty to lead you to conquer this forbidden area, Senior White said as he patted his chest. He could guarantee that they would sweep clean the forbidden area without suffering a single injury. Speaking of which, Shuhang, you seemed very impatient to explore this forbidden area. What are you looking for in this place? Senior White asked. Song Shuhang replied, I hope to find a method to treat Li Yinzhu's cold disease in this forbidden area. Cold disease? Can you tell me about it in detail? Senior White asked. Song Shuhang smiled. If it were Venerable White, there was no way he would forget about it. There was some karma between Li Tiansu and Venerable White, and Venerable White had promised the ancestor of the Chu family that he would look for a way to cure Li Yinzhu's cold disease. However, Shuhang still explained, Li Yinzhu got affected by this cold disease when she was still in her mother's womb. Whenever the disease flares up, her body releases a large amount of cold qi. In the past, her father used all sorts of natural treasures to suppress her disease, but her disease worsened several months ago, and the cold qi got so strong that it created a coffin around her body, sealing her within. I see, Senior White said. If those were the symptoms of the disease, this forbidden area was indeed the most suitable place to look for a cure. After all, the person that had created this forbidden area was someone that had reached the pinnacle of the ice element, and was accomplished in it to the point that they could transform extreme negativity into positiveness and extreme cold into warmth. Actually, Taoist priest Li Tiansu had also been aware of this point, and it was the reason he'd thought this place might have the cure to his daughter's disease. Venerable White said, one of the methods to cure this cold disease is to find the right medicinal pill, which can directly eradicate the cold from within the bones. However, it's very difficult to refine such a medicinal pill. The second method is to practice a special cultivation technique in order to remove the cold poison in one's body or absorb it, transforming it into part of one's body. The former will show good results rather quickly, but the latter will have even better effects. In short, if we want to find a way to cure the cold disease, we have to look for either a room with medicinal pills or some inheritance consisting in a cultivation technique. Let me see, there. There is a palace in the middle of the forest. Perhaps we'll find medicinal pills or something similar in there. Hopefully, the medicinal pills haven't expired yet. Come with me. Senior White said. Song Shuhang said, medicinal pills can expire? Of course. If not properly preserved, medicinal pills will slowly lose their effectiveness. Some might even deteriorate to the point of transforming into poisonous pills, Senior White said. Senior White led the way, and Song Shuhang closely followed behind him. The duo had walked for around 100 meters when the lifelike face of a beautiful woman suddenly appeared on a big tree ahead. This tree was very pretty, each of its leaves had 7 colors, and its branches were like multicolored glass. It was pleasing to both the eye and the mind. He, how many years has it been since the last time someone recklessly barged into this place? You are simply bringing about your own destruction. The big tree laughed charmingly. Then, countless vines extended from its branches, heading toward Senior White. At the same time, thorns drilled out of the ground. There were tens of thousands of thorns, almost as dense as a forest. Song Shuhang subconsciously jumped upward, stepping on black lotus flowers and climbing higher and higher to avoid the thorns that had drilled out of the ground. Shuhang, you are too anxious, Senior White said calmly. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it. A ring of sword chi exploded from his body. All the sharp thorns in the way of the sword chi were obliterated. And this wasn't all. After the sword chi swept over, all the branches of that big tree were cut off, and only the bare trunk was left. That face of that beautiful woman on the tree was dumbfounded. Then, Senior White stepped forward and stretched out his hand, grabbing the trunk of the tree. Why what are you trying to do? The beautiful face on the tree said, alarmed. From today onwards, you are my 4th pet. Your pet name will be Chu 1. Senior White said. Ah. The face of the beautiful woman on the tree was dumbstruck. In the next moment, Senior White put strength into his arm, and that pretty 7-colored tree was uprooted. No. This place is my home, and I don't want to leave. Senior, I've made a mistake and failed to recognize your strength, please forgive me. The beautiful face on the 7-colored big tree begged for mercy. She seemed very skilled at begging for mercy. She had definitely done it quite a lot in the past. Shu, Senior White said. The 7-colored big tree was confused. Your name is Shu, Senior White repeated. The 7-colored tree was first at a loss, but then, she quickly understood what Senior White meant. Yes. Senior, Shu has made a mistake. Please forgive Shu this time. Senior White revealed a radiant smile, and said, very well. When he smiled, the whole world lost its colors, and the charm he had been suppressing exploded. That beautiful womanly face on the 7-colored big tree was unable to take her eyes off him. It couldn't help but blush. Since you recognize this pet name, I'll accept you. My new home happens to be very big. Head there and look after the place for me, Senior White said. After saying this much, Senior White stretched out his hand and patted her. In the next moment, the 7-colored tree Shu in front of him disappeared without a trace. It seemed Senior White had directly teleported her to his new home. Done. Senior White looked at Song Shuhang, who was stepping on lotus flowers in the air, and waved at him. Come down and follow me. Let's advance. After they had traveled some distance, something unexpected happened once again. The ground beneath Senior White and Song Shuhang suddenly turned into a swamp. Afterward, an ugly crocodile crawled out of the swamp. Keek, some intruders unexpectedly managed to reach this place. However, you'll stop here and become my meal. While speaking, the big crocodile hit the swamp with its claws. The swamp rolled up just as though it was alive, and headed toward Senior White and Song Shuhang in order to crush them. Senior White had a pensive look on his face. As expected, too ugly. It's hurting my eyes, Senior White said. Then, he stretched out his hand and waved it, and a thick cannon barrel appeared on his shoulder. Boom! The barrel on Senior White's shoulder was none other than one of the 6 child parts of the God-slaying mother-child cannon. Although it wasn't that big, its might was incredible, and it was deserving of the name God-slaying cannon. The swamp that the big crocodile had mobilized to crush them was blown to pieces. The remaining strength of the beam of light didn't diminish as it hit the reptile. In the next moment, the body of that crocodile in the swamp was reduced to ashes. It was literally reduced to ashes and scattered in the air like a bunch of flour. Only one of its legs managed to survive the beam of the cannon due to the angle. The leg of the big crocodile spun and flew toward Song Shuhang, falling in front of him. Song Shuhang looked at the charred black crocodile leg with a pensive look, and asked, "Is it poisonous?" "It's not poisonous," Senior White replied. Thereupon, Song Shuhang bent and stored the crocodile leg in his magical bracelet. "What do you want to do with that crocodile leg?" Senior White asked out of curiosity. "If it's not poisonous, perhaps it will become edible after getting properly processed?" Song Shuhang said. Although he didn't know how strong that crocodile was, he could deduce that its strength wasn't low, since it could speak human language and was placed here for the protection of the forbidden area. Even if he couldn't personally process the crocodile leg, he could ask an immortal chef to do it. If it still didn't work, he could leave it to immortal fairy Bishwe and get a few good things in exchange. He was perfectly fine with exchanging it for a few immortal dishes. After recalling immortal fairy Bishwe's cooking, Song Shuhang started to drool. "It's too ugly, and it might have a bad effect on your stomach," Senior White said, disgusted. "Pigs aren't that cute either, but we still eat their meat every day," Song Shuhang said. Senior White pondered for a moment. That was true. The pigs in the Netherworld realm were particularly ugly, 3 meters tall and extremely ferocious in appearance. And yet, there were a lot of people that ate them. Senior White nodded, and said, "You have a point. Can you prepare it yourself?" "No, but I can look for an immortal chef to do the job for me," Song Shuhang said. At the same time, he recalled immortal fairy Bishwe. If he brought this Senior White to meet immortal fairy Bishwe, would immortal fairy have some kind of reaction? Who knew, perhaps he would get to eat a few immortal dishes. Should he give it a try? Senior White and Song Shuhang kept advancing. Perhaps due to the god-slaying cannon scaring all the nearby guardian beasts out of their wits, no one tried to block their path as they advanced. Since the guardian beasts decided to hide, Senior White didn't bother pulling them out of their lairs. As such, the guardian beasts of the forbidden area managed to keep their lives. Only when they were about to reach that palace Senior White had mentioned earlier did a guardian beast make its appearance. The one blocking Senior White and Song Shuhang's way was a 5 meters tall and 10 meters long white tiger. The white tiger was a very powerful animal, and it was mentioned a lot in Chinese mythology. However, the body of the white tiger before their eyes was too long. It was only 5 meters tall, but a whole 10 meters long. Its 4 legs seemed rather short, and its waist was abnormally stretched. It looked rather strange. The white tiger looked at Song Shuhang, and laughed strangely. He, after so many years, someone unexpectedly rushed to this place. Its face was also very ugly. The nose was short, and the face big. Its teeth were uneven and protruding. Due to the strange face, its eyes also seemed somewhat dull. Its appearance was very similar to the ugliest white tiger in the world that Song Shuhang had seen online in the past. "Ugly, it's hurting my eyes," Senior White commented. Then, he took out his god-slaying mother-child cannon again and placed it on his shoulder, aiming the barrel at the white tiger. "F***ck, can you not mention the word ugly in front of me?" the long white tiger said angrily. "Is it my fault that I'm ugly? It's something the genes I inherited from my parents determined, all right?" Senior White pondered for a moment, and then said in all seriousness, "The fact that you are ugly and hurting my eyes still doesn't change. I'm gonna spit in your face." The facial features of the white tiger became even more hideous. "If you mention the word ugly again, I'm going to fight you to death." Senior White. "Moreover, if you look at me carefully, you'll discover that although I look somewhat ugly, I'm unique. For example, due to my waist being very long, I can easily bite my tail. While guarding the palace during the past years, biting my tail was the only way to relieve my boredom. While speaking, the white tiger twisted its waist and assumed an U-like shape, easily biting its tail and smugly looking at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang. Senior White pondered for a moment, and said, "You have a point. Although ugly, you are unique." "I know, right? In this world where a pretty face is everything, if one is not handsome enough, they can only rely on their individuality. In fact, my life motto is better ugly and unique than handsome and plain. If you take another careful look at me after realizing that I'm ugly to the point of being unique, you'll notice that other than being ugly, I'm somewhat cute as well." The long white tiger struck while the iron was hot, trying to instill into Song Shuhang and Senior White's minds the concept of uglily cute. Song Shuhang felt that he was really being brainwashed. After looking at the ugly tiger for a while, he started to get the absurd feeling that it was uglily cute. "I'm convinced. You are indeed ugly to the point of being unique," Senior White said with a nod. "It wasn't easy to be as ugly as this white tiger. It seems you guys have a good eye. Since you agree with my opinion on outward appearances, I won't kill you guys. In that case, come, let us fight happily," the long white tiger said. Afterward, it assumed an offensive posture and revealed its claws. However, its tail was continuously swaying left and right, just like that of a puppy. The tail was rather eye-catching, and Song Shuhang's vision immediately fell on it. Roar! But at this time, the ugly tiger opened its mouth and roared. Even if it was ugly and abnormally long, its roar was very powerful. After all, when a tiger roared, the wind would rise. At the same time, a beam of light shot out of its mouth, heading toward Song Shuhang and Venerable White. Roaring Tiger's Bullet. This was the opening attack of the ugly tiger, the Roaring Tiger's Bullet. It was mainly used to gain the upper hand during the battle. Even if it didn't damage the enemy, the opposite party would have to either block or dodge it, which would allow the tiger to seize the initiative. However, Senior White was still in deep thought as the Roaring Tiger's bullet headed toward him. Although ugly and eye-blinding, it's also unique, and even somewhat cute. Such being the case, should he accept this ugly tiger or not? Senior White was in a dilemma. Boom! Just in this fashion, the Roaring Tiger's bullet exploded on Senior White's body, making his silhouette disappear amidst the light. After hitting the target, the beam of light exploded, with the sound of the explosions echoing non-stop. Luckily, the explosion affected only Senior White, or, to be more accurate, Senior White completely blocked the explosion with his body, and Song Shuhang, who was standing behind him, didn't suffer any harm. Song Shuhang. The long white tiger. Soon after, the ugly white tiger said angrily, "Are you crazy? Why didn't you dodge my attack? Although I said that I wouldn't kill you, why didn't you dodge that opening attack I used to probe you? What are you trying to achieve by standing there and taking my attack head-on? You should have at least tried to dodge." Senior White had seemingly returned to his senses. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the various explosions died out. After the light of the explosions disappeared, it turned out that Senior White had suffered no damage, not even his clothes got damaged. The ugly white tiger was instantly dumbfounded, and it couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. He took the Roaring Tiger's bullet head-on, and not even his clothes got damaged. Just who was this person? I've decided, I'll receive you. Although I can't take you in as a house pet, I can give you the duty of looking after my new home. Although ugly, you are unique and have personality, Senior White said as he put away the god-slaying cannon. The ugly white tiger was confused. From today onwards, you will be the doorkeeper of my new home. Senior White continued. At the same time, his body moved and arrived in front of the ugly white tiger. He was extremely fast, and his hand was already above the head of the ugly white tiger before the latter could react. Whiz, the ugly white tiger disappeared. Senior White had seemingly teleported it away with a magical technique. Done, I collected another pet. A white tiger to look after the house, not bad, not bad. This trip was completely worth it. Senior White was in high spirits. After saying this much, he returned onto the ground and looked all around. It seems we have arrived, Senior White said. We have arrived? Isn't there still some distance left before we reach the palace? Song Shuhang looked at the horizon, and there was still some distance left before reaching the palace. Given his current speed, it would take him around 1 minute to arrive there. No, we have already arrived. Venerable White stretched out his hand and gently struck the air. Crack, in the next moment, it felt as though a layer of invisible glass had been shattered. Immediately after, the palace suddenly came closer, appearing right in front of Song Shuhang and Senior White. Palace of Cold Winter. Those 4 words were engraved on a huge stone tablet before Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang could also read and understand these words. It wasn't because he had learned a little bit about ancient languages, but because the 4 words were written in simplified Chinese. In other words, either the master of this palace had stayed in touch with the external world, or someone entered this secret realm recently and became the new master here. Senior White's vision fell on a signboard mounted above the entrance of the palace. The characters written above were in an ancient language. Palace of Winter, Senior White muttered. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked at this palace concealed in this secret realm. The style of this palace looks very familiar, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Yi Si replied inwardly, we saw buildings with a similar style when we visited the Jade Lake realm alongside Venerable White. The Jade Lake realm? Sure enough, the style of the Jade Lake realm was similar to that of this palace. Although the details were vastly different, the basic structure was identical. The Palace of Cold Winter. Is this place also a portion of the ancient heavenly city? Song Shuhang said. I'm not sure. I don't know much about the ancient heavenly city. Venerable White smiled, and then said, the master of the palace came out. Little friend, you have a good eye. This Palace of Winter is indeed a portion of the ancient heavenly city. A firm voice echoed from within the palace as the owner stepped out. The voice belonged to a dignified middle-aged man wearing a plain Daoist robe. He carried a long sword on his back and held a fly whisk in his hand. He looked like an expert that had left behind the mundane world, someone that had reached enlightenment. Song Shuhang looked at the middle-aged man and managed to determine his strength with just one glance, 2nd stage realm. To be more precise, 2nd stage 5th Dantian, Dragon Palm Dantian, realm. The great river of true chi of the middle-aged man had only condensed up to the Dragon Palm Dantian. His realm was slightly higher than that of the Western monk, and was the same as that of Altar Master back in the day. Am I mistaken? Or does this Daoist priest really have the strength of the 2nd stage realm? Song Shuhang thought to himself. This Daoist priest looked a little too weak for the master of this palace located in the forbidden area. Was it possible that his realm seemed so low because he was suppressing his strength? I also took a look, and the opposite party indeed seems to have the strength of the 2nd stage 5th Dantian realm. Perhaps they are really purposely suppressing their aura and realm, Yi Si remarked in Song Shuhang's mind. I'm the current palace master of the Palace of Cold Winter, Cold Gleam. May I know the names of these 2 fellow Taoists? Cold Gleam greeted Song Shuhang and Venerable White. No one was going to strike a smiling face. As such, Senior White also refrained from taking action. My name is White, and you can call me Venerable White if you want, Senior White replied. Venerable? Whom are you trying to deceive? If a venerable can really slaughter his way to the Palace of Winter, I'll cut off my head and allow you to play soccer with it. The corner of Cold Gleam's mouth twitched. However, he still forced out a smile, and said, "Hello, fellow Taoist White." Song Shuhang likewise replied, "Fellow Taoist, you can call me, Scholar Mountain of Books." Senior White turned his head, and asked curiously, Wasn't your Taoist name Tyrannical Saber Song I? Yes, but it's Friday today, Song Shuhang replied in all seriousness. Oh. Senior White was baffled, but still nodded. Cold Gleam. What is the relationship between your name and the days of the week? Cold Gleam tried his best to make his smile look natural. Fellow Taoist Scholar Mountain of Books, you seem very young. How long has it been since you started cultivating? Song Shuhang was somewhat confused. Why was the opposite party asking him this question? Fellow Taoist, no need to worry. It was just a random question. You don't have to reply if you don't want, Cold Gleam said with a smile. It's not really a secret or anything, Senior White said with a smile at this time. Little friend Shuhang, you can reply to this question of fellow Taoist Cold Gleam. Song Shuhang replied, it hasn't been long since I've started cultivating. I came in contact with the world of cultivators only 3 months ago, starting to cultivate around that time. 3 months? Cold Gleam was dumbfounded and looked at Song Shuhang skeptically. It's been 3 months altogether, but I've had a fortuitous encounter in the past and stayed in a time-related secret realm for some time. If that portion of time is also taken into consideration, it's been 4 months since I've started cultivating, Song Shuhang said. Fellow Taoist, your luck is really good. Cold Gleam laughed. Then, he took off his plain Taoist robe, and revealed a set of battle armor beneath. Palace of Cold Winter, I want to activate the 1 vs 1 battle arena feature and appoint this guy called Scholar Mountain of Books as the challenger. Damn, I've practiced for 30 years, and I'm already at the 2nd stage 5th Dantian realm. Beating this noob that has practiced for only 3 months will be a piece of cake. Song Shuhang. Senior White. Ye see. Was this a case where the plot got finally revealed? Had Taoist priest Cold Gleam asked Song Shuhang and Senior White those questions so that he could secretly collect information? Then, as he discovered that Song Shuhang had started cultivating only 3 months ago, he happily dragged him into this 1 vs 1 battle arena to beat him up. But why did he want to beat up Song Shuhang? Even if he beat up Song Shuhang, there was still Senior White. Was he planning to fight Senior White as well? If you don't seek death, you won't die. Why are so many people unable to understand this simple concept? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. While speaking, he felt his body becoming lighter and getting dragged to a battle arena. This 1 vs 1 battle arena Cold Gleam mentioned was very similar to the battle arena dimension where the little demonic hamster had dragged Song Shuhang some time ago. It was likewise an independent space cut off from the rest of the world. Song Shuhang and Cold Gleam stood on the battle arena. Senior White stood outside the arena, acting as a spectator. Song Shuhang sighed, and said, Fellow Taoist, is this really worth the trouble? It cannot be helped. This poor Taoist also has a duty to complete. Cold Gleam sighed, and said, in the capacity of the guardian of the Palace of Winter, I likewise have to block the cultivators that intrude this forbidden area. If I don't, my status as the guardian will be revoked, and I will have to start everything anew. I can only say that your luck wasn't good enough, fellow Taoist Scholar Mountain of Books. Song Shuhang. From his words, he could more or less understand why the opposite party had dragged him to this battle arena. However, how had Cold Gleam, someone only at the 2nd stage realm, become the guardian of the Palace of Winter? Was it possible that there was no one else in the palace aside from him? Fellow Taoist Scholar Mountain of Books, it's pointless to struggle. My talent is average, I've missed the best period to practice, and I've practiced for 30 years only to reach the 2nd stage realm, but it's more than enough to take care of someone that has practiced only for 3 months. Little friend, you should stand still and let me give you a beating. As long as you faint, my duty would be considered complete, Cold Gleam suggested. Fellow Taoist Cold Gleam, didn't you check my realm when you dragged me to this place? Song Shuhang asked. What do you mean? Cold Gleam asked. Alright, it seems fellow Taoist didn't check my realm. Such being the case, let me introduce you to my ghost spirit. Song Shuhang snapped his fingers. Yi coordinated with Song Shuhang and came out. Then, she pulled her skirt and greeted Cold Gleam like a young fairy maiden. It was something she had recently seen on the TV. Cold Gleam looked at Yi. He could feel that spiritual energy was surging in the body of this ghost spirit, as well as the indistinct aura of a golden core. This is my ghost spirit, Yi. She has the strength of the 5th stage realm and is a golden core spiritual emperor. Song Shuhang said. Cold Gleam said, your uncle. He was just a cultivator that had practiced for 3 months, how could he already have a ghost spirit of the 5th stage realm? This was absurd. There was definitely an illicit sexual relationship somewhere in the middle. Fellow Taoist scholar Mountain of Books, what you did just now was improper. This battle between the two of us in a very private matter. How can you suddenly bring out that ghost spirit, miss? Cold Gleam clenched his teeth, and said. Song Shuhang said, a ghost spirit and its master are one entity. There is no difference between them. Cold Gleam gritted his teeth. I didn't think that you would have such a method at your disposal. Luckily, I also have a few tricks up my sleeve. After saying this much, he shouted loudly, I invoke the rules of the arena. Please send this ghost spirit outside the arena. It's forbidden to rely on the power of a ghost spirit during this battle. Yi was teleported off the 1 versus 1 battle arena, ending up beside Senior White. This arena has such a feature as well? Senior White said. Off the arena, Yi smiled and waved at Song Shuhang. Shuhang, good luck. I can't help you anymore. Song Shuhang. Cold Gleam said, now, you don't have your ghost spirit anymore. Nice trick, fellow Taoist. But, how many times can you make use of the rules of the arena? Song Shuhang asked. Cold Gleam laughed, and said, fellow Taoist, why don't you guess? No guesses, fellow Taoist will ask. Song Shuhang took out the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and aimed it at Cold Gleam. Cold Gleam slowly unsheathed the long sword on his back, and said in a grave tone, the name of this sword is, Deadly Cold. It's 120 centimeters long and was forged from an extremely cold ore. However, Song Shuhang attacked before he could finish his sentence. Thanks to the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, Song Shuhang drifted from place to place, approaching Cold Gleam at very high speed. At the same time, he gently spun his wrist. Blazing flames started to burn on the blade of the saber. The flames had a pale color and very high temperature. Song Shuhang was planning to end this battle with one move of the flaming saber technique that Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven had passed on to him. You are also a cultivator of the 2nd stage? Cold Gleam said, astonished. Although the flaming saber technique was a widespread beginner-level saber technique, one needed to be a cultivator of the 2nd stage to bring out those flames. Why don't you guess? Song Shuhang slashed. Guess your uncle, you cheater. Didn't you say that you practiced for only 3 months? How did you reach the 2nd stage realm in just 3 months? Who do you think you are, the little brother of the wielder of the will? Cold Gleam gritted his teeth and held onto his long sword. Roar of the Ice Dragon. The Roar of the Ice Dragon was both a defensive and offensive sword technique. While slashing, the cold energy on the sword would coordinate with his ice-type true chi and form a lifelike ice dragon. The ice dragon could retreat and defend, and also advance and attack. There was no way an ordinary saber technique like the flaming saber technique could compare to it. Even if this cheater is at the second stage realm, an average technique like the flaming saber technique is doomed to be devoured by this ice dragon of mine. Cold Gleam still hadn't finished thinking that the ice dragon he had condensed melted. The lifelike ice dragon had just appeared when it met the saber chi of the flaming saber technique and melted like a snowflake under the blazing sun, turning into water. The ice dragon turned into a water dragon. The water dragon lost its support and splashed on the ground. The remaining strength of the flaming saber technique didn't diminish as Song Shuhang slashed down. Screech. The flaming saber technique clashed against deadly cold. When the two blades clashed, they issued a screeching sound. Cold Gleam felt that his arm had become numb due to the blow. The opposite party had great strength. In addition, the flaming saber chi was now burning on Deadly Cold's blade. If not for the fact that Deadly Cold was a godly weapon, it would have been destroyed after the blow. Cold Gleam had a bad premonition. The flaming saber technique of the opposite party wasn't an average one. 3 heads and 6 arms technique. Song Shuhang called out. The 3 heads and 6 arms technique? This youngster has studied that type of technique as well? Cold Gleam was alarmed. At this time, the virtuous Lamia drilled out of Song Shuhang's chest while holding the blood bone in one hand and the face-slapping flip-flop in the other. Soon after, she brandished the blood bone and threw it toward Cold Gleam's chest. Bang! Cold Gleam was unable to dodge it, and got hit in the chest. He was knocked flying and crashed into the invisible wall of the 1 versus 1 battle arena, finally sliding to the ground along the smooth wall. Ouch! Cold Gleam gritted his teeth due to the pain. The chest plate of his armor was deformed after the blow, and he felt all stuffy. The virtuous Lamia hadn't held back with that blow. In addition, it was unknown what was the origin of the blood-red bone, but it had unexpectedly disregarded the defensive magical technique engraved on Cold Gleam's armor while hitting his chest. As a consequence, the chest plate was deformed, and the strength of the blow directly passed through the armor, affecting his chest. At this time, his ribs were probably broken. Tisk, he's still alive, Song Shuhang said, somewhat disgruntled. The armor the opposite party had saved their life. Just what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms technique was that? Cold Gleam's hands were trembling. Didn't this guy say that he was going to use the 3 heads and 6 arms technique? Where were the 3 heads and the 6 arms? In addition, which 3 heads and 6 arms technique made the head and hands come out of the user's chest? This was more like the scene from a horror movie. Oh, I'm sorry. Since you teleported my ghost spirit outside the battle arena, I now lack a head and a pair of hands. However, it's not a big deal. Let me fix it, Song Shuhang said. Then, he took Lady Onion out of his size-reducing purse. Lady Onion. She had already guessed what Song Shuhang was planning to do. Song Shuhang raised Lady Onion and placed her behind his head. Today, he was wearing a jacket with a hood. Therefore, he conveniently placed Lady Onion and the Enlightenment Stone in the hood. Now, if the virtuous Lamia drilling out of his chest was included, he indeed had 3 heads and 6 arms. See, now I have 3 heads and 6 arms, Song Shuhang said. Lady Onion stretched out her small hand and punched the back of Song Shuhang's head. Idiot, do you call this 3 heads and 6 arms? You could have just used the 2 heads and 4 arms technique at this point. Her small fist was unable to cause any damage to the current Song Shuhang. Cold Gleam's bloodshot eyes were filled with envy. Damn it, aside from a ghost spirit, you also have a monster pet. I'm not his monster pet. Lady Onion said angrily. Lady Onion was especially overbearing while facing Cold Gleam. After all, she was a cultivator of the 2nd stage 3rd Dantian, Dragon Claw Dantian, realm, and she wouldn't be much weaker than Cold Gleam if the special effects of her Tome of Never-Ending Tears were taken into account. In the world of cultivators, strength brought confidence. Cold Gleam clenched his teeth, and said, "Fellow Taoist scholar Mountain of Books, what is your realm in the end?" "There is no point in asking this question now," Song Shuhang said. "You can either surrender or wait until the battle is over to find out." "I can't surrender." Cold Gleam gritted his teeth and stood up. He held his sharp blade and stared at Song Shuhang, trying to look for a weakness. He had practiced for a whole 30 years, and he wasn't going down that easily. "If you don't want to surrender, taste another slash of mine." Song Shuhang assumed a saber stance. "Right, it's better if I remind you. I haven't completely mastered the saber technique I'm going to use next. Therefore, put up a good defense and brace yourself." Then, without waiting for Cold Gleam to reply, Song Shuhang attacked. Strong Gale Saber. Also known as Strong Whale Saber, this saber technique consisted in very fast slashes. It was a fully offensive technique with no room for defense, and it allowed the user to slash 10 times in one go. In addition, each slash was faster and stronger than the previous one. As he was still unable to thoroughly grasp the flaming saber technique that Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven had passed on to him, the Strong Gale Saber was the saber technique with the strongest offensive power at Song Shuhang's disposal. After using the Strong Gale Saber, Song Shuhang noticed that the amulet he had with him activated on its own. It was the Green Breeze Speed Boost amulet, and he could activate its Green Breeze Speed Boost features 2 times per day. Actually, due to the boost in speed not being too big, Song Shuhang had almost forgotten about its existence as his virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork was getting better and better. Now, the unique ability of the amulet activated on its own as he used the Strong Gale Saber technique, and Song Shuhang's speed increased by a small notch as a result. On the opposite side, Cold Gleam opened his eyes wide, and a dark blue light flashed through his pupils. It was pretty obvious that he had some kind of innate skill related to his eye aperture, which allowed him to vaguely see Song Shuhang's silhouette. Too bad that his body was unable to keep up with Song Shuhang's speed. Song Shuhang launched his first attack, and Cold Gleam raised his sword with difficulty to block it. But, before he could even properly raise his sword, the treasured saber broken tyrant slashed his body, cutting open the defensive armor on his body. Song Shuhang's second, third, and fourth attack followed immediately afterward. After slashing 4 times in total, Song Shuhang stopped using the Strong Gale Saber technique. The first slash destroyed Cold Gleam's armor. The second slash destroyed the defensive talisman concealed on his body. As for the third slash, Cold Gleam's luck was good, and he managed to block it as he hastily raised his sword. But after blocking this blow, the sword in his hand flew away, and the area between his thumb and index finger ruptured. Then, after the fourth slash, Cold Gleam was finally defeated. Of course, had Song Shuhang slashed a 5th time, Cold Gleam would have likely died. You aren't going to kill him?" Lady Onion asked. Song Shuhang shook his head. Although this Cold Gleam looked like an idiot, he wasn't a mortal enemy or anything of the sort. After Cold Gleam fainted, the 1 versus 1 battle arena also disappeared. Both of them returned to the Palace of Winter. Song Shuhang put away his treasured saber broken tyrant. Yi Si arrived beside Song Shuhang and squatted down, poking Cold Gleam. This guy was really funny. Right, since the guardian of the Palace of Cold Winter was defeated, does it mean that we can get inside? Earlier, Senior White said that the Palace of Cold Winter might be a place they used to store medicinal pills. As such, there was the possibility that they might find the cure to cure Li Yingzhu's disease inside. Yes, let's get inside and take a look, Senior White said with a nod. At this time, Yi Si stretched out her hand and took Cold Gleam's sharp sword, Deadly Cold. The sword was very stylish and pretty. Yi Si immediately took a liking to it. This sword seems pretty good. Can I keep it? Yi Si asked Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had yet to reply that the nearby senior white said smilingly, "Of course you can. It's part of our spoils of war." "That's right." Yi Si nodded as she stored deadly cold away. And just as Yi Si put deadly cold away, Song Shuhang's mind shook. He looked at Yi Si, and Yi Si looked at him. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts. They felt that the ownership of the Palace of Winter had changed, and they were the new owners. While Yi Si held deadly cold in her hands, a long list of the features of the Palace of Winter would appear in Song Shuhang's mind. For example, there was that feature Cold Gleam had used to create the 1 versus 1 battle arena. There was also the privilege to open or close the various doors of the Palace of Winter, the ability to activate the great defensive formation of the Palace of Winter, the privilege to activate the offensive sword formation of the palace, as well as other tens of features that could be switched on and off. However, it seemed that the great defensive formation and the offensive sword formation had been damaged, and had yet to be repaired. This was the reason Cold Gleam didn't activate the defensive formation of the palace earlier. In other words, this sword named Deadly Cold was the remote controller of the Palace of Winter. Song Shuhang decided to test the features of the remote controller and tried to close all the doors of the Palace of Winter. Soon after, a loud rumbling sound echoed. Afterward, all the doors before their eyes closed one after another. They really closed. Song Shuhang said. "Shuhang, was it your doing?" Senior White asked out of curiosity. "Yes, this sword called Deadly Cold can control the Palace of Winter," Yi Si replied. "It has such an interesting feature. Let me try." Senior White's eyes lit up. Yi Si gave Deadly Cold to Senior White. Senior White held Deadly Cold and pointed it toward the Palace of Winter with a smile, saying, "Front door of the palace, open." Silence, after a short moment. Senior White angrily threw away Deadly Cold, and said, "It didn't work. Impossible. When Yi Si grabbed Deadly Cold just now, a lot of options to control the Palace of Winter appeared in my mind." Song Shuhang bent his waist and picked up Deadly Cold. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to get a response. After a short moment, he opened his eyes, and said, "Strange, no options appeared this time." Was it possible that it worked only when Yi Si was the one holding Deadly Cold? Song Shuhang gave Deadly Cold to Yi Si, and said, "Yi Si, try again." After hearing his words, Yi Si took the sword Deadly Cold in her hands. As soon as she grabbed the hilt of the sword, several options to operate the Palace of Winter appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Then, he tried to activate the option to open the front door of the Palace of Winter. Clang, the front door of the Palace of Winter slowly opened according to the command. Is it possible that Deadly Cold recognized senior sister Yi Si as its master? Song Shuhang wondered. Senior White added, "There is another possibility. Yi Si might have a special constitution, and perhaps she can make use of the sword Deadly Cold for that reason. On the other hand, you and I don't have this special constitution." Yi Si had a special constitution? Song Shuhang immediately recalled the title, Jade Lake Empress. Was it possible that Yi Si could control Deadly Cold because she had Cheng Lin's bloodline and had merged with one of her fragments? Anyway, regardless of the reason, let's advance and take a look inside, Senior White said. If the Palace of Winter doesn't have anything to treat the cold disease, we will need to further explore the forbidden area. Indeed, Song Shuhang said. At the same time, the last option Deadly Cold provided piqued his interest. Store away the Palace of Winter. Store away the Palace of Winter? What kind of option is this? Song Shuhang wondered. His voice had hardly faded that Deadly Cold seemingly mistook it for an order. The order was then transmitted to the Palace of Winter. Wait a moment. That wasn't my meaning. Song Shuhang shouted. However, it was too late. The Palace of Winter ahead started to emit a dazzling seven-colored radiance. At this time, the whole palace resembled a magical treasure, and after receiving the command, the Palace of Winter started to float bit by bit. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook. Chapter 952. It's like a caravan of the world of cultivators. Song Shuhang panicked. Does this sword have a cancel option? Song Shuhang asked. Nowadays, smart TVs and smartphones all had a cancel option to cancel the current command and return to the previous menu. There seems to be no such option. Yi Si carefully checked the list of options Deadly Cold provided, and she didn't find anything of the sort. Senior White said, Shuhang, was this also your doing? I saw the option to pick up the Palace of Winter, and wondered what it might be. Then, this happened, the corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. While they were discussing, the Palace of Winter had already separated from the ground of the forbidden area, starting to float in midair alongside the other small palaces attached to it. That seven-colored light got more and more dazzling. Amidst the blinding light, the volume of the Palace of Winter started to decrease at a very fast pace. In the blink of an eye, it shrunk to half of its original size. If it keeps shrinking like this, it will perhaps turn into a scale model, Yi Si muttered to herself. Wait, if there is the option to pick up the Palace of Winter, there should also be an option to place down the Palace of Winter, right? Song Shuhang said. I looked earlier, and there was no such option. I think we'll have to wait until the Palace of Winter shrinks completely. Only after that should the option to pick up the Palace of Winter change into an option to place down the Palace of Winter, Yi Si said. In other words, we'll have to wait until the palace finishes shrinking. Song Shuhang sighed. These instructions weren't too user-friendly. As the Palace of Winter kept shrinking, the seven-colored light it was emitting kept, on the other hand, getting stronger and stronger. Interesting, Senior White said with a smile. Then, he raised his head and looked upward. Shuhang, get behind me. Song Shuhang and Yi Si quickly got behind Senior White. At this time, something akin to a black hole appeared in midair. Afterward, a big hand came out of it. Shameless bastard, are you trying to steal my Palace of Winter? Get ready to die. After coming out of the black hole, the volume of the hand increased sharply. Soon after, that hand covered in what seemed to be a layer of stone headed toward Song Shuhang and the others. As it arrived above the heads of the trio, it had already transformed into a 200 meters big hand. Rather than a huge palm, it resembled more a track and field stadium falling from the sky. In the main world, this thing would have created a huge catastrophe. Your Palace of Winter? Nope, that palace wasn't yours, Senior White said with a smile. You lacked the means to control the Palace of Winter. Therefore, it couldn't be considered yours. After saying this much, Senior White likewise attacked with his palm. When Senior White attacked with his palm, a big hand made of jet black energy condensed in midair, and headed toward that 200 meters big palm in the sky. That hand made of jet black energy was imbued with a type of power capable of destroying everything, and when it was about to crash into that palm covered in a layer of stone, its size likewise increased until reaching 200 meters. The hand made of stone and the hand made of jet black energy clashed. In the next moment, that huge palm covered in a layer of stone was continuously corroded, and started to crumble as pieces of it gradually fell off. Ah! An indistinct cry of pain was transmitted from the black hole. Return where you have come. Senior White laughed as he pushed forward with his right hand. In the sky, that palm made of jet black energy likewise pushed forward, suppressing that hand covered in a layer of stone and pushing it back inside the black hole. As the hand covered in stone was continuously pushed back, the person on the other side of the black hole clenched his teeth, and said, "Who are you? State your name." White, Senior White said with a smile. "I'll remember you. If you have the ability, come to the core of the forbidden area." We'll fight again to determine the winner, the owner of that huge palm said in a grave tone. While attacking through the black hole, his strength was greatly weakened. But if they were to fight in the core of the forbidden area, he would be able to use all his power. Good. Wait for me. I'm coming over in a while, Senior White said with a smile. At that time, I'll return the humiliation this palm brought me tenfold, the owner of the hand covered in stone said coldly. Senior White took back his hand made of black energy and shrugged his shoulders. As long as you have the ability, you can even return it 100-fold. I'll temporarily leave the Palace of Winter in your care. At the appointed time, I'll personally take it back, said the owner of that hand covered in stone. Immediately afterward, the black hole in the sky started shrinking and finally disappeared. Senior White laughed and waved his hand. As the black hole disappeared, the Palace of Winter also finished shrinking. The palace had shrunk, reaching the size of 1 cubic meter. It was shrouded in dazzling light, and it was identical to the scale model of a palace. Just as Yi Si had guessed, after the Palace of Winter finished shrinking, the option to pick up the Palace of Winter, that deadly cold provided had transformed into the option to place down the Palace of Winter. In other words, we can bring back the whole thing to the main world and place it somewhere good? Song Shuhang said. Indeed, and even if the spiritual energy in that place weakens, you can pick it up again and bring it to another place where the level of spiritual energy is high. Having a portable immortal cave is very convenient, Yi Si said. Song Shuhang struck his left palm with his right fist, and said, "Damn, isn't this thing the same as a caravan? A very luxurious version, on top of that." As he was speaking, Song Shuhang suddenly had another good idea. Yi Si, Senior White. If I bring the Palace of Winter to my inner world and then use the option to place down the Palace of Winter, will I be able to transplant it into my inner world? Song Shuhang said. Yi Si said, theoretically speaking, it should be possible. There should be no problem. Actually, this idea isn't half bad. Let's give it a try. Senior White's eyes immediately lit up. Right, as long as he could find a portable palace or something similar, he could likewise bring it to his new home, making that deserted place a little lively. Actually, as long as he saw a place with beautiful scenery, he could directly cut that piece of land and transplant it into his new home. If there was an opportunity, he should also head to space, where he could collect a few good-looking meteoroids and use them as a decoration. Senior White was extremely satisfied with this plan of his. Song Shuhang nodded, then took a step forward, stretching out his hand and picking up the Palace of Winter. Afterward, he issued a mental order. Immediately thereafter, he, Senior White, Yi Si, and Lady Onion were instantly moved to his inner world. Teacher, you have returned. At this time, little, virtuous Buddhist sabresman, Kai was standing on one leg while waving the other one at the unconscious ancestor of the Chu family. Little Kai, what are you doing? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Was she treating the injuries of the ancestor of the Chu family? Ahaha, it's like this. I just finished reading the diary of the ascetic senior monk. Just like teacher had said, when I combined the content of the diary with Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture, my heart was suddenly filled with emotion, and I learned a soul-ferrying technique, little Kai said with a smile. You managed to learn it? Your talent isn't bad, Song Shuhang praised. What if this love-struck bird at the mercy of her feelings was actually a genius? Still, what were you doing to the ancestor of the Chu family just now? Wait a moment, you weren't trying to ferry his soul, right? Halfway, Song Shuhang guessed what little Kai was doing by waving her leg like that. Little, virtuous Buddhist sabresman, Kai blushed. Since there was no one else around, I decided to try my soul-ferrying technique on the ancestor of the Chu family. Still, the effects were pretty good. Earlier, the ancestor of the Chu family would call out in pain from time to time, but after I repeatedly used the soul-ferrying technique on him, his condition stabilized, and his expression became calm, just as though he was sleeping soundly, little Kai said proudly. Song Shuhang F***ck, had this foolish bird ferried the soul of the ancestor of the Chu family? Senior White squatted down and checked the ancestor of the Chu family. Then, he turned toward little Kai and held his thumb up in approval. Little bird, you did well. Your soul ferrying technique had a pretty good effect. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang said anxiously, Senior White, the ancestor of the Chu family didn't die, right? The ancestor of the Chu family hadn't died after those guys plotted against him, and he hadn't died in the dangerous forbidden area either. It would be truly a tragedy if the reason he ended up dying in the end was little Kai's soul ferrying technique. Don't worry. The ancestor of the Chu family is fine. Little Kai has a benevolent heart, and the soul ferrying technique she comprehended can also be used to calm the mind and the heart other than ferrying the souls of the dead, Senior White said. And precisely due to its soothing effects, it was able to stabilize the condition of the ancestor of the Chu family, whose body and mind were in pain. After hearing the explanation, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Right, did little Kai stay in contact with a Buddhist treasure for a prolonged period of time in the past? Her natural talent was apparently influenced by a Buddhist treasure, and perhaps she can obtain twice the result with half the effort while practicing Buddhist techniques, Senior White reminded. A Buddhist treasure? Right, little Kai swallowed 2 Buddhist relics in the past, and she stayed in contact with them for a very long time, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Perhaps she was able to learn the soul-ferrying technique from the diary of the ascetic senior monk and Ksitigarbha's soul-ferrying scripture this quickly precisely for this reason. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with little Kai and the ancestor of the Chu family, Song Shuhang picked up the Palace of Winter. Still, where should I place this thing? His inner world had evolved several times, and now had the size of a small island. Therefore, there was a lot of places ready to accommodate the Palace of Winter. Senior White looked all around the inner world, and pondered for a short moment, saying, why don't you try to place it on the edge of your inner world? On the edge of Song Shuhang's inner world was a chaotic region. That place was just waiting for the inner world to expand further. If the Palace of Winter was placed on the border of the inner world and then returned to its original size, would it increase a little the surface of Song Shuhang's inner world? After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Thereupon, he brought the Palace of Winter to the very edge of the inner world. Ye see, Song Shuhang turned his head toward Ye see. Everything is ready. Ye see took out deadly cold. Placed down the Palace of Winter. In the next moment, this palace that belonged to the ancient heavenly city started to crazily expand in Song Shuhang's inner world. Chapter 953 I have bad news, my time is up. Just like Senior White had guessed, after the Palace of Winter was placed on the edge of Song Shuhang's inner world and started expanding, it increased the overall size of the world. Around 1/3 of the Palace of Winter stayed in the inner world, while the other 2/3 ended up in the chaotic region, covertly expanding the size of Song Shuhang's inner world. Aha, now I really want to see how that bastard plans to take back the Palace of Winter. I wonder if he has the capabilities to force his way into your inner world. Senior White laughed loudly, very pleased. Song Shuhang's inner world was his personal space. Without his permission, even a 9th-stage Tribulation transcender that could control the power of space would be unable to barge into it. Unless, they used some backdoor. After laughing, Senior White said, let's go. Let's enter this Palace of Winter and see if we can find medicinal pills inside. Let me open the doors of the Palace of Winter. Senior Sister Ye See grabbed the sword Deadly Cold and instructed the palace to open the doors. As such, Song Shuhang's group entered the palace. Just as Senior White had guessed, the Palace of Winter was the area of the forbidden area where medicinal pills were refined. Aside from the main palace, all the smaller palaces attached to it had a large number of medicinal materials stored within. All the medicinal materials there were materials of the cold attribute. However, their age and value were both average. Other than that, on their way there, they found a lot of side halls with a lot of medicinal materials, but no finished medicinal pills. At this time, Senior Sister Yi Si suggested, "Right, shouldn't the medicinal pills be in the room where medicinal pills are refined? Shall we directly head there?" "You have a point," Song Shuhang said with a nod. After a short moment, in the room of the medicinal pills. In the room, a pill furnace was currently operating. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. As expected, some medicinal pill was being refined. At this time, Senior White stepped forward and sniffed. It should be a medicinal pill with properties similar to the 9 cold pill. The formula was seemingly altered a little, but there shouldn't be much difference. Anyway, this 9 cold pill is an ordinary medicinal pill to recover ice-type true qi. In other words, the pill getting refined in the pill furnace wasn't the one Song Shuhang was looking for. There were also several other bottles of finished medicinal pills in the room, but they were all 9 cold pills. As for the pill Song Shuhang was looking for in order to treat Li Yingzhu's disease, there wasn't even any trace of it. From the looks of it, there are no valuable medicinal pills in this Palace of Winter, Senior Sister Yi Si said. In hindsight, it made sense. The guardian of the Palace of Winter was just a cultivator of the second stage. All the valuable pills in the room where the pills were refined should have been taken away already. What was left for the new guardian of the Palace of Winter, Cold Gleam, was just an empty shell. Don't give up hope. Even if there are no medicinal pills, we can look for cultivation techniques. The person that created this forbidden area had reached the pinnacle of the ice element. If we can get our hands on their cultivation technique, the effects will be much better than the medicinal pills, Senior White said. Song Shuhang nodded. The Palace of Winter was just one of the checkpoints of the forbidden area. The forbidden area was very big, and perhaps the method to treat Li Yingzhu's cold disease was somewhere else. Afterward, Shuhang issued a mental order. He left the inner world alongside Senior White and Senior Sister Yi Si and returned to the original location of the Palace of Winter. A huge hole was left in the original position of the Palace of Winter. The Palace of Winter had been pulled away from the forbidden area alongside the ground below. Where did that cold gleam go? Senior Sister Yi Si asked at this time. Earlier, Cold Gleam was unconscious, lying on the ground. But, when they came out of the inner world after some time, he had somehow disappeared. He didn't become the lunch of the nearby guardian beasts, right? Song Shuhang wondered. Several dangerous guardian beasts were hiding in the forbidden area, and their strength far surpassed that of Cold Gleam. Since the Palace of Winter had disappeared, no one could guarantee that they hadn't attacked him. There is a chance that he was rescued by his companions. After all, that guy whose hand drilled out of the black hole earlier could control the power of space. If he'd taken action, it would have been a piece of cake to take Cold Gleam away. In the end, Cold Gleam was still one of the guardians of this forbidden area, and it's unlikely that the other guardian beasts ate him, Senior White said with a smile. That makes sense. In that case, where should we go next, Senior White? Song Shuhang asked. Let me think. Senior White pondered for a short moment, and said, Right, what about directly looking for the owner of that big palm made of stone? That guy seems the most troublesome person in this forbidden area. Therefore, we might as well give him a good beating and obtain all the information we want from him. When he took action through that black hole earlier, I locked onto his position. Like they said, to catch bandits, catch their leader first. Senior White felt that his decision was a pretty good one. Song Shuhang said, We are directly going to slay the boss. Yes. We will directly teleport there and launch a surprise attack, Senior White said. Then, He stretched out his hand and opened a space gate, jumping inside it with Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi. Song Shuhang suspected that Senior White got somewhat bored while exploring this forbidden area and decided to directly take down the final boss. Song Shuhang and Senior White arrived at their destination through the space gate. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Song Shuhang trembled and curled up into a ball. "Brr, so cold." Senior sister Yi quickly turned around and drilled into his body, refusing to come out. The place Song Shuhang had stepped into was a glacial world. Hail and snow were continuously falling from the sky. The volume of the hail was super exaggerated, and it felt as though the whole world was about to end as the hail was falling down and bombarding the icy land. Just like the first layer of the forbidden area, this glacial world was also extremely cold. Other than the physical body, the cold there could affect one's soul as well. This place was even colder and scarier than the first layer of the forbidden area. This is the manifestation of the pinnacle of ice power. Your strength isn't high enough, and it's pretty normal that you feel cold. Senior White turned his head around, and said, "However, as long as you stay within a range of 200 meters from me, you won't get affected." Although you might still feel somewhat cold, Song Shuhang inhaled some air through his nose and felt that his snot was about to come out. Senior White continued, "If you stay some time in this glacial world, you might obtain some benefits. Not only can you increase your resistance toward ice-type injuries, but you can also slightly increase the strength of your soul and your mental energy." "Thank you, Senior White," Song Shuhang said while shivering. "You are welcome." Senior White turned his head around once more, looking toward a distant place. When he entered this world of ice, the owner of that hand made of stone likewise sensed his presence. Boom! The earth started shaking around 300 meters away from their position. Then, an iceberg that hadn't undergone changes for thousands of years fiercely shook. The iceberg split up, and a hand made of stone drilled out of it, breaking the iceberg into pieces. It was the same guy that had attacked Senior White through that black hole earlier. It was a 10 meters tall giant, and his whole body was covered in a thick layer of stone. At the same time, red-colored chains were binding his body and emitting metallic sounds as he was moving forward. Both his arms were very long, and the palms of the hand very big. "Is the main body of this guy that of a stone giant?" Song Shuhang said as he breathed through his nose. "No, I'm just a human that practices a special cultivation technique. This layer of stone covering my body is a seal I placed upon myself," the stone giant replied on his own initiative. As he was speaking, flames continuously spurted out of his mouth. It almost felt as though he was breathing and spitting out flames. But, if one looked carefully, they would notice that it wasn't only his mouth. Tongues of flame would frequently come out of his eye sockets and other cracks in the layer of stone covering his body. The presence of this stone giant spurting fire from all over his body in this land of extreme cold formed a stark contrast with the surroundings. "Just like I had guessed, you wanted to borrow the Palace of Winter and this extremely cold place in the forbidden area to suppress the injury of your body," Senior White said. "Hee, so what?" the stone giant said. "Although I'm doomed to suffer the pain of having my body consumed by the heavenly fire, the strength of the fire is suppressed to the limit in this place. Thereupon, my fighting capacity is hardly affected in this glacial world, and I can act as I wish. Fellow Taoist, although you are a tribulation transcender, you are not my match in this place." From the way he was speaking, the stone giant was very confident in his abilities. Even if he is severely injured, he is still very confident in dealing with a 9th-stage tribulation transcender. Is this guy one of those immortals? Song Shuhang wondered. In addition, just as he had guessed, this Senior White wasn't Venerable White. The Senior White of the 9 provinces number 1 group wasn't Tribulation Transcender White. Whether I'm your match or not is something you will find out only after we fight. Senior White made his move first. He stretched out his hand, and the spiritual energy of the world condensed in his palm, forming a sword light. The sword light flashed, and a streak of dazzling light headed toward that stone giant. That's nowhere near enough. The stone giant roared with laughter. Then, he ruthlessly clapped his palms together. Boom! A terrifying hurricane was generated from his palms, heading toward Senior White's sword light. The hurricane clashed against the sword light. The two attacks entwined and cancelled each other out. The laughter of the stone giant stopped. Although it was just a probing attack, he noticed that the Tribulation transcender before his eyes was somewhat stronger than what he had initially imagined. He was convinced that the hurricane he had generated would have blown to pieces the sword light of the opposite party, but the two attacks unexpectedly cancelled each other out. This time, I will be the one attacking. The stone giant clenched his hands and continually punched toward Senior White. As he punched, the fists turned into several 100 meters big palms, swords, axes, and sabers made of stone that headed toward Senior White. Reincarnation-defying slash. Sword light flashed as Senior White slashed. The natural laws related to reincarnation were reversed as the attack wrapped the various palms, swords, axes, and sabers made of stone that the stone giant had created, making them disappear. At the same time, a huge space gate appeared behind Senior White. This space gate was directly linked to his treasure house. The most eye-catching item in the treasure house was that God-slaying mother-child cannon, but aside from the God-slaying cannon, there were also several other cannons. Some were made of pure crystal, others of liquid metal or special jet-black metal. There were all sorts of cannons in there. Song Shuhang, who was standing in the rear, roughly counted them and saw more than 300 different types. F***CK, the God-slaying cannon. The stone giant was also a man of culture, and he couldn't help but call out after seeing the God-slaying mother-child cannon. Moreover, the God-slaying cannon was only one of those 300 or so cannons. The strength of the remaining 300-plus cannons didn't seem inferior to that of the God-slaying cannon itself. Wait a moment. The stone giant panicked. Given his strength, he believed he could resist a few of the blows of those 300 cannons. But what about the forbidden area beneath his feet? Would it be able to withstand the attack? The earth and the glaciers were innocent, and one couldn't casually hurt them. Boom, 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 those 300 cannons with a strength similar to the God-slaying cannon fired in unison. The attacks were very diverse. There were ordinary cannonballs, beams of light, light waves, ultrasonic waves, and attacks that disintegrated everything. Song Shuhang had never seen so many cannons in this life. It was like an exhibition of cannons, and the light and the explosions had now become the main attraction of the glacial world. When Senior White opened fire, Shuhang felt his eardrums shake, and he temporarily lost his hearing. But that wasn't all. When the God-slaying cannon and its over 300 companions fired, the sound they produced had the capacity to shatter one's mind. After hearing the sound of the cannons, Song Shuhang started having hallucinations. If the icy land beneath their feet had a consciousness of its own, it would surely be in a terrible mood right now. What had it done to suffer this calamity? The stone giant was burrowed amidst the attacks and the explosions. One could faintly see that the protective layer of stone on his body was continuously getting chipped away. Pieces of scalding stone were flying away from his body due to the explosions, creating holes in the 10,000-years-old ice around. Senior White praised, "Wonderful." However, that stone giant surely had some skills. Even after those 300 or so cannons opened fire, he was still alive. It's not over yet. Senior White's attack didn't stop, either. Senior White snapped his fingers. In the space gate behind, the 300 cannons that had just fired were replaced by other 300 brand new cannons. Now, eat another wave. I really want to see how long you can resist. Senior White looked very happy. At this time, his eyes were narrowed into a smile, and his charm was off the charts. But just as he was about to start with the second wave of attacks, his smiling face suddenly stiffened. How is this possible? Is it because the consumption was too large? Senior White said, somewhat disgruntled. After a short moment, he turned his head toward Song Shuhang, and said, Shuhang, I have this bad news to tell you. What? Song Shuhang said loudly. He hadn't recovered his hearing at the moment, and he couldn't properly hear what Senior White was saying. My time is up. Senior White shrugged his shoulders. Senior White, what did you say? I can't hear you very clearly. Please speak louder or use the secret sound transmission method, Song Shuhang shouted. Senior White waved at Song Shuhang, and said, I said that I'm about to disappear. My time is up. This time, he used the secret sound transmission method to communicate with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, Senior White, wait a moment. Is that stone giant dead? I managed to launch only one wave of attacks, which wasn't able to kill him. However, you don't need to worry. Even if he's not dead, he's surely injured. Anyway, see you tomorrow, bye, Senior White said with a smile. His body was getting more and more transparent as he was speaking. Song Shuhang turned his head around and looked toward the position of the stone giant that Senior White had blown up just now. The flames there were burning so fiercely that they seemed to reach the sky. It almost felt as if those flames were filled with the anger of the stone giant. Actually, those blazing hot flames had nothing to do with the anger of the stone giant. The origin of those raging flames was the injury the stone giant had received, and it was also the reason he was compelled to hide in this glacial world in the forbidden area. Those flames had the power to burn all the things in the universe. They were unextinguishable and imbued with an intent capable of burning the heavens and the oceans. The inextinguishable fire was entwining the body of the stone giant and burning his mortal body, making him suffer incredible pain. At this time, the layer of stone the stone giant had used to seal the flames burning on his body had been damaged due to the attacks of Senior White's 300 cannons. After losing the restraint of the layer of stone, the flames erupted, starting to burn more and more fiercely. However, the stone giant hadn't died yet, and Senior White had left the place after attacking with those 300 cannons, leaving behind only Song Shuhang. It's better if I return to my inner world and hide there for the time being. Song Shuhang quickly made a decision. Since Senior White had disappeared, the stone giant would surely kill him if he stayed there any longer. But just as Song Shuhang was in deep thought, a mass of blazing flames suddenly rushed toward him, ready to hit him. These were the same flames burning on the body of the stone giant. Along with the layer of stone on the body of the giant getting blown to pieces, the burning debris scattered to each corner of this glacial world. Now that he had lost Senior White's protection, the burning debris had rushed toward Song Shuhang. Let's go back. Song Shuhang immediately issued the order to return to his inner world. The debris couldn't be underestimated, especially the blazing flames burning on it. Not even that stone giant was able to put out those flames, and Song Shuhang wasn't interested in personally experiencing their strength. But, just as he thought of returning to his inner world, the surrounding space froze. It was a space seal of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender, or even Immortal, rank. While in Immortal Chenglin's ruins, Song Shuhang was unable to immediately return to his inner world when that immortal with jet-black arms covered in eyes used the power of space interference. This is bad. Song Shuhang cursed inwardly. This was clearly the stone giant taking action and interfering with space. The stone giant had sensed that Senior White was about to disappear. However, everything had happened too quickly, and he was somewhat caught off guard. As such, the distressed stone giant was unable to pursue and attack Senior White through the power of space, and could only helplessly look at him as he was disappearing. Thereupon, as soon as he got the opportunity, he made use of his spatial power to seal the surrounding space, preventing White from carrying away Song Shuhang through the power of space. As a consequence, Senior White disappeared while Song Shuhang stayed behind due to the space seal. Senior White, didn't you say that he would be injured even if he wasn't dead? However, the opposite still party is still perfectly able to use the power of space. He doesn't even look injured. This is life. Full of unexpected things and surprises, since he was unable to immediately return to his inner world, Song Shuhang could only take out his treasured saber broken tyrant and slash at the blazing debris heading his way. Ding! When the blade of the saber and the blazing piece of rock came in contact, Song Shuhang was forced to retreat several steps, and his right arm holding the saber was tingling with numbness. The burning flying rock was shot down, falling on the glacier. Steam immediately rose from the spot, and only after the rock was completely consumed did the flames slowly die out. A layer of raging flames was burning on Song Shuhang's broken tyrant as well. It wasn't that Song Shuhang had used the flaming saber technique, those flames had started burning on broken tyrant's blade when the saber came in contact with that flying rock. The flames were incredibly overbearing, and they spread like a virus. Even with his strength, the stone giant was unable to put out the flames completely, and his body was consumed by this unextinguishable heavenly fire until today. The only thing he could do was to rely on this glacial world to suppress the flames as much as possible. As soon as the treasured saber broken tyrant in Song Shuhang's hand came in contact with those flames, it was burned red. It felt as though it could melt at any time. Song Shuhang swung the saber around and tried to operate his true chi to separate the flames from the blade. But just as his true chi came in contact with the flames, it acted as fuel, making the flames burn even more fiercely. At this pace, the treasured saber broken tyrant wouldn't last long. Song Shuhang's heart was in pain. After all, the treasured saber broken tyrant was the only treasured saber he could use at this time. But right at this time, a few other rocks flew toward Song Shuhang. He couldn't return to his inner world either, since space was still sealed. Yi Si quickly erected a protective barrier in front of Song Shuhang, but when it came in contact with those flames, the barrier was almost immediately burned. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth, and shouted, "Flaming saber technique." He spun his wrist and displayed the flaming saber technique he had learned from Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, slashing at the incoming debris. Since a layer of flames was already burning on the blade of his saber, he might as well add another one. Whoosh! The saber intent of the flaming saber technique exploded, and white-red flames resurfaced on the treasured saber broken tyrant. Possibly because that layer of unextinguishable flames was burning on broken tyrant, the might of the flaming saber technique was particularly overwhelming. When he slashed, the flaming saber chi unexpectedly formed a 30-meter-long saber light. The saber chi slashed horizontally, chopping to pieces all the blazing debris around Song Shuhang's body. After chopping the blazing rocks to pieces, the flaming saber chi came back, and reattached itself to broken tyrant. Song Shuhang was surprised. He lowered his head and looked at the treasured saber in his hands. Broken tyrant's blade had stopped melting. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang stopped the flow of true chi, deactivating the flaming saber technique. But right at this time, something strange happened. The flames burning above the treasured saber broken tyrant also slowly died out alongside the flaming saber technique. Broken tyrant, which was on the verge of melting earlier, likewise returned to its original state, the only difference being the color of the blade, which was now even darker. The saber light of the flaming saber technique could unexpectedly gobble up the unextinguishable heavenly fire burning on the body of the stone giant. At this time, the rumbling voice of the stone giant echoed from a distant place. "That saber technique, there is no mistaking, it's his flaming saber technique. Boy, what's your relationship with Scarlet Heaven?" As the stone giant roared, a large mass of steam rose from his position. It was the steam generated after the flames burning on his body had melted the ice of the glacial world. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven? Song Shuhang was astonished. After recalling those strange changes related to Broken Tyrant, as well as the flames burning on the body of the stone giant. Unextinguishable flames imbued with intent capable of burning the heavens and the oceans. F***ck, wait a moment. These flames aren't the flames of Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning flaming saber technique, right? Song Shuhang would never forget that saber intent capable of burning the heavens and the oceans. The flames burning on the body of this stone giant weren't left behind by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, right? I have a bad premonition. I feel like I'm F***ked. Several years ago, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven severely injured the stone giant. Then, Senior White blew him up with 300 cannons, but, even more importantly, both Scarlet Heaven and Senior White were related to Song Shuhang. The stone giant wasn't going to use him to settle these two accounts, right? Kid, reply. What is the relationship between you and Scarlet Heaven? The voice of the stone giant was like thunder. Actually, I've never met Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, Song Shuhang replied. What he had said was the truth. He had never met Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven in person. The only two times he came in contact with him was through Lady Onion and Li Tiansu's dreamlands. You've never met him, the stone giant said coldly. If you've never met him, how did you learn the heaven-burning flaming saber technique? Song Shuhang replied truthfully, I learned it during a dream. During a dream? Ahaha, must have been a good dream. The stone giant laughed loudly. I laughed so much that my tears almost came out. Since you like dreams this much, I'll send you to a dream you'll never wake up from. Nowadays, no one believes you even if you tell them the truth. Song Shuhang discovered that there was no trust among people nowadays. It was an era with no trust at all. The stone giant walked out of the steam. The remains of that layer of stone covering his body hadn't fallen off, and the interior was visible. The real body of the stone giant was also nearly 10 meters tall, but it was thin and weak, and reminded one of a mummified corpse. The unextinguishable heavenly fire burning on his body had him surrounded, and was using his physical body and the energy inside as fuel. The inextinguishable fire wouldn't stop burning until the day the stone giant died. Do you see the flames burning on my body? These unextinguishable flames are a gift of Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, the stone giant said as he walked toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang replied, I can see them. As time was passing by, the inner world was getting closer and closer to breaking free of the space interference. If he could drag things on for a little longer, he would be able to leave the forbidden area. Therefore, Song Shuhang really wished to drag on the conversation for a little longer. I admit that I'm not Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's match, but if I can kill his inheritor, it will surely bring peace to my mind, the stone giant said. Actually, you already caused the death of Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's real inheritor a few months ago, Song Shuhang said. I know. That guy had gained some superficial knowledge of Scarlet Heaven's sword technique, and he died soon after he barged into the forbidden area, the stone giant said. When he spoke, sparks continuously came out of his mouth. But you are different from him. What you learned is Scarlet Heaven's signature saber technique. Therefore, you are definitely his direct disciple. From the looks of it, this stone giant was aware that Taoist priest Li Tiansu had barged into the forbidden area. I'm telling the truth. I really am not Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's disciple, Song Shuhang said. Enough chit-chat. It's time for you to die. The stone giant finally arrived in front of Song Shuhang, and both his hands moved at the same time. The left one kept interfering with the surrounding space, while his right headed toward Song Shuhang, ready to crush him. As expected, the stone giant had been severely injured just now. From the looks of it, the attack of Senior White's 300 cannons hadn't been so easy to withstand. His current condition was very bad, and he was greatly weakened. Under normal circumstances, he could have easily killed a small cultivator of the third stage like Song Shuhang from afar just by snapping his fingers. Now, he was forced to exhaust himself to arrive in front of him and attack him directly. Fire controlling art. Song Shuhang suddenly made his move. The fire controlling art was a technique he had learned from Senior White. Senior White had taught him this technique after ruining his 3 stars fire controlling fan. Actually, when Song Shuhang saw this final boss shrouded in flames coming over to kill him, as well the thick ice and this glacial world he was using to suppress his injury, he found the scene very familiar. A long time ago, there was this other powerful cultivator, who had been injured by the flames of tribulation, that had rushed toward him in order to kill him. At that time, under the advice of the seniors of the 9 provinces No. 1 group, Song Shuhang had taken out his 3 stars fire-controlling fan, waving it a few times and reducing that powerful cultivator to ashes. That cultivator was Ba Qianjun, the sect master of the Moon Saber sect, the same person that had left behind the treasured saber-broken tyrant. As such, Song Shuhang tried to operate his fire-controlling art to make the flames shrouding the stone giant burn even more fiercely. The effects of this fire-controlling art he had learned from Senior White were pretty good, and perhaps because the heavenly fire burning on the body of the stone giant was originally the saber chi of the flaming saber technique, the same technique Song Shuhang practiced, the inextinguishable fire was really affected by the fire-controlling art, causing the flames burning on the body of the stone giant to rise suddenly. Unfortunately, the flames rising that way didn't have any effect on the stone giant. The main body of the stone giant slightly furrowed its brows, and his big hand relentlessly headed toward Song Shuhang. You are somewhat quick-witted. But, given the level of your cultivation, you won't be able to affect me even if you operate the fire-controlling art with all your strength. The current volume of flames burning on the body of the stone giant was the result of several years of seals and suppression. As such, its size had decreased by several thousand times compared to the original. When he had just fought with Scarlet Heaven, the heavenly fire burning on his body had a range of several thousand meters. Back then, the flames really looked like as though they were going to burn the heavens. But even though the heavenly fire was burning that fiercely, the stone giant was still able to escape and survive. Therefore, the fact that the volume of the flames had increased a little wasn't going to affect him. On the other hand, if the palm of the stone giant hit Song Shuhang, Shuhang would turn into meat patty, finely cooked meat patty on top of that. After all, the palms of the stone giant were on fire. Luckily, his inner world didn't fail him at the critical moment. Shuhang, the inner world broke free of that space interference. Yi Si said. Song Shuhang quickly ordered the inner world to drag him inside. In the next moment, his body started to transform, getting ready to move to the inner world. But, before disappearing, Song Shuhang used his right hand to attack the stone giant. The treasured saber-broken tyrant in his right hand was ready to attack since a long time ago. The saber chi of the flaming saber technique slashed at the palm of the stone giant. Although the fire-controlling art didn't have any effect, perhaps the flaming saber technique he had learned from Senior Scarlet Heaven could do something. After all, the 2 techniques had the same origin, and his flaming saber intent was a copy of Scarlet Heaven's. Are you trying to escape? The stone giant suddenly said at this time. Boom! The saber chi of the flaming saber technique hit the palm of the stone giant, mixing with the flames already burning on it. The flames rose a little, but even if its effects were slightly better than the fire-controlling art, it was unable to injure the stone giant. The stone giant suddenly joined his palms together. It had given up on attacking Song Shuhang and decided to strengthen the space interference instead. Given his realm, he could immediately tell that Song Shuhang was planning to escape. If he kept attacking, he would only make Song Shuhang escape, and this wasn't the result he wanted. He wanted Song Shuhang to stay behind. Anyway, when the stone giant interfered with space with all his might, Song Shuhang's teleport was interrupted again. Song Shuhang felt his heart crumble. After getting his hands on this inner world, Shuhang felt that he had obtained a good trump card to preserve his life. But, the 2 times he was forced to make use of his inner world to preserve his life, he failed to teleport away. Just like the last time, Song Shuhang's teleport was blocked halfway now. At this time, he was in a state between illusion and reality. The inner world immediately tried to adapt to the situation and get rid of that space interference. Just as he was hovering between illusion and reality, the palms of the stone giant surrounded Song Shuhang. Was that white fellow trying to take you away? Hee, naive. As long as I'm here, he can forget about taking you away. The stone giant laughed strangely. The stone giant thought that Song Shuhang's body was teleporting away because that white, who had fled already, was secretly using the power of space to bring him away. Song Shuhang felt somewhat depressed. Under normal circumstances, with the inner world at his disposal, he should be able to easily escape from enemies below the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender rank as long as his reaction speed was good enough, but why were the enemies he met always so out of place? Other than that, it was getting pretty hot. When the palms of the stone giant closed, the blazing flames burning on his hands affected Song Shuhang. Even if he was hovering between illusion and reality, the heavenly fire was still able to affect his body. This time, he really was in a hopeless situation. Song Shuhang had tried all the methods at his disposal, but the disparity between him and the stone giant was simply too big. Even if the stone giant was greatly weakened, he could kill Song Shuhang just by falling to the ground, crushing him. And since space was getting tampered with, the inner world was also unable to teleport him away within a short period of time. Senior White had been very irresponsible and disappeared without any warning, saying that they would meet tomorrow. But, at this pace, would Shuhang even live to see tomorrow? If Song Shuhang could trick this stone giant, he would really like to trick him into entering his inner world, teleporting him to the world of the Black Lotus, where Senior White 2's main body was. Unfortunately, the brain of the stone giant wasn't made of stone, and it wasn't going to be that easy to trick him. Let alone leaving and going to Song Shuhang's inner world, the stone giant didn't even want to leave this glacial world. Are you still refusing to come out? White, come over and continue fighting with me if you have the guts, the stone giant shouted toward the sky. Since that White had just tried to take this kid away with the power of space, it meant that he was monitoring this place with his spiritual sense. As such, he could definitely hear his words. Song Shuhang. If Senior White could come over, he would have come already. I'll give you 10 seconds to come out and hand over the Palace of Winter. If you do that, the account between the 2 of us will be settled once and for all, and I will return this kid to you alive. I'll count to 10, and if you don't come out, I'll crush the kid to death, the stone giant said in a grave tone. 10 seconds? Song Shuhang operated his brain at full speed. He had to find a way to get out of this situation within 10 seconds. Right at this time, the stone giant started counting. 10, 9, 8, 7, along with the countdown, the flames on his body weakened. Then, rocks appeared out of nowhere in midair, covering the body of the giant anew. It was clear that the wounds of the stone giant were quickly recovering. This guy was able to recover this quickly even after receiving the attack of Senior White's 300 cannons. This vitality was too exaggerated. Was this the strength of Tribulation Transcenders and Immortals? 6, 5, 4, 3, the voice of the stone giant got more and more grave, and his grip also started to tighten. Wait a moment. I'll call my boss, you don't need to count. Song Shuhang suddenly said. The stone giant gazed at Song Shuhang, who was between his palms. Under the layer of stone, the corner of the mouth of his main body rose. Actually, my boss, White, had an urgent matter to take care of just now, and that's why he suddenly left. However, I can just call him and make him come over, Song Shuhang said quickly. Good, I'll give you the time to call him over. The stone giant kept his hands closed. At the same time, he started to secretly prepare a magical technique to destroy space. Regardless of Song Shuhang being able to get in touch with White, or him trying to escape, at the appointed time, the stone giant would use his magical technique to blow up everything. If that White wanted to come over, he would let him have a taste of his magical technique first. Even if Song Shuhang wanted to escape, he would be unable to dodge this technique that could destroy space. A cultivator of the third stage like him was going to die without a complete corpse. Although Song Shuhang was unable to feel the space fluctuating in the surrounding area, he knew that the stone giant didn't have any good intentions. However, it wasn't like he had any good intentions either. Song Shuhang took several metallic fragments out of his magical bracelet and size-reducing purse. That was the black metal born from the heavenly punishment, a valuable forging material rarely found in the world. What made it even rarer was that the pieces in Song Shuhang's possession had undergone a mutation. If the 10 fragments were put together, it was possible to summon the ruler of the netherworld. The face of the stone giant hardened, like rock. He could indeed feel an aura similar to White's coming from that black metal born from the heavenly punishment, and the space around it was faintly fluctuating. From the looks of it, this gadget could indeed summon White. Song Shuhang carefully put the 10 metallic fragments together, finally forming the picture of a square. In the next moment, a blurry picture was projected from that square made from the pieces of black metal. It was the image of a strange and ancient big tree. 2 branches extended from the strange tree, and one extremity headed toward Song Shuhang, while the other extremity toward the void. Around 2 breaths later, the picture of a huge metallic eye resurfaced on that square made of metallic fragments. Immediately after making its appearance, the metallic eye started speaking. At the same time, it told the strange tree to open a space passage that led to the main world. The ball of liquid metal was unable to enter the main world, restricted to the point that even its power was unable to travel to it. However, its lackeys of the Tribulation Transcender rank could freely move between the netherworld and the main world. The ball of liquid metal had made preparations a long time ago, and was only waiting for the passage to open again. At the appointed time, it would send its subordinates to the main world to catch that human that had dared to deceive it, dragging them to the netherworld realm. Then, in the capacity of the ruler of the netherworld realm, it would thoroughly teach that guy how to behave. But before it could even complete its sentence, Song Shuhang shouted loudly, "Boss, save me! This giant is bullying me." Song Shuhang wasn't afraid that the metallic ball would recognize him. At this time, he was hovering between illusion and reality, and both his face and body were blurry. The metallic eye was dumbfounded. "Ahaha! White, get ready to die." The stone giant laughed wildly and launched that magical technique to destroy space, toward the space passage that was slowly opening in midair. Sure enough, the aura on the other side of the space passage was identical to White's. Song Shuhang discovered that he had taken a liking to this guy with the habit to blow things up without thinking twice. Chapter 956 Little friend Shuhang was crushed to death. Boom! The stone giant was very proud of this magical technique of his that could blow up space. In addition, he wanted to directly kill, or severely injure, White with this move. Therefore, the amount of energy he poured inside was very high. In layman's terms, that thing was overloaded with explosives. The magical technique successfully traveled through the space passage and arrived beside the metallic ball. Then, it smoothly detonated. Its fate was pretty good, and it didn't fail to explode just because the ruler of the netherworld was nearby. Boom! On that screen made of fragments of black metal, the bodies of the metallic ball and the nearby demons disappeared amidst the powerful explosions. Although a spatial explosion would be unable to injure the ball of liquid metal, it could at least annoy it. Song Shuhang could only think of one thing right now. What a beautiful explosion! My fierce elder brother, how do you feel about throwing a bomb in the face of the ruler of the netherworld? As the stone giant turned around to throw the bomb into the space passage, the strength of the spatial interference around Song Shuhang diminished. Song Shuhang's inner world was once again able to break through the interference. Ahaha! After throwing the bomb into the passage, the stone giant destroyed the channel connecting the netherworld realm to the main world. Then, he interfered with space again so as to prevent the power of the spatial explosion from traveling to his position. After he was done, he looked at Song Shuhang and grabbed him. Now, it's your turn. The inextinguishable heavenly fire burning on his hand wrapped around Song Shuhang, starting to burn on his body. But, possibly because Song Shuhang had used the flaming saber technique earlier and received the approval of the heavenly fire, the unextinguishable flames didn't burn him to ashes after sticking to his body. They only wrapped around him without injuring him. At this time, Song Shuhang said, "Wait a moment, didn't you say that you wanted the Palace of Winter?" If the stone giant paid attention, he would notice that Song Shuhang's voice sounded somewhat weak right now. You have the Palace of Winter. Just now, I briefly sensed the aura of the palace from your body. As long as I kill you, I'll be able to retrieve the Palace of Winter from your corpse, the stone giant said. No, wait a moment. I can guarantee you that you won't be able to get the Palace of Winter even after killing me, Song Shuhang said. I won't let you stall any longer. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, the Palace of Winter is dispensable. After saying this much, the stone giant clenched the hand holding Song Shuhang. The grip of the stone giant was strong enough to kill a 7th stage venerable, let alone a small cultivator of the 3rd stage like Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang called out in pain as the grip around his body tightened. Then, a cracking sound echoed, and his body was crushed. Red blood flowed from the gap between the fingers of the giant. Song Shuhang tilted his head to one side, and stopped breathing. During the whole process, his ghost spirit, Yi Si, and the virtuous Lamia didn't come out. The stone giant looked at the lifeless Song Shuhang, seemingly very satisfied. Given the level of his strength, he could faintly sense things like fate. As such, he could feel that the fate of this small cultivator was incredible, and at least in the near future, he would have very good luck. While dealing with these cultivators with extremely good luck, one couldn't afford to waste time with useless talk, and had to kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one kept wasting time, there was a chance their luck might start taking effect, allowing them to find a way to escape even when cornered. From the looks of it, the stone giant was very experienced when it came to dealing with cultivators with great luck. Even if his luck goes against the heavens, a dead man is still a dead man. The stone giant cast Song Shuhang's corpse aside. In the inner world, Yi Si said, "Shuhang, you really looked pitiful when you got crushed to death. Hearing that cracking sound made me feel sad." Little Kai said, "Teacher, do you want me to use a soul ferrying technique on your corpse?" "What ferrying technique?" Song Shuhang stretched out his finger and flicked Little Kai away. Then, he kept looking at the changes happening in the outside world through his corpse. Actually, the one crushed to death wasn't Song Shuhang's main body, but the materialized virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang discovered just now that the virtuous Lamia could assume his appearance. Outward appearance, aura, realm, everything was the same. He could even transmit his voice through her body at short distances. Earlier, when the inner world broke free of the spatial interference, Song Shuhang immediately moved his main body to the inner world. But just as he was teleporting, he left the virtuous Lamia behind. The virtuous Lamia was just solidified light of virtue, and she wouldn't die as long as Song Shuhang's main body didn't die. Even if she was crushed to pieces, she would again reform in Song Shuhang's body in a short while. Therefore, Song Shuhang had left the virtuous Lamia behind so that she could act as his eyes. The stone giant had acted on impulse, throwing a bomb in the face of the ruler of the netherworld realm, and there was no way the ball of liquid metal would restrain its anger and keep silent. Therefore, the metallic ball was surely going to retaliate against the stone giant. Song Shuhang's original plan was to let the virtuous Lamia hide somewhere close to his body, letting her act as a monitoring device to look at the changes happening in the glacial world. But, little did he expect that she would directly assume his appearance and take his place. Was it that all materialized light of virtue possessed this ability? Afterward, the virtuous Lamia, who had assumed Song Shuhang's appearance, was mercilessly crushed to death. While looking at himself getting crushed to death, Shuhang felt pain well up in his heart. Even after dying, the virtuous Lamia didn't disappear, and kept lying on the ground, playing the role of a corpse. However, she didn't forget about acting as a monitoring device and relaying everything she saw to Song Shuhang in the inner world even while pretending to be his corpse. In the glacial world, the body of the stone giant was again covered with thick rocks, just like when he had first made his appearance. He gazed at that screen made of black metal on the ground and fell into deep thought. After a short moment, he stretched out his hand to pick it up. But right at this time, space gates appeared one after another all around the stone giant. 10 or so space gates had opened in quick succession, completely surrounding the giant. Standing on the other side of the space gates were demons shrouded in the energy native to the netherworld realm. Each and every one of those demons was a demon of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender rank. In the next moment, the demons moved their arms in unison and threw out tens of black chains that tightly bound the stone giant. The heart of the stone giant shook. He had a very bad feeling. He shouted and got rid of the layer of stone covering his body on his own initiative. In the next moment, the inextinguishable heavenly fire traveled along the chains binding his body and headed toward the various demons of the 9th stage. While facing the inextinguishable heavenly fire, those demons of the 9th stage weren't scared. Then, just as the heavenly fire traveled alongside the chains and was about to reach the bodies of the demons, in the netherworld realm, the will of the ruler swept over, instantly snuffing out the inextinguishable heavenly fire. The body of the stone giant stiffened. The heavenly fire that had troubled him for so many years was put out just like that? Who was the person behind those space gates? Not only could the opposite party instantly snuff out Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's inextinguishable heavenly fire, but they could also command more than 10 demons of the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender rank. Just now, did I throw that explosive technique in the face of this person? Then, while the stone giant was still in a daze, those 10 or so chains pulled him along, slowly dragging him toward the space passage. But, how could the stone giant let himself get dragged away like this? The wound on his body had recovered for the most part, and so had his energy. Thereupon, the stone giant crazily attacked those several demons. Although he was bound, as long as he operated the energy inside him, he could eject it from each part of his body, transforming it into plain and crude axes, swords, sabers, and spears made of stone that shot toward the demons of the 9th stage. Each of the attacks of the stone giant possessed a crude and savage aura, and the power of the path of the stone he had specialized in was attached to them. His life-bound magical treasure had been damaged during his battle with Scarlet Heaven, and had yet to be repaired. But, under normal circumstances, even a 9th stage Tribulation Transcender would have to dodge these attacks he had just launched. However, just as the attacks of the stone giant passed through the space gates and were about to hit the demons of the 9th stage, that will in the netherworld realm took action once more, making the attacks of the stone giant disappear without any trace. The stone giant was aware that that fearsome existence on the other side had neutralized his attack once more. Damn it, how was he supposed to fight? All of his attacks were useless, and he could do nothing but get passively beaten. At this time, the stone giant was especially aggrieved. Just in this fashion, those 10 or so demons slowly dragged the stone giant to the netherworld realm. But before getting dragged away, the stone giant glanced at Song Shuhang's corpse once more. He knew that there was a chance he had been tricked. His sole consolation was that he had quickly made his move and crushed to death that small cultivator. But right at this time, Song Shuhang, who was lying on the ground after getting crushed to death, slowly got up. The parts of his body that got deformed when he was squeezed to death earlier slowly recovered. In the end, golden light resurfaced on his body. Amidst the golden light, Song Shuhang turned into a beautiful lamia that could make one's heart flutter. The lamia had bright eyes, and the beauty mark next to the corner of her eye increased her charm several-fold. After getting up, the lamia first rubbed her body, and then tilted her head to one side, looking at the stone giant as he was getting dragged away. After a short pause, she raised her small hand and gently waved at him. In the inner world, Song Shuhang swore that he wasn't the one controlling the lamia and provoking the stone giant. Upon seeing this scene, the body of the stone giant trembled. "Ah!" he howled and opened his mouth, shooting out a streak of sword chi out of it. The sword chi was covered in those unextinguishable flames. Rip, the sword chi directly pierced through the abdomen of the virtuous lamia. The lamia used both her hands to cover her abdomen and revealed a painful expression on her face. Then, she painfully screamed, "Ah!" Her expression was very realistic, and it felt as though she was really in great pain. Golden energy flowed out of her abdomen, turning into red blood as it was flowing down. The blood also looked very realistic. The only problem was that the voice coming out of her mouth was Song Shuhang's. After screaming, the lamia fell to the ground with a thud. She tilted her head to one side and started to faithfully play the role of a corpse. Song Shuhang swore that he hadn't dubbed the scene. Earlier, when the lamia had assumed his appearance and got crushed to death, he had indeed lent his voice for the scream from the inner world. But this time, the lamia had screamed on her own. The stone giant roared again and again, shooting several streaks of sword chi toward the lamia. The sword chi passed through her over and over again, turning her into a sieve. But after getting hit by those streaks of sword chi, the supposedly dead lamia got up again. Then, she stretched out her hands and covered the various holes in her body, revealing a painful expression and screaming again, "Ah!" After screaming, she fell to the ground and continued to play the part of a corpse. If one listened carefully, they would notice that the volume and length of the scream of the virtuous lamia were exactly the same as before. She had copied Song Shuhang's scream from before, and was now faithfully reproducing it. This time, the stone giant didn't get to spit out more sword chi toward the virtuous lamia. His body had already entered the netherworld realm. "White, despicable bastard! I curse you! As long as I'm living, I won't let you off." The stone giant left behind this threat before the passage connecting the netherworld realm and the main world closed. In the inner world, Song Shuhang was holding his chin, seemingly deep in thought. This hot potato the lamia had baked was unexpectedly thrown to Senior White. In the netherworld realm, the ball of liquid metal looked at the stone giant from an elevated position. Just now, it clearly heard this stone giant mention White's name. Moreover, he cursed White with great hate. The metallic ball recalled what had happened and the fragments of black metal were put together to form that square. In the picture, that cultivator with blurry facial features had shouted toward the screen, asking for help. After recalling this matter, the ball of liquid metal had seemingly understood a few things. "White, was this your doing? Sure enough, you were plotting against me. Even if you have entered the world of the Black Lotus, you are still firing shots at me." The ball of liquid metal was furious. It was definitely White's fault if someone threw a bomb in its face just now. The energy of the netherworld realm was particularly viscous today and troublesome to use. Definitely White's fault. Its mood today wasn't good. Definitely White's fault. All the bad things happening in the world were White's fault. In the inner world. "Teacher, was that stone giant taken care of?" Little Kai asked. "He should have been dealt with. Now, we should make haste and search this world of ice to see if we can find a cultivation technique that can treat Inju's cold disease, Song Shuhang said. If he could find a way to treat Li Inju's cold disease, all the better. Otherwise, he could only hope to buy a cure from that almighty merchant senior seventh cultivator of true virtue was looking for. After saying this much, Song Shuhang prepared to leave the inner world alongside Yi Si. But right at this time, Yi Si said, "Shuhang, wait a moment. Although the stone giant was dragged away, there is a chance that his subordinates and servants might be still hiding in that glacial world. You can control at #% over a long distance, right? In that case, isn't it better to let it #% explore the place first?" At #% was the name of the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuhang was simply unable to say her name aloud, and had no idea what characters the name was composed of. However, Yi Si could correctly pronounce the name of the virtuous Lamia. Was it because she was one of Cheng Lin's fragments? In addition, let alone the dangers concealed in the glacial world, just that cold that could freeze one's body and soul was enough to take down Song Shuhang and Yi Si. "I'll give it a try," Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang had no idea how far the virtuous Lamia could get from him without getting affected. He knew that the virtuous Lamia could leave his body only because she had once run to Fairy Lychee's room while he was sleeping. Thereupon, Song Shuhang issued a mental order from within the inner world. In the glacial world, the virtuous Lamia, who was earnestly pretending to be dead, slowly got up. However, her body had shrunk by 2/3 this time. Had that sword chi attack been a little more concentrated, the stone giant would have destroyed the virtuous Lamia. Perhaps if he hadn't used sword chi but an AoE attack, he would have likewise destroyed her body. After getting up, the virtuous Lamia followed Song Shuhang's instructions and started to stroll through the glacial world. Perhaps because she wasn't truly a living being, the virtuous Lamia wasn't affected by that cold that could freeze body and soul alike. The virtuous Lamia walked for 2,000 meters, and then suddenly stopped. This was the farthest she could travel from Song Shuhang without weakening the connection between the two. If she crossed this distance, she would eventually disappear and return to Song Shuhang's body. "Come back." Song Shuhang gave another order to the Lamia. After this stroll, the virtuous Lamia hadn't found any other form of life. This glacial world was extremely cold, and only people that had reached a certain level of strength could ignore the cold there. If Song Shuhang didn't have Senior White's protection earlier, he would have already frozen and turned into a popsicle. Just as the virtuous Lamia was slowly turning around, an arrow suddenly shot toward her. Rip! The arrow was precise and fast, and it pierced the throat of the virtuous Lamia. Soon after, blood-red-colored energy overflowed from the arrow, spreading to the whole neck of the virtuous Lamia like poison. The virtuous Lamia revealed a painful expression and used her hands to cover her neck. Then, she screamed in pain Song Shuhang style. After screaming, the virtuous Lamia lay on the ground, not moving in the slightest. In the inner world, Song Shuhang was speechless. Was there really someone lying in ambush? In addition, why did the blood-red energy on that arrow look so familiar? Wasn't that the same blood arrow that purple-robed cultivator used when he tried to sneak attack him? Was it possible that that guy hadn't died after Senior White disassembled him? At this time, a figure quickly rushed to the glacial world from afar. It was a puppet forged with cold iron. The metallic puppet arrived beside the virtuous Lamia and looked at her neck, as well as at the continuously spreading blood-red energy. Then, he laughed hoarsely. He. Soon after, the metallic puppet spun its wrist, transforming it into a sharp blade, which it used to chop the head of the virtuous Lamia off. The head of the virtuous Lamia was cut off with a single slash. The metallic puppet had mercilessly killed this beautiful flower. He. The metallic puppet laughed smugly. But right at this time, the head of the virtuous Lamia suddenly opened its eyes, and her hands held onto what was left of her neck. Then, she revealed a painful expression, and, seemingly in great pain, cried out, "Aya!" The metallic puppet almost got a heart attack. After screaming, the lamia closed her eyes, and her body stopped moving. The metallic puppet used the sharp blade mounted in its arm to poke at the head of the virtuous lamia. After seeing that she didn't react, it heaved a sigh of relief. It is rumored that the head of a snake doesn't die right after getting cut off. I hadn't expected that the same would apply to monster snakes as well, the metallic puppet said in a soft voice. It's a pity that I'm using a puppet right now, and I can't transform this monster snake into a skin puppet. Otherwise, would have gained a fine servant to order around. After saying this much, the metallic puppet stood up, and its eyes quickly rotated, scouting the glacial world. From the looks of it, some incredibly powerful cultivators just fought here. The ones fighting were probably the last guardian of the forbidden area and that white from before. But now, both of them have disappeared. Did they kill each other? The metallic puppet wondered out loud. As far as it was concerned, it was a wonderful turn of events. Now, he could retrieve from this glacial world the item it was interested in. The metallic puppet opened its chest and took out something similar to a treasure map. In the past, the master of the Palace of Winter created a glacial world in their territory, and beneath this world of ice were buried the enemies that died in their hands. That glacial world should be precisely this place, the metallic puppet said. After saying this much, it followed the treasure map and started exploring the glacial world. Now that the stone giant had been dragged to the netherworld realm, no one could stop the metallic puppet. Around 10 or so minutes later, the metallic puppet stopped above an ice mound. Found it, this is the place. I can feel the puppet of the ancestor resonating with me, the metallic puppet said excitedly. Then, it brandished the sharp blade mounted in its arm and chopped at the ice mound beneath its feet. The blade mounted in its arm was extremely sharp, even sharper than Song Shuhang's treasured saber broken tyrant, but its all-out attack left nothing but a small dent in that block of ice. Damn it, how can it be this hard? The metallic puppet said. Then, it retracted the sharp blade and spun its wrists, revealing shiny black cannon barrels, which he aimed toward the ice. Puppet cannon. Boom, 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 several explosive attacks hit the ice mound, and the sound of the explosions echoed non-stop. The blazing red cannon light caused a burst of steam to rise from the surface of the ice. The metallic puppet kept attacking with all its might. At this time, the virtuous lamia stretched out her hand and grabbed her head, placing it on her neck just as though she was wearing a cap. In the end, she was nothing but a mass of light of virtue. Although others could attack her while she was in her solid form, she could easily put her body back together as long as she wasn't disintegrated in one blow. After recovering her head, the virtuous lamia grabbed the blood bone in one hand and the face-slapping flip-flop in the other, heading toward the location of the metallic puppet. Puppet cannon, puppet cannon. The metallic puppet kept firing. But after he had fired around 10 times, the hole he had created in the ice mound was only as big as 2 rice bowls. The metallic puppet was speechless. This place wasn't the coldest place in the forbidden area for nothing. The hardness of the ice here was astonishing. After more than 10 cannon shots, only a small hole of the size of 2 rice bowls was left in the surface of the ice, and the ancestral puppet he wanted to obtain was located at a depth of 100 meters. It was unknown how long it would take him to reach it. The ancestral puppet was the term that the members of the Jet Black sect used to refer to all the puppets that an incredible genius in their sect, the only person in the entire Jet Black sect to ever reach the immortal realm, had personally manufactured. All the puppets that manufactured by that talented immortal were called ancestral puppets. Beneath this glacial world was buried a damaged ancestral puppet. It was a puppet that the young immortal had manufactured, and they still had yet to find their path to immortality. Afterward, during the battle between the genius that would later become the only immortal of the Jet Black sect and the master of the Palace of Winter, the puppet was damaged and carried off by the master of the Palace of Winter, finally buried in this glacial world. Without General's help, I have no way to dig up to a depth of 100 meters, the metallic puppet said, depressed. However, it was aware that his ally had possibly come to a bad end. After all, that venerable wight had reappeared and entered the forbidden area while that General Guy was nowhere to be found. From the looks of it, I will have to sacrifice this metallic puppet, the metallic puppet said softly. This metallic puppet was a pretty good, high-quality puppet at its disposal, and it would be truly a pity to sacrifice it. However, everything would have been worth it as long as he could extract that ancestral puppet buried in the depths of the ice. After saying this much, the metallic puppet lay on the surface of the ice mound. The cold of the ice mound quickly invaded the body of the metallic puppet, creating a layer of frost on its surface. Detonate, the metallic puppet shouted at this time. Boom, its body exploded with a loud boom. This metallic puppet had been manufactured after combining puppet techniques and modern technology, and a powerful bomb was loaded in its abdominal area, which was then modified and strengthened through the techniques of the Jet Black sect. In addition, the bomb and the metallic puppet were a single entity. As such, the body of the metallic puppet was a tool that could further enhance the strength of the bomb. When it came to technological power in the world of cultivators, the Jet Black sect was definitely in the lead. A magnificent mushroom cloud appeared in the glacial world. That ice that hadn't changed in the slightest during the past 10,000 years was blown up by this powerful explosion, and a hole was created in it. The layer of ice close to the center of the explosion melted due to the high temperature. The body of the metallic puppet also melted alongside that layer of ice. The luck of the metallic puppet was pretty good. The explosion he was so proud of had created only a 12-meter deep hole in the ice mound, and it was still far from reaching a depth of 100 meters. But, the place where he decided to self-detonate was relatively close to the place Senior White had bombarded with the god-slaying cannon, as well as his other 300 cannons, earlier. Although it looked fine from the surface, the ice inside had been greatly weakened. As such, the layer of ice below quickly cracked as the metallic puppet self-detonated. Finally, the grave the metallic puppet was looking for appeared, the resting place of the ancestral puppet. It had succeeded. Then, 10,000 meters away from the glacial world, a puppet that seemed to be made of metal, but also not, and wood, but also not, opened its eyes. The puppet got up and quickly dashed toward the glacial world. Just like that metallic puppet from before, this puppet also had the aura of that purple-robed cultivator. This guy had a lot of puppets in its hands. Moreover, it also possessed some special techniques. Earlier, it was even able to evade Senior White's eyes and came back to life. The speed of this puppet, seemingly made of metal, but also not, and wood, but also not, was very high. In a few breaths, it had already reached the place where the metallic puppet had self-detonated. Soon after, it looked inside the hole, gazing at the coffin within. There is no mistaking, that's the thing. The puppet jumped in the hole. Soon afterward, it excitedly opened the coffin. It had successfully obtained the ancestral puppet. The first thing the puppet saw after moving the lid of the coffin aside was a glistening snake tail. All the scales on the snake tail were giving off a golden light. If one looked upward, they would notice that the upper half of the snake had the appearance of a beautiful woman. The eyes of the woman were tightly shut, and there was an extremely attractive beauty mark beside the corner of her eye. Right, there was also a sharp arrow stuck in her throat. As soon as the lid of the coffin was moved aside, the lamia suddenly opened her eyes and grabbed her throat, screaming in pain, Aya. When the male voice was matched with the appearance of the woman with the beauty mark, the resulting scene was spicy to both the eyes and the ears. After screaming, the woman with the beauty mark tilted her head to one side and died. The eyes of the puppet stared at the lamia. At the same time, the muscle of reason in its head was torn. Ah, the puppet roared. Its two hands transformed into cannons and crazily fired toward the woman with the beauty mark. Boom, 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 the body of the woman with the beauty mark disappeared amidst the light of the explosions. The light of the cannons gradually subsided. The puppet turned around and started to look for the ancestral puppet. It was sure that the ancestral puppet was somewhere close. After all, it had resonated with it just a moment ago. It was impossible for that monster snake to hide the ancestral puppet somewhere far within such a short amount of time. Therefore, the ancestral puppet was definitely nearby. At this time, that male voice again pitifully called out, "Aya!" The puppet turned its head around, not daring to believe what was happening. It looked toward the coffin, and that golden monster snake was still screaming at the top her lungs, her expression one of pain. Several gaping holes had appeared in her tail due to its attack, and fresh blood was flowing out. After screaming, the monster snake tilted her head to one side and fell into the broken coffin, not moving in the slightest. "Do you have an indestructible body or something?" The puppet arrived beside the lamia, and a pair of scissors popped out of its wrist area, pressing them against the body of the lamia. "Hand over the ancestral puppet." The golden lamia didn't move, and she looked no different than a corpse. After continuously grinding her death-feigning, she had managed to max it out. The puppet angrily growled and used that scissors-like blade to ruthlessly cut the waist of the lamia. But right at this time, the lamia suddenly opened her eyes and brandished the blood bone in her hand, blocking the scissors. Clang! The blood bone and the scissors bumped into one another. The lamia got up from the coffin with the sharp arrow still stuck in her throat. She no longer needed to play dead. Song Shuhang had ordered her to come back. She made use of the face-slapping flip-flop in her right hand and threw it at the puppet. Slap! The puppet was sent flying. The virtuous lamia waved the face-slapping flip-flop again and again, slapping the face of the puppet until it broke to pieces. After attacking 20 times, the virtuous lamia took back her face-slapping flip-flop. Then, her body slowly disappeared. When she disappeared, the blood bone and the face-slapping flip-flop disappeared alongside her. The puppet got up from the ground. It was definitely that Song Shuhang's doing. It remembered that this monster snake was part of Song Shuhang's 3 heads and 6 arms technique. Earlier, its purple-robed clone was also slapped to the ground with that face-slapping flip-flop. "Song Shuhang, I absolutely won't let you off." However, the most important thing to do right now was to find the whereabouts of the ancestral puppet. In the inner world, Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi Si were sizing up the puppet before their eyes. The structure of the puppet resembled that of a human spider hybrid. The greatly damaged upper half was that of a human, while the lower half that of a spider. The lower part was likewise damaged, and around half of it had been destroyed. Is this what that purple-robed cultivator was looking for, the ancestral puppet? Song Shuhang gazed at the broken puppet. He just couldn't understand what kind of purpose this broken gadget could serve. Was it really worth it for that purple-robed cultivator to barge into the forbidden area and look for it? Song Shuhang said, "Yi Si, have you heard of this thing before?" Senior sister Yi Si shook her head. "I've never heard of it before. Our crystal-clear water pavilion also had some contact with the Jet Black sect in the past and bought a few battle-type puppets from them, but I've never heard about these ancestral puppets before. However, there is a source of energy within the body of this broken puppet, and I can feel that this energy is very powerful. Moreover, this source of energy is still active." Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Was it possible that the purple-robed cultivator was looking for this thing because it wanted the source of energy within the ancestral puppet? After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang took swordsman Wooden Ox's gloves of passion off his hand, placing his bare hand on the ancestral puppet. As time was passing by, Song Shuhang's understanding of the secret appraisal technique was getting better and better. As a consequence, the price he had to pay for the appraisal had also been reduced quite a lot. But, even more importantly, he could now control a little the amount of blood that was going to spurt out of his body when he used the secret appraisal technique. If the item he wanted to appraise contained too much information and could possibly endanger his life, he could choose to appraise only a portion of the information, stopping the secret appraisal technique before losing all the blood in his body and dying. Start with the appraisal. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Golden runes flowed out of his eyes and fell on the ancestral puppet. Soon afterward, the golden tunes transformed into a clock, and the hands of the clock turned counterclockwise. At the same time, wounds started to appear on his arms. The nearby senior sister Yi Si quickly used a healing technique, treating the wounds that had opened on his arms. Thanks to senior sister Yi Si, the appraisal technique ended up affecting only his arms this time. 5 breaths later, the golden runes returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. Then, the information related to the ancestral puppet resurfaced in his mind. Half-spider puppet king, one of the ancestral puppets of the jet black sect, that immortal? Personally manufactured. When in perfect condition, its strength was comparable to the peak of the 8th stage, but now, 89% of its body is damaged, and there is no point in repairing it. The technology the core of the puppet uses makes it act as a pseudo-eternal furnace. The energetic core was preserved in good conditions, and it can be extracted and utilized. He did not obtain that many information related to the ancestral puppet. The majority of that price was due to the information about the manufacturer of the puppet, and in the end, the appraisal technique only told him that the manufacturer was an immortal from the jet black sect. As for the details of the immortal, he was unable to appraise them. It was very likely that this immortal of the jet black sect was still alive and had kept its details hidden, making others unable to get information on them. The energy core was preserved in good condition, and could be extracted and utilized, but where exactly in the puppet was the core located? Also, how could they extract it? Song Shuhang looked for a while, but didn't obtain any results. There were no screws on the surface of that thing, and it looked no different from a living creature. Even after taking a look at the broken places, all he saw was some puppet structure that he didn't understand in the slightest. Even if he wanted to disassemble it, he had no idea how to do it. Senior sister Yi Si suggested, "How about forcefully tearing down this spider puppet?" Song Shuhang said, "Won't it explode if we do so?" From the information he had obtained through the secret appraisal technique, he knew that the core of the spider puppet was a pseudo-eternal furnace, which sounded like something dangerous. If they were careless and caused it to explode, his entire inner world might be razed to the ground. In that case, how about taking a picture and sending it to the 9 provinces #1 group? There might be some seniors in the group capable of disassembling a puppet, senior sister Yi Si said after pondering for a moment. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and shook his head, saying, "There is no signal in my inner world. It seems we'll be able to contact the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group only after getting out of my inner world and this forbidden area." "In that case, let's head out," senior sister Yi Si said. "That puppet strolling outside isn't our match, and we can kill it. After that, we should make haste and look for a cultivation technique in this glacial world. I get the feeling that trouble will come our way if we delay any further." "Very well. Right, Yi Si, do you know any heating formation? If so, can you use it on me?" Song Shuhang added. The glacial world outside was a place of extreme cold, and the cold there could directly affect the soul of cultivators. Given Song Shuhang's current strength, both his body and soul would freeze within 10 minutes if he didn't have the protection of an expert. If there was a heating formation protecting him, perhaps he could resist the cold longer. "I'm sorry, but the heating formations I know won't be of any use in that glacial world," senior sister Yi Si said. She was only at the 5th stage realm, and the heating formations recorded in her life-bound golden book would be immediately destroyed by the cold there, losing their effect. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth. Soon afterwards, he issued a mental order, and left the inner world. As coincidence would have it, When he got out of the inner world, ahead, that puppet seemingly made of metal, but also not, and wood, but also not, happened to be searching the place where Song Shuhang appeared. Song Shuhang and the puppet looked at each other. Whenever enemies met each other, their eyes became red with fury. Song Shuhang, the puppet shouted in a robotic voice, seemingly very angry. "Brrr, so cold." Song Shuhang shivered. In this cold environment, his fighting capacity was greatly affected. "Die," the puppet howled. Although its movements had also been affected by the extreme cold, it didn't have a body made of flesh, and couldn't feel pain. The puppet dashed forward, heading toward Song Shuhang. At the same time, nearly 30 sharp blades popped out of its body, it crisscrossed its hands, and its body turned into a human blade. After getting close to Song Shuhang, it also started spinning. This move was somewhat similar to the signature move of sea urchin warriors, the round dance chop. Song Shuhang took out his treasured saber-broken tyrant and activated the innate skill of his eye aperture, expert sight, trying to find a gap between the attacks of the puppet. While the puppet was spinning and rolling toward him, Song Shuhang suddenly slashed. This slash aimed at the gaps between the attacks, and it would allow him to deflect the incoming attack of the puppet. However, although Song Shuhang's speed was high, someone turned out to be even faster than him. The virtuous Lamia resurfaced behind Song Shuhang on her own initiative. She was holding the blood bone in one hand and the face-slapping flip-flop in the other. Slap! The face-slapping flip-flop entered into action, and accurately hit the face of the puppet after dodging the various blades. The puppet was knocked away while still spinning, falling to the ground only after traveling quite some distance. After falling to the ground, the body of the puppet kept rotating due to the inertia, leaving some fine marks in the layer of ice below. It looked quite cool. After her previous evolution, the virtuous Lamia had become even more proactive when it came to protecting her master, much better than any barrier or shield. Slap, 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 the face-slapping flip-flop entered into action again. This magical treasure for entertainment mass-produced in the White Cloud Academy was able to display astonishing power in the hands of the virtuous Lamia. Earlier, the face of the puppet had been slapped until small cracks had appeared in it. Now, it got deformed even further. After getting slapped, the puppet rolled all over the ground. The quick attacks of the face-slapping flip-flop pinned the puppet to the ground, making it unable to get up. If this continued, it would get slapped to death in the hands of Song Shuhang's Lamia. "I'm going all out," the puppet roared inwardly. At this time, senior sister Yi Si reminded, "Shuhang, quickly return to the inner world." At the same time, Song Shuhang saw some light flash from the abdominal area of the puppet. Coupled with the scene from before, when that metallic puppet self-detonated, he knew that this puppet was going to do the same. When that metallic puppet self-detonated earlier, it created a 12-meter deep hole in the ice of this glacial world. Song Shuhang's small body would be directly reduced to ashes if he got hit by that kind of explosion. Thereupon, he issued a mental order, making the virtuous Lamia take back the face-slapping flip-flop. Then, he disappeared under the unwilling gaze of the puppet. Sure enough, that's the power of space. Does this Song Shuhang have a space-type magical treasure with him that can allow him to teleport? Or is that white hiding somewhere close? The puppet was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. No wonder it couldn't find the ancestral puppet before. Its ancestral puppet had been probably teleported away, and was now in Song Shuhang's hand. Boom! The shock waves and the steam the explosion had produced covered the glacial world as the entire place shook. Around 15 breaths later, Song Shuhang reappeared in the glacial world. After taking a look around, he discovered that a large part of the glacial world had collapsed. The strength of the explosion wasn't even that big, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back. After tanking the explosive attack of Senior White's cannons and the explosion of that metallic puppet earlier, the ice couldn't bear it anymore, and collapsed when this other puppet self-detonated, causing a large area to cave in. Amidst the rumble, a hole that was 100 meters deep and 500 meters wide appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. There is something below. Senior Sister Yi Si's eyes lit up. There was a row of coffins in the hole. The coffin of the ancestral puppet from before was just one of the many. The coffins were seemingly part of a huge formation. In particular, the 10 coffins in the central area formed a circle and were inserted in the ice vertically. Are these the graves of the enemies that died in the hands of the master of the Palace of Winter in the past? Song Shuhang said. Earlier, he had heard the puppet mention this stuff through the virtuous Lamia. Now, it seemed that the master of the Palace of Winter hadn't buried the enemies he had defeated here for sport. There was some reason behind it. The coffins formed a big formation, but what was its purpose? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he was speaking, weak green light resurfaced on the huge circular formation. The green light flashed like a will-o'-the-wisp. The style of the glacial world suddenly changed, nearing that of a horror movie. The Great Formation has activated, Senior Sister Yi Si said. After the graves got exposed to the air, that Great Formation made from the coffins of those powerful enemies had activated. I think it's better if we go into hiding again, Song Shuhang suddenly said. His right eyelid was twitching. Whenever one's left eyelid twitched, wealth would follow. Whenever one's right eyelid twitched, misery would follow. Song Shuhang felt that he was going to suffer a financial loss. The problem was that he was already drowning in debt, and if he suffered a financial loss on top of that, he would be finished. His life was the only thing he had left since he had no money. Actually, I don't think that the Great Formation hides any danger. However, it's indeed somewhat weird. Let's go back, Senior Sister Yi Si said. In the capacity of one of Immortal Cheng Lin's fragments, her intuition was spot on most of the times. But since Song Shuhang had a bad feeling, it was better to leave for now. Just as Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi Si were preparing to head back to the inner world, Song Shuhang felt that something had flown out of his size-reducing purse. That great formation made from graves had attracted his bamboo leaf, making it fly out of his purse and ride the wind. F***CK. Song Shuhang subconsciously stretched out his hand to grab the bamboo leaf. However, the bamboo leaf was too fast, and he grabbed only air. That bamboo leaf was a valuable treasure, possibly one of the most valuable items in Song Shuhang's possession. In the capacity of a life-preserving treasure, it could take Song Shuhang's place once and die in his stead. Now, that very same bamboo leaf had suddenly floated away. Senior Sister Yi Si furrowed her brows. She came out of Song Shuhang's body and stretched out her hand, aiming at the bamboo leaf and performing a grabbing motion. Come back. The spiritual energy transformed into a big hand that quickly reached the bamboo leaf. But, just as Senior Sister Yi Si's spiritual energy came in contact with the bamboo leaf, it was completely absorbed. The bamboo leaf was even more full of life now. Very soon, the bamboo leaf arrived in the center of that formation made from graves, pricking into a stone in the middle of the graves. The hard stone was pierced by a mere bamboo leaf. Was it made of mud? Song Shuhang looked at the formation as it was slowly activating and issued an order to the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia quickly dashed forward and barged into the great formation, preparing to take back the bamboo leaf. But, just as she approached the formation, she was blocked by an invisible wall, which prevented her from getting any closer. Let me give it a try. Senior Sister Yi Si patted her life-bound golden book. Chains extended from the book and headed toward the great formation. However, just like the virtuous Lamia, the chains were blocked as soon as they approached the edge of the great formation. My bamboo leaf, Song Shuhang's eyes had started to tear up. He knew that he was going to lose his precious bamboo leaf today. Whoosh, the sound of roaring waves echoed, and the ice beside that formation made from graves melted, changing into water that submerged the formation. The formation had been completely activated. Then, Song Shuhang I saw the indistinct figure of a turtle appear in the middle of the formation. The turtle was moving about in the water and seemed, at first glance, to be a green sea turtle. Song Shuhang I stood on the edge of the glacier and looked at the turtle moving about in the water. From time to time, it would also cause some water to spray out. It looked somewhat silly. If my bamboo leaf hadn't been lost during the process, this scene would have looked very romantic, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Still, why had his bamboo leaf flown out of his purse on its own initiative, barging into the formation? Later, he had to head to Senior 7 Lives Talisman's place and ask the small bamboo shot there why his bamboo leaf had suddenly flown away. With the addition of your bamboo leaf, that formation might have turned into a resurrecting formation. Yi Si suddenly said. Resurrecting formations were methods that immortals or other powerful cultivators had left behind for their sake. Although immortals could live forever, it didn't mean that they couldn't be killed. As such, all experienced immortals would secretly leave behind a few methods they could use to come back to life. After they had carelessly died, they would have the opportunity to stage a comeback thanks to these methods. And the person that had left a resurrecting formation here in the glacial world was without a doubt the master of the Palace of Winter. It was very likely that the master of the Palace of Winter had died back in the day, during the destruction of the ancient heavenly city. And now, Song Shuhang's bamboo leaf had apparently activated their resurrecting formation. Such being the case, was the master of the Palace of Winter about to revive? No, there was something wrong here. After entering the forbidden area, they found out that the Palace of Winter had been preserved quite well. In other words, the master of the Palace of Winter survived the destruction of the ancient heavenly city, and even took the Palace of Winter away, bringing it to this forbidden area. In that case, just like the 33 Divine Beasts sect, the master of the Palace of Winter had died, or had been murdered, after the destruction of the ancient heavenly city. On the other hand, the ancient heavenly city was destroyed overnight due to the interference of the Jade Lake Empress, Chenglin. After those events, Chenglin didn't continue hunting down the people of the heavenly city. Such being the case, who had wiped out the remaining factions of the heavenly city such as the 33 Divine Beasts sect. In other words, my bamboo leaf isn't coming back. Song Shuhang sighed, and then contacted his inner world. After receiving the order, the inner world placed Song Shuhang in a state between illusion and reality. This way, even if the master of the Palace of Winter inside the resurrecting formation made a move against him, he could return to his inner world at the fastest time possible. Whoosh! The water level in the formation kept lowering, and the silhouette of the green sea turtle disappeared. At the same time, the green radiance the coffins were emitting kept getting stronger. In the next moment, the power of universe resurfaced in the formation. It was a sign that the energy of the resurrecting formation the immortal had left behind, which had the power to reverse life and death, was revolving. Song Shuhang and Yi Si felt their heads getting heavier and heavier. The principles behind that great formation capable of reversing life and death greatly impacted their mental energy even though they were just standing idly by. After an unknown amount of time. In the airspace of the great formation, light, principles, and spiritual energy all intertwined. Then, just like seawater flowing backward, the energy of the universe poured back into that stone in the middle of the great formation. The bamboo leaf stuck in the rock transformed into particles of starlight, disappearing. The power of the bamboo leaf had officially started to take effect. In the next moment, the stone burst open, and cold air gushed out of it. The cold air was like mist, and it started condensing in the airspace of the formation, finally transforming into the appearance of a green turtle. The green turtle slowly opened its eyes. The master of the Palace of Winter is actually a green sea turtle? Song Shuhang and Yi Si were both astonished. At this time, the green sea turtle was still in a daze. After a while. Heavens, what is happening? How come the resurrecting formation of my master activated? Damn, this was the life-preserving formation that my master had left behind. Why did it activate? The green sea turtle called out. The green sea turtle used an ancient language saying these few sentences. Song Shuhang was unable to understand its words, but Yi Si could. Since Yi Si could understand the meaning of the words, Song Shuhang did as well. After all, they shared their thoughts, and Yi Si could act as a translator. Song Shuhang and Yi Si. From the look of it, this formation wasn't the resurrecting formation of the green sea turtle, and this turtle wasn't the master of the Palace of Winter either. Wait, something doesn't add up. Since I didn't activate the formation myself, why did it activate? What's happening? The green sea turtle strolled about in the sky, looking very anxious. Resurrection methods were the lifeblood of immortals, and it wasn't easy to set them up. Even some immortals that had lived for several thousand years could only arrange one or two of them at most. Under normal circumstances, had the master of the Palace of Winter suddenly died, this green sea turtle would have noticed it. Then, it would have activated this formation to bring its master back to life. However, it didn't sense the death of its master just now. As a result, this resurrecting formation had been wasted. Very soon, the vision of the green sea turtle fell on Song Shuhang's body. Kid, was it you causing trouble? Well, how can I explain it? After suddenly appearing, this formation snatched away my bamboo leaf and activated on its own, Song Shuhang replied. At the same time, he prepared himself, ready to escape at any time. This bamboo leaf you are talking about, did it come from a bamboo stick that could pierce the heavens? The green turtle asked. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment. Although it was just a bamboo shoot when he first saw it, that bamboo could indeed pierce the heavens in the illusion he saw some time later. Thereupon, Song Shuhang nodded his head. F***CKU. How could you bring the leaf of that guy here? Although I took every precaution, I didn't consider this possibility, and the resurrecting formation of my master got wasted just like that. The green sea turtle was extremely sad, and it couldn't help but shed a few tears. The master of the Palace of Winter hasn't died yet? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. Ugh, everything is well, everything is well. The strength of my master is extraordinary, and he was safe and sound even after the destruction of the ancient heavenly city. How could something happen to him? My master is definitely alive and kicking, the green sea turtle said in all seriousness. My master, the great northern emperor, was among the 5 strongest cultivators in the ancient heavenly city. But, the voice of the green sea turtle had hardly faded that it received a resounding slap. No, it wasn't the virtuous Lamia that had slapped its face. A rumbling sound transmitted from the resurrecting formation below. Then, cold air gushed out of it once more, forming a human figure in midair. The cold air condensed, first forming a handsome face, exquisite like an ice sculpture, and then long silver-white hair. Next, neck, torso, hands, and legs slowly took shape. The figure of this Taoist priest that had just appeared was completely naked. After it finished condensing, the figure stretched out its hand and pulled over the green sea turtle, using it to cover its private parts. Then, it faintly smiled at Song Shuhang and stretched out its hand toward the air, pulling out a set of armor and a long gown, wearing them. Heaven's master, why did you come out of the formation? The green sea turtle opened its eyes wide and looked at the handsome silver-haired man. Because I died, the silver-haired man said with a smile. When he smiled, his cold features suddenly became very gentle. Heavens, how is this possible? Master, you are so strong, and I didn't even sense your death, the green sea turtle said, bewildered. I died in a rather special way. That's why you didn't notice. But, had you noticed my death, I would have died in vain. My death was part of a big plan, the silver-haired man said with a smile. After saying this much, he turned around and waved at Song Shuhang. Slow-witted Song, it's been a while since we have last seen each other. Have you been well? I was lucky that you brought the bamboo leaf over. Otherwise, I have no idea when I would have come back to life. Sure enough, expecting this stupid turtle to open its eyes and enter into action on its own was too much. I didn't return home even after several thousand years, and this turtle still failed to use its brain and notice that something was amiss. Heaven's master, wasn't it normal for you not to return home for several thousand years? The green sea turtle said unwillingly. Song Shuhang. He was again mistaken for someone else. At this time, he was hovering between illusion and reality, and his facial features weren't clearly visible. The last time, in the ancient ruins, that immortal with arms covered in eyes had mistaken him for slow-witted Song as well when he was in this state. By now, several members of the ancient heavenly city had mistaken him for slow-witted Song. In addition, even Pavilion Master Chu had once mistaken him for slow-witted Song in the past. Her relationship with slow-witted Song was very good, to the point that she guarded a treasure for him for many years. Who was this slow-witted Song? He had a very good relationship with Pavilion Master Chu and decent relationships with the members of the ancient heavenly city as well. Senior, excuse me, but I'm not slow-witted Song, Song Shuhang said. He'd first thought of collecting some information by borrowing slow-witted Song's identity, but things might get troublesome if he got discovered. You are not slow-witted Song? Let me take a careful look. Indeed, slow-witted Song isn't this weak, the silver-haired man said with a smile. Weak your sister. The silver-haired man held his chin, and said, right, I know what happened just now. Little fellow Taoist, the reason I was able to come back to life this time is the bamboo leaf you brought over. I owe you a big favor, and I'll need to compensate you. After hearing these words, Song Shuhang's eyes immediately lit up. Senior, since you have reached the pinnacle of the ice element, do you know of a method to cure a special type of cold disease? Cold disease? What kind of cold disease? The silver-haired man asked. Just in this fashion, Song Shuhang described Li Yingzhu's cold disease to the silver-haired man.